Al-Fawaid, Benefits, Part 2. A collection of wise reflections by Imam Shams Ad-Dîn ibn Qayyim Al-Jawziyyah. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Section. You have trained your dog, and he forsakes his desire to seize what he has hunted, out of respect for your favour and fear of your might. How many a trainer of the law has trained you, yet you refuse? The game of the ignorant and of him who retains for himself is forbidden. What then of the ignorant whose works are for his own passions? Within you has been gathered the reason of angels, the appetite of beasts, and the caprice of Satan. You belong to whichever of the three prevails upon you. If you overcome your desire and your caprice, you have risen above the rank of an angel. If your caprice and appetite overcome you, you fall below the rank of a dog. When the dog hunts for his master, his catch is lawful. When he holds it for himself, what he hunts is forbidden. The source of all in the servant of goodness and evil, of praiseworthy and blameworthy traits, is in the attribute of the giver and the withholder. He glorified be. He turns his servants between the effects of these two names. The share of the truthful servant in the servanthood of the two is gratitude at the gift and poverty at the withholding. He gives to make him grateful. He withholds to make him poor before him. So he remains ever grateful, ever poor. His saying exalted is he, and the disbeliever is ever a partisan against his Lord. Qur'an 25:55. This is among the Qur'an's most delicate addresses and noblest meanings. The believer is always with God against his self, his desire, his Satan, and the enemies of his Lord. This is the meaning of being among God's party, his soldiers, and his allies. He stands with God against the inner enemy and the outer. He fights them, opposes them, and angers them for his sake, just as the intimates of a king stand with him against his enemies in war, while those far from him are indifferent. But the disbeliever is with his Satan, his self, and his desire against his Lord. The statements of the earliest generations turn around this meaning. Ibn Abi Hatim narrates from Atta ibn Dinar, from Sa'd ibn Jubair, a helper of Satan against his Lord through enmity and shirk. Al-Layth narrates from Mujahid. He aids Satan against the disobedience of God, helping him upon it. Zayd ibn Aslam said, partisan meaning ally. Its meaning is that he allies himself with God's enemy in disobedience, and shirk, so he is with God's enemy, helping him against what angers his Lord. Thus, the special witness that the believer has with his Lord has, for the disbeliever and the sinner, become a witness with Satan and with his self and desire. Therefore, the verse is prefaced by, "They worship apart from God that which neither benefits them nor harms them." Qur'an 25:55. That worship is allegiance, love, and contentment with their idols, entailing that special witness. They supported the enemies of God in opposing him and disobeying him, unlike his ally, who stands with God against himself, his Satan, and his desire. This meaning is of the Qur'an's hidden treasures for whoever understands it. And God is the one who grants success. His saying exalted is he, and those who, when they are reminded of their Lord's signs, do not fall upon them deaf and blind. Qur'an 25:73. Muqatil said, when they are admonished by the Qur'an, they do not fall upon it deaf without hearing, nor blind without seeing, but they hear, see, and find certainty. Ibn Abbas said, they were not deaf and blind in regard to them, rather they were fearful and humble. Al-Kalb, they fall upon them with hearing and sight. Al-Farr, when the Qur'an is recited to them, they do not remain as they were before, as if they had not heard it, that is the falling. The Arabs say, he sat cursing me, as they say, he stood cursing me, he came cursing me. The meaning, they did not become deaf and blind at them. Al-Zajjaj. When it is recited to them, they fall in prostration, and tears, hearing and seeing as they were commanded. Ibn Qutayba. They do not feign heedlessness of them, as if they were deaf who had not heard, or blind who had not seen. The roots of all disobedience, its great and its small, are three: the heart's attachment to other than God, obedience to the power of anger, and obedience to the power of desire. These are shirk, injustice, and lewdness. The utmost of attachment to other than God is shirk, calling upon a God besides him. The utmost of anger is killing. The utmost of desire is adultery. Therefore he combined all three in his saying, those who do not call along with God upon any other deity, who do not kill a life which God has made sacred save by right, and who do not commit adultery. Qur'an 25:68. Each of these three calls to the others, just as sincerity and tawhid repel them from their companion. Thus did we avert from him evil and lewdness. He was indeed one of our devoted servants. Qur'an 12:24. Evil is infatuation. Lewdness is adultery. Injustice calls to shirk and lewdness, for shirk is the darkest injustice, just as the most equitable justice is tawhid. Justice is the twin of tawhid, injustice the twin of shirk. Hence he pairs them. God bears witness that there is no deity but he, and so do the angels and those possessed of knowledge upholding justice. Qur'an 3:18. And indeed, shirk is a tremendous injustice. Qur'an 31-13. Lewdness calls to shirk and injustice, especially when its urge grows strong and it is pursued by kinds of injustice, sorcery, and satanic aid. He paired adultery with shirk in, the adulterer does not marry but an adulteress or a polytheist, and the adulteress none marries her but an adulterer or a polytheist, and that is forbidden to the believers. Qur'an 24:3. Thus these three drag one another and command one another. Likewise, his saying, whatever you have been given is but the enjoyment of the life of this world, and what is with God is better and more lasting for those who have faith and put their trust in their Lord, and those who avoid the major sins and lewdness, and when they are angered, they forgive. Qur'an 42:36-37. He told that what is with God is better for one who believes in him and relies upon him, that is tawhid. Then said, and those who avoid major sins and lewdness, that is the refusal of the demands of desire. Then said, and when they are angered, they forgive, that is opposing the claims of anger. He thus combined tawhid, chastity, and justice, the sum of every good. Benefit. The desertion of the Qur'an is of many kinds. 1. Deserting its hearing, faith in it, and attentive listening to it. 2. Deserting its acting, standing at its lawful and unlawful, even if one recites it and believes it. 3. Deserting its judging, not taking it for judgment in the fundamentals and branches of the religion, believing that it yields no certainty and that its proofs are linguistic and do not confer knowledge. 4. Deserting its pondering, understanding, and knowledge of what the speaker intended by it. 5. Deserting seeking healing in it and treatment by it for all the ailments of the heart, seeking cure elsewhere and abandoning the remedy it offers. All of this enters under, and the Messenger has said, O my Lord, truly my people have taken this Qur'an as a thing to be shunned. Qur'an 25:30, even if some forms of desertion are lighter than others. Likewise, the constriction that some carry in their breasts regarding it. At times the constriction is about its being sent down, and its being truth from God. At times about its being his speech, or about its being a creation of his creatures to whom he inspired speech. At times about its sufficiency or lack thereof, that it does not suffice servants, who therefore need with it rationalities, analogies, opinions, or policies. At times about it impure, about whether the intended realities are those its words convey to those addressed, or whether they are to be turned from their realities to forced equivocal interpretations. At times about whether, even if such realities are intended, they are actually true in themselves, or merely intended to bring about some benefit. All such people have in their breasts constriction about the Qur'an. They know this of themselves and find it in their chests. You will not find an innovator, but that he has constriction in his heart from verses that contradict his innovation, just as you will not find a wrongdoer or profligate, but that he has constriction in his breast from verses that stand between him and his desire. Consider this meaning, then choose for your own soul what you will. Benefit. The perfection of the soul that is truly sought comprises two matters. First, that it become a firmly rooted disposition and an abiding quality. Second, that it be in itself a perfection. If it be otherwise, it is no perfection, and one who strives for the perfection of his soul should not compete for what is unworthy, nor grieve at missing it. This perfection is none but the knowledge of its Maker, Originator, and Deity, its true God, without whose knowledge it has no soundness, no bliss, no delight, and the will to his face, and the walking of the path that leads to him, to his good pleasure and his honour, until that becomes its habit and a grounded, inseparable state. As for the rest of knowledge, aims, and works, they are between what neither benefits nor perfects the soul, and what returns upon it with injury, deficiency, and pain, especially when they become fixed habits. Then the soul is tormented and pained by them in proportion to their hold upon it. As for external virtues, such as garments, mounts, dwellings, status, and wealth, they are, in truth, loans on hire. The lender reclaims them after a while, and the soul is pained by their return to the measure of its attachment to them, above all, if it had taken them to be the end of its perfection. When they are taken back, that pain becomes the very form of loss. Let the one who desires his soul's happiness and delight consider this subtle truth. Most people strive only for their soul's deprivation, pain, regret, and loss, whereas they imagine they pursue its felicity and joy. Its delight is in proportion to what it attains of that knowledge, love, and journeying. Its pain and regret are in proportion to what it misses of them. If it is wholly empty of them, there remains in it nothing but the bodily animal powers by which it eats, drinks, mates, grows angry, and receives the rest of life's amenities. From those no honour or virtue accrues to it, only baseness and diminishment. For by those powers it is kin to the beasts, and merges with their kind, becomes one of them, nay, perhaps they surpass it in satisfying their needs, and enjoy immunity from bringing harm upon themselves. A perfection in which the beasts share with you, surpassing you in outcome, is indeed worth forsaking for the true perfection beyond which there is no perfection. And God is the one who grants success. A noble benefit, if a servant greets morning and evening with none but God as his chief concern. God bears his concerns for him, carries from him all that weighs upon him, and frees his heart for his love, his tongue for his remembrance, and his limbs for his obedience. But if he greets morning and evening while the world is his concern, God burdens him with its worries and griefs and vexations, entrusts him to himself, distracts his heart from his love by love of creation, his tongue from his remembrance by remembrance of them, and his limbs from his obedience by serving them and their affairs. He toils like a wild beast in the service of another, like a bellows that swells its belly and crushes its ribs to benefit someone else. Whoever turns away from God's worship, obedience and love is tried with the worship, love and service of a created being. And whoever turns away from the remembrance of the All-Merciful, we assign to him a devil who becomes his companion. Qur'an 43:36. Sufyan ibn Uyayna said, "No proverb of the Arabs will you bring me, but I will bring you its counterpart from the Qur'an." Someone said to him, "Where is in the Qur'an? Give your brother a date. If he will not take it, give him a coal." He replied, "In his saying, and whoever turns away from the remembrance of the All-Merciful, we assign to him a devil." Qur'an 43:36. Benefit knowledge is the transfer of the image of the known from the outside into the soul and establishing it there. Action is the transfer of a conceived image from the soul into the outside and establishing it there. If what is established in the soul corresponds to the reality as it is, that is sound knowledge. Often, however, images are set upright in the soul that have no real existence. The setter takes them to be knowledge, but they are mere imaginations without reality, and most people's knowledge is of this kind. That which corresponds to reality is of two kinds: one by which the soul is perfected through its perception and knowledge of God, his names, attributes and acts, his books, his command and prohibition, and another by which no perfection accrues to the soul knowledge whose ignorance does not harm and whose knowledge does not benefit. The Prophet used to seek refuge in God from knowledge that does not benefit. And this is the state of much knowledge that, though sound and corresponding, yields no harm if ignored, such as intricate astronomy, degrees and counts of stars, counts and colours of mountains, and the like. The nobility of knowledge is according to the nobility of its object and the soul's intense need for it, and nothing answers that save the knowledge of God and what branches from it. The bane of knowledge lies in its failure to correspond to God's loved, prescriptive will, that which he loves and is pleased with. This may be from a corruption in knowledge, believing something to be prescribed and loved by God when it is not, or believing that a work draws one near to God though it is not prescribed. Or from a corruption in intent, not intending by it the face of God and the hereafter, but intending the world and creation. These two afflictions of knowledge and of action none escapes save by knowing what the messenger brought in the realm of knowledge and gnosis, and by intending the face of God and the hereafter in the realm of purpose and will. When either the knowledge of the messenger's guidance or the pure intent is absent, knowledge and action are corrupted. Faith and certitude begets sound knowledge, and sound will begets and nourishes faith and certitude. Hence it is plain why most people deviate from faith. Their deviation is from sound knowing and sound intending. Faith is not complete except by receiving knowledge from the lamp of prophethood and purifying intent of the dregs of passion and people's regard. Let his knowledge be drawn from the light of revelation, and his intent be for God and the hereafter, and such a one is soundest in knowledge and action. Among those Imams who guide by God's command, successors of his messenger in his community. Principal faith has an outward and an inward. Its outward is the tongue's word and the limb's deed. Its inward is the heart's affirmation, surrender and love. An outward without an inward does not avail, though it may protect blood, property and offspring. Nor does an inward suffice without an outward, except where the outward is prevented by incapacity, coercion or fear of destruction. Abandoning outward work without excuse is a proof of inward corruption and emptiness of faith. Deficiency in deed indicates deficiency of faith. Strength in deed indicates strength in faith. Faith is the heart of Islam and its core. Certitude is the heart of faith and its core. Any knowledge and work that does not increase faith and certitude is adulterated. Any faith that does not impel to action is adulterated. Principal reliance on God is of two kinds. 1. Relying on Him to secure worldly wants and pleasures, or to repel worldly evils and calamities. 2. Relying on Him for what He loves and is pleased with faith, certitude, striving and calling to Him. Between the two is an incommensurable difference. Whenever a servant relies upon Him truly in the second, God suffices him in the first completely. If he relies upon Him in the first without the second, He may suffice him in it as well, but he will not have the outcome of one who relies on Him in what he loves and is pleased with. The greatest reliance is reliance in seeking guidance, purifying tawhid, following the messenger and battling the people of falsehood. This is the reliance of the messengers and their choicest followers. Reliance is at times the reliance of compulsion and desperation when the servant finds no refuge or shelter but reliance, when causes and breaths are constricted, when he knows there is no escape from God but to Him. Such reliance is never followed but by relief and ease. At times, reliance is voluntary alongside the presence of a cause leading to the aim. If the cause is commanded, he is blamed for neglecting it. If he takes up the cause but abandons reliance, he is blamed for that as well, for reliance is obligatory by the consensus of the Ummah and explicit text. The duty is to stand by both gather cause and reliance. If the cause is prohibited, it is forbidden to engage in it. In that case, his only cause is reliance itself, for reliance is among the strongest causes to attain aims and repel disliked things. Indeed, it is, in the absolute, the strongest cause. If the cause is permissible, then see, will taking it weaken your reliance, scatter your heart, and divide your concern? Then leaving it is better. If it does not weaken reliance, then taking it is better, for the wisdom of the Most Wise has attached the effect to the cause. Do not thwart His wisdom as long as you can enact it, especially when you enact it as servanthood. Then you have joined the heart's servanthood in reliance to the limb's servanthood in taking up the cause, with the nearness intent. What makes reliance real is upholding the commanded causes. Whoever abandons them has no sound reliance, just as upholding the causes that lead to good makes hope real. Whoever does not uphold them, his hope is mere wishful thinking. Whoever abandons them has a reliance that is weakness, and a weakness that is reliance. The secret of reliance, its essence, is the heart's dependence upon God alone. Taking up causes does not harm it, so long as the heart is void of dependence upon them or leaning to them, just as saying, "I rely on God," does not benefit one whose heart depends upon another, leans to Him, and trusts Him. Reliance of the tongue is one thing, reliance of the heart another, just as the tongue's repentance with the heart's persistence is one thing, and the heart's repentance, even if the tongue is silent, is another. Thus, one who says, "I rely on God," while his heart is dependent on another, is like one who says, "I repent to God," while persisting in his sin. Benefit. The ignorant complains of God to people. This is the limit of ignorance of the one complained of and the one complained to. Had he known his Lord, he would not complain of him. Had he known the people, he would not complain to them. One of the early ones saw a man complaining to another about his poverty and need. He said, "O man, by God, you have done no more than complain of the one who has mercy on you to one who has no mercy." As was said, if you complain to a son of Adam, you are but complaining of the merciful to one without mercy. The Gnostic complains only to God alone, and the most knowing among the Gnostics is the one who makes his complaint to God of himself, not of people. He complains of the causes by which people were empowered over him. He looks to his saying, "And whatever misfortune befalls you, it is by what your hands have earned." Qur'an 42:30. "Whatever ill befalls you is from yourself." Qur'an 4:79. And when it was said to them after Uhud, "How is this?" say, "It is from yourselves." Qur'an 3:165. Thus the ranks are three: the lowest complaining of God to creation, the highest complaining of oneself to God, the middle complaining of creation to God. A momentous principle. God exalted is, he said, "O you who have attained to faith." Respond to God and the messenger when he calls you to that which gives you life, and know that God stands between a man and his heart, and that unto him you shall be gathered. Qur'an 8:24. This verse comprises matters. 1. That the life that is truly good comes only by responding to God and his messenger. Whoever does not respond has no life, though he has the animal life that he shares with the lowest beasts. The true, good life is the life of the one who responds to God and the messenger outwardly and inwardly. These alone are the living, even if they have died. Others are dead, even if their bodies live. The most alive of people are those most responsive to the messenger's call. In what he calls to is life. Whoever misses a portion of it misses a portion of life. His portion of life is as his response to the messenger. Mujahid said, "To that which gives you life, meaning truth." Qatada said, "It is this Qur'an, in it is life, trust, salvation, and protection in this world and the next." Al-Sud said, "It is Islam, he gave them life by it after their death in unbelief." Ibn Ishaq and Urwa said his words, "To that which gives you life, meaning to the war by which God honoured you after your abasement, strengthened you after your weakness, and protected you from your enemy after his subjugation of you." All these are expressions of a single reality, upholding what the messenger brought, outwardly and inwardly. Al-Wahid said, "Most hold that the meaning of that which gives you life is jihad," the choice of Ibn Ishaq and most scholars of meaning. Al-Farah said, "When he calls you to revive your affair by fighting your enemy, meaning that their affair is made strong by war and striving. If they abandon striving, their affair weakens and their enemy dares them." I say, jihad is among the greatest of what gives them life in the world, the barzakh and the hereafter. In the world by their strength and subjugation of their foe. In the barzakh, do not think those who are slain in God's path are dead. No, they are alive with their Lord, provided for. Qur'an 3:169. In the hereafter, their portion of its life and bliss is greater than others. Hence Ibn Qutaybah said, "To that which gives you life, meaning martyrdom." Some said, meaning the garden, for it is the abode of life, where life is everlasting and good. The verse encompasses all of this, for faith, Islam, the Qur'an and jihad give the heart a good life. The fullness of life is in the garden, and the messenger calls to faith, and to the garden he calls therefore to life in the world and in the hereafter. Man needs two lives, the life of his body, by which he perceives benefit and harm, and prefers what benefits over what harms, and as that life is diminished, he tastes pain and weakness in proportion. Hence the sick, grieving, burdened, fearful, poor, and humiliated have lives inferior to those free of such. and the life of his heart and soul, by which he distinguishes between truth and falsehood, error and guidance, whim and misguidance, chooses truth over its opposite, gains the power to discern benefit and harm in knowledge, intentions, and deeds, gains the power of faith, will, and love for truth, and the power of hatred and aversion for falsehood. His awareness, discernment, love, and aversion are as his share of that life, just as the living body's awareness of what helps and harms, and its inclination to the former and aversion from the latter, are stronger. If this life is null, his discernment is null, and if he has any discernment, he lacks the power to prefer benefit over harm, just as man has no bodily life until the angel, the messenger of God, breathes into him of the Spirit. He becomes alive by that breath, though before it he was among the dead. So too his heart and soul have no life until the messenger breathes into them of the Spirit that was cast to him. He said, "He sends down the angels with the Spirit by his command, upon whom he wills of his servants." Qur'an 16:2. And he casts the Spirit by his command upon whom he wills of his servants. Qur'an 40-15. And thus we have revealed to you a Spirit by our command. You knew not what the book was, nor faith, but we made it a light, whereby we guide whom we will of our servants. Qur'an 42:52. He thus told that his revelation is spirit and light, so life and illumination depend on the angelic messenger's breath and the human messenger's breath. Whoso receives both lives. Whoso receives the angel's breath without the messenger's receives but one life and misses the other. Is he who was dead, and whom we have brought to life, and to whom we have given a light by which he walks among men, like one in layers of darkness, from which he cannot emerge. Qur'an 6:122. He joined for him life and light, as he joined for one who turns away from his book death and darkness. His saying, "And know that God stands between a man and his heart." Qur'an 8:24. The known meaning is that he stands between the believer and disbelief, between the disbeliever and faith, between the obedient and disobedience, between the disobedient and obedience. This is the saying of Ibn Abbas and the majority. Another meaning, that he glorified is near to his heart. Nothing of it is hidden, he is between him and his heart. Al-Wahid transmitted this from Qatada. This suits the context well, for response's foundation is in the heart. Responding with the body without the heart does not avail. God glorified is between the servant and his heart. He knows whether his heart has responded to him, whether he concealed that response or its opposite. On the first meaning, the connection is, if you are sluggish in responding and tarry, do not feel safe that God will stand between you and your hearts. You will then be unable to respond, as a punishment for leaving it after truth was clear, like his saying, "We turn their hearts and eyes as they refused to believe in it the first time." Qur'an 6:110. And when they deviated, God caused their hearts to deviate. Qur'an 61:5. And they were not going to believe in what they had earlier denied. Qur'an 7:101. Thus, in the verse is a warning against leaving response with the heart, even if one responds with limbs. There is another secret in the verse. He has gathered for them the prescription and command, respond, and the decree and belief in it. God stands between a man and his heart, like his saying, "For those of you who will to be upright, but you do not will, unless God, Lord of the worlds, wills." Qur'an 81:28-29. And so whoever wills may remember it, but they do not remember unless God wills. Qur'an 74:55-56. And God knows best. a noble benefit. His saying, "Exalted is he. Fighting has been prescribed for you, though it is hateful to you, and it may be that you hate a thing that is good for you, and it may be that you love a thing that is bad for you. God knows, and you do not know." Qur'an 2:16. And his saying, "If you dislike them, it may be that you dislike a thing, and God places in it much good." Qur'an 4:19. The first is about jihad, the perfection of the power of righteous anger. The second about marriage, the perfection of the power of desire. The servant hates to face his enemy by his power of anger out of fear for himself. Yet this disliked thing is good for his worldly life and his next. He loves truce and abandoning conflict, yet this beloved thing is bad for him in both lives. He may dislike a woman for some quality, while in holding fast to her is much good that he does not know. And he may love a woman for some quality, while in holding to her is much harm that he does not know. Man is as his Creator described him, greatly unjust and deeply ignorant. He should not make his inclinations, loves, aversions, and hates the criterion of his benefit. The criterion is what God chose for him in his command and prohibition. The most beneficial thing for him absolutely is obedience to his Lord outwardly and inwardly. The most harmful absolutely is disobedience outwardly and inwardly. If he stands in obedient servanthood sincerely, then whatever befalls him that he hates is good for him. And if he abandons obedience, whatever he enjoys of what he loves is bad for him. Whoever's knowledge of his Lord and understanding of his names and attributes is sound, knows with certitude that the disliked things that befall him and the trials that come to him contain kinds of benefits and interests beyond his counting and thought. The benefit to the servant in what he hates is greater than in what he loves. Most of the soul's interests lie in its disliked things, just as most of its harms and causes of ruin lie in what it loves. Consider the cultivator of a garden who knows his craft. He plants a garden, nurtures it with watering and care until its trees give fruit. Then he turns upon it to prune its limbs and cut some branches, knowing that if left to itself, its fruit would not ripen well. He grafts it with another whose fruit is fine. When they unite and bear, he returns with the blade to cut away weak branches that drain its strength. He makes it taste the pain of cutting and steel for its good and perfection, so that its fruit may be fit for a king's presence. He does not leave water upon it at all times, though that would make its leaves greener and growth faster. He withholds water at times and gives it at times. He strips it of much of its showy leaves, because that adornment stands between its fruit and the perfection of ripening, as in the vine and the like. He cuts its parts with iron, removes much of its embellishment, yet all that is its very welfare. Had that tree awareness like an animal, it would imagine this ruin and harm, while in truth it is pure benefit. So too the compassionate father, knowing his child's interest. If he sees his welfare in the letting of corrupt blood, he pierces the skin, cuts the veins, and makes him taste sharp pain. If he sees his cure in the removal of a limb, he amputates it mercy and pity. If he sees his interest in holding back gifts, he withholds and does not lavish, knowing that lavishness is among the greatest causes of his corruption and destruction. So too he prevents him many of his cravings, protecting and benefiting, not miserliness. The wisest of judges, the most merciful of the merciful, the most knowledgeable, he who is more merciful to his servants than they are to themselves, more than their fathers and mothers when he sends down upon them what they dislike. It is better for them than if he had not, out of his looking after them, kindness to them and gentleness with them. Had they been empowered to choose for themselves, they would be incapable of running their affairs in knowledge, will, and action. But he, glorified be, he has taken on the management of their affairs by his knowledge, his wisdom, and his mercy, whether they love or hate. Those certain of his names and attributes know this. They do not accuse him in any of his judgments. The ignorant of him, his names, and his attributes do not grasp this. They dispute his management, cavil at his wisdom, do not submit to his judgment, and oppose him with their corrupt intellects, false opinions, and unjust policies. Thus they know not their Lord, nor do they secure their own interests. God is the one who grants success. When the servant attains this knowledge, he abides in this world before the hereafter, in a garden that none resembles but the bliss of the hereafter. For he is ever content with his Lord. And contentment is the garden of this world, and the rest place of the knowers, content with what befalls him of decrees that are the very choice of God for him, his heart tranquil with God's prescriptive judgments. This is the meaning of being content with God as Lord, with Islam as religion, and with Muhammad as messenger. None has tasted the sweetness of faith who has not attained this. That contentment is in proportion to his knowledge of God's justice, wisdom, mercy, and good choosing. The more he knows, the more content he is. The decree of the Lord, glorified, is in his servant, ever circling between justice, interest, wisdom, and mercy. It never departs from these. As in the famous supplication, O God, I am your servant, son of your servant, son of your maidservant. My forelock is in your hand. Your judgment over me is past. Your decree for me is just. I ask you by every name that is yours, which you have named yourself with, or revealed in your book, or taught to any of your creation, or kept to yourself in the knowledge of the unseen with you, that you make the Qur'an the spring of my heart, the light of my breast, the remover of my grief, and the banisher of my sorrow. None has ever said it, but God removed his grief and sorrow and replaced them with joy. They said, Shall we not learn them, O messenger of God? He said, Indeed, whoever hears them should learn them. The point is his saying, Your decree for me is just. This encompasses every decree he decrees upon his servant of punishment or pain, and its cause. He decreed the cause and the effect, and he is just in this decree. This decree is good for the believer, as the prophet said, By him in whose hand is my soul, God decrees nothing for the believer, but that it is good for him, and that is for none but the believer. I asked our Sheikh, Does the decree of sin enter into this? He said, Yes, upon its conditions. He compressed into upon its conditions all that follows sin of effects loved by God, repentance, brokenness, regret, humility, lowliness, weeping, and the like. Benefit, desiring the hereafter, is not perfected except by renouncing the world, and renouncing the world does not stand except after two sound reflections. 1. Reflection on the world, its swift passing, vanishing, dwindling, deficiency and baseness, the pain of contention for it and greed over it, the sips of bitterness and sourness, vexations ending in disappearance and severance, and then the aftermath of regret and sorrow. Its seeker never leaves. Worry before attaining it, worry at the time of having it, and grief after losing it. 2. Reflection on the hereafter, its approach and certain arrival, its everlasting duration and permanence, the nobility of what is in it, of goodness and joys, the distance between it and what is here. It is, as God said, the hereafter is better and more lasting. Qur'an 87:17. Complete abiding good, while this is deficient, fleeting illusions. When these two reflections are complete for him, he prefers what reason compels him to prefer and renounces what reason compels him to renounce. Everyone is by nature unwilling to leave immediate benefit and present delight for future benefit, and absent, awaited delight until the superiority of the future is made plain, and his desire for the higher, better grows strong. When he prefers the vanishing and deficient, it is either because the superiority was not made plain to him lack of faith, or because his desire for the better is weak corruption of intellect and choice. One of these two must be the case. They are an evident division from which no one is free. Preferring the world over the hereafter is from corruption in faith, or corruption in intellect, and how often both are combined. Hence the messenger of God and his companions threw the world behind their backs. They turned away from it, cast it off, did not grow intimate with it and avoided it. They took it for a prison, not a garden. They renounced it in the truth of renunciation. Had they wanted it, they could have reached every beloved and arrived at every desired. Its keys were offered to him, and he refused. It poured forth upon his companions, who preferred others with it, and did not sell their portion of the hereafter for it. They knew it to be a crossing, not a residence, a passage, not a place of joy, a summer cloud, dispersing soon, a dream that, before it has settled, announces departure. The prophet said, "What have I to do with this world? I am only like a rider who took shade under a tree, then went on and left it." He said, "What is the world compared to the hereafter, but as if one of you dipped his finger into the sea? Let him see with what it returns." Their Creator said, "The likeness of this worldly life is that of water, which we send down from the sky. And the plants of the earth mingle with it what men and cattle eat, until the earth takes on its ornaments and is adorned, and its people think they have power over it. Our command comes upon it by night or by day, and we make it a mown field as if yesterday it had not been. Thus do we make our signs clear for people who reflect. And God calls to the abode of peace and guides whom he wills to a straight path." Qur'an 10:24-25. He thus informed of the world's baseness and made us renounce it. He informed of the abode of peace and called us to it. He said, "Set forth for them the parable of the life of this world, like water which we send down from the sky. The earth's vegetation mingles with it, then it becomes chaff that the winds scatter, and God is over everything, all-powerful. Wealth and children are the adornment of the worldly life, but the abiding righteous deeds are better with your Lord in reward and better in hope." Qur'an 18:45-46. "And know that the life of this world is but play, diversion, adornment, boasting among you, and competition in wealth and children like rain, whose growth pleases the tillers. Then it withers, and you see it turn yellow. Then it becomes debris. And in the hereafter is severe punishment, and forgiveness from God and his good pleasure. The life of this world is naught but a deceptive enjoyment." Qur'an 57:20. "And fair-seeming to people is the love of desires, women, children, heaped up heaps of gold and silver, branded horses, cattle and land. That is the enjoyment of the worldly life, and with God is the best return. Say, shall I tell you of something better than that? For those who are conscious of God, with their Lord, are gardens, beneath which rivers flow, abiding therein, and spouses made pure, and God's good pleasure. And God sees his servants." Qur'an 3:14-15. "And they rejoice in the worldly life, yet the worldly life, compared to the hereafter, is but a petty enjoyment." Qur'an 13:26. He threatened most gravely those who are content with the worldly life and at rest in it, heedless of his signs, and without hope of meeting him. Truly, those who do not expect to meet us are content with the worldly life and at peace in it, and those who are heedless of our signs, those their refuge is the fire for what they used to earn. Qur'an 10:7-8. He reproached those believers who were content with the world. O you who believe, what is the matter with you, that when it is said to you, go forth in God's path, you sink down to the earth? Are you content with the worldly life rather than the hereafter? The enjoyment of the worldly life compared to the hereafter is but little. Qur'an 9:38. According to a servant's desire for the world and contentment with it is his sluggishness from obeying God and seeking the hereafter. It suffices for renouncing the world that he said, "Have you considered, if we let them enjoy themselves for years, then there comes to them that which they were promised, what benefit will their enjoyment have given them?" Qur'an 26:205-207. And on the day we gather them as if they had not tarried but an hour of a day, recognizing one another. Qur'an 10:45. And on the day they see that which they are promised, as if they had not tarried but an evening or its morning. Qur'an 79:46. And on the day the hour stands, sinners will swear they tarried not but an hour. Qur'an 30:55. And he will say, "How many years did you remain on earth?" They will say, "We remained a day or part of a day." Ask those who count. He will say, "You remained but a little, if you but knew." Qur'an 23:1-112-1-114. And on the day the trumpet is blown, we shall gather the sinners, that day, blue-eyed, whispering among themselves, "You tarried but 10." We know best what they will say, when the most exemplary of them, in way, will say, "You tarried but a day." Qur'an 20:102-104. God is the one whose help is sought. Upon him is reliance. Principle. The foundation of all good is to know that whatever God wills comes to be, and whatever he does not will does not come to be. Be certain, then, that good deeds are among his favours, so thank him for them, and implore him not to cut them off from you. And that evil deeds are from his abandoning and chastising, so beseech him to place himself between you and them, and not to entrust you to yourself in doing good and leaving evil. The knowers are unanimous that every good begins with God's tawfiq, his enabling, and every evil begins with his forsaking. They are unanimous that tawfiq is that he not leave you to yourself. Forsaking is that he leave you to yourself. Since every good begins with tawfiq, and it is in God's hand, not the servant's, its key is supplication, neediness, earnest resort, hope, and fear towards him. Whenever he grants a servant this key, he has intended to open for him. Whenever he bars him from the key, the door of good remains shut against him. The commander of the believers, Umar ibn al-Khattab, said, "I do not carry the worry of the answer, I carry the worry of the supplication. If I am inspired to supplicate, the answer comes with it." According to the servant's intention, aspiration, aim, and desire is God's enabling and aid. Aid descends upon servants in proportion to their aspirations, resolve, hope, and fear. Forsaking descends upon them in like measure. God glorified is the wisest of judges, the most knowing of all who know. He places tawfiq where it belongs, and forsaking where it belongs. He is the all-knowing, the all-wise. No one is undone but by squandering gratitude and neglecting neediness and supplication, and none gains by God's will and help but by upholding gratitude and true neediness and supplication. And the treasurer of all this is patience. It is to faith what the head is to the body. If the head is cut off, the body cannot remain. No punishment is struck upon a servant more grievous than hardness of heart. The fire was created to melt hard hearts. The farthest heart from God is the hard heart. When the heart hardens, the eye becomes dry. The hardness of the heart comes from four things when they exceed need: eating, sleeping, speaking, and mixing with people. Just as a sick body finds no benefit in food and drink, a heart sick with passions finds no benefit in admonitions. Whoever desires his heart's clarity, let him prefer God over his passion. Hearts attached to passions are veiled from God in proportion to that attachment. Hearts are God's vessels upon his earth. The most beloved to him are the most delicate, the strongest, and the purest. They busied their hearts with the world. Had they busied them with God and the hereafter, those hearts would have roamed in the meanings of his speech and his witness signs, and returned to their owners with wonders of wisdom and rare benefits. When the heart is nourished by remembrance, watered by contemplation, and cleansed of weeds, it sees marvels and is inspired with wisdom. Not everyone who puts on the clothes of knowledge and wisdom and lays claim to them is among their people. Those of knowledge and wisdom are they who have given life to their hearts by killing their passion, while those who have killed their hearts by giving life to passion, their knowledge and wisdom are a mere loan upon their tongues. The heart's ruin is in security and heedlessness. Its flourishing is in fear and remembrance. When hearts renounce the banquets of this world, they sit at the banquets of the hereafter among the folk of that invitation. When they are content with the tables of this world, those tables are lost to them. The breeze of longing for God and meeting him blows upon the heart, cooling for it the scorch of the world. Whoever settles his heart with his Lord finds rest. Whoever sends it among people is agitated and beset by anxiety. Love of God does not enter a heart that contains love of the world, except as a camel enters through the eye of a needle. When God loves a servant, he fashions him for himself, selects him for his love, singles him out for his worship. He occupies his concern with him, his tongue with his remembrance, and his limbs with his service. The heart falls ill. As the body falls ill, its cure is repentance and abstinence. It rusts as a mirror rusts. Its polish is remembrance. It lays bare as the body lays bare. Its garment is God consciousness. It hungers and thirsts as the body hungers and thirsts. Its food and drink are knowledge, love, reliance, turning back, and service. Beware of heedlessness toward him who has made for your life a term, and for your days and breaths a limit. From everything other than him you have no escape. From him you have no escape. Whoever leaves choosing and self-management in seeking increase of world or status, or in fearing loss, or in escaping an enemy, relying upon God, trusting his management and good choosing, casts his cloak before him, surrenders the affair to him, is content with what he decrees, such a one is relieved of worries, griefs, and sorrows. But whoever refuses except to manage for himself falls into vexation, toil, ill state, and weariness. No life is pure for him, no heart rejoices, no deed grows, no hope stands, no rest endures. God glorified has made easy to his creation the path to him, and veiled them from it by self-management. Whoever is content with God's management, rests in his choosing, and submits to his judgment, removes that veil, his heart reaches his Lord, and finds tranquility in him. The one who relies does not ask of other than God, does not challenge God, does not hoard alongside God. Whoever is preoccupied with himself is preoccupied from others. Whoever is preoccupied with his Lord is preoccupied from himself. Sincerity is that which no angel knows so as to right it, no enemy so as to spoil it, and which its doer does not admire lest it nullify it. Contentment is the heart's stillness beneath the flow of decrees. People are tormented in this world according to the measure of their ambitions within it. The heart has 6 fields it roams. There is no 7th. 3 are low, a world that is adorned to it, a self that whispers, an enemy that suggests. These are the low fields in which spirits ever wander. 3 are high, knowledge that clarifies to it, reason that guides it, a God whom it worships. Hearts wander through these fields. Following passion and long hope are the source of all corruption. Following passion blinds from truth knowledge and intent. Long hope makes one forget the hereafter and bars from preparing for it. No servant smells the scent of truthfulness while he flatters himself or flatters others. When God desires good for a servant, he makes him admit his sin, restrain himself from others' sins, be generous with what he has, renouncing what others have, patient with the harm of others. If he desires evil for him, he reverses these upon him. The lofty aspiration circles 3 things: a knowledge of one of the Most High's attributes that grows one's love and will, a contemplation of a favour that grows one's gratitude and obedience, a remembrance of a sin that grows one's repentance and fear. When an aspiration attaches to other than these 3, it wanders the ravines of whispers and stray thoughts. Whoever falls in love with the world looks at his measure with it and makes him a servant among its servants, humbles him. Whoever turns away from it, the world looks at his greatness and serves him, humbling itself before him. The journey is only cut, and the traveller only arrives by sticking to the high road and travelling by night. If he departs from the path and sleeps all night, when shall he reach his goal? A noble benefit. Whoever from among the people of knowledge prefers the world and chooses it must speak untruths about God, in his fatwa and judgment, his reports and obligations. The rulings of the Lord often come contrary to people's desires, especially the people of rank and those who follow ambiguous matters. Their aims cannot be attained except by opposing and repelling the truth. When the scholar or the ruler loves rank and follows desires, they cannot get their aims saved by pushing away what opposes them of truth, above all when a specious argument has arisen for him. The specious argument agrees with his desire. Passion seethes, the right path is hidden, the face of truth is effaced. Even if truth is manifest with no ambiguity, he opposes it, saying, "I have a way out by repentance." About such people and their like, God said, "Then there came after them successors who neglected prayer and followed passions." Qur'an 19:59. And he said also, "Then there succeeded them successors who inherited the book. They take the fleeting gains of this lower life and say, 'We will be forgiven,' and if similar gains come to them, they will take them. Was not the covenant of the book taken from them, that they should not speak of God except the truth, and they studied what was in it? The abode of the hereafter is better for those who are conscious of God. Will you not then use your reason?" Qur'an 7:169. He informed that they took the lower commerce, knowing it to be forbidden to them. They said, "We shall be forgiven," and if similar gains came, they would seize them. They are persistent. That persistence is what bears them to speak about God other than the truth. This is his judgment, his law, his religion, while they know that his religion, his law, and his judgment are other than that. Or they do not know that this is his religion, law, and judgment. At times, then, they speak about God what they do not know. At times they speak about him what they know to be false. But those who are mindful know that the hereafter is better than this world. Love of rank and passion does not carry them to prefer this world over the next. Their way is to hold fast to the Book and the Sunnah, seek help through patience and prayer, reflect upon the world and its vanishing and baseness, and upon the hereafter and its coming and permanence. Those who prefer the world must innovate in religion, along with profligacy in deed, two things together. Following passion blinds the heart's eye, such that it does not distinguish between sunnah and innovation, or it flips its view, seeing innovation as sunnah and sunnah as innovation. This is the affliction of the learned when they prefer the world and follow rank and desires. These verses about them lead up to his saying, "And recite to them the tale of the one to whom we gave our signs, but he cast them off. So Satan followed him, and he was of the deluded. Had we willed, we would have raised him by them, but he clung to the earth and followed his desire. His likeness is that of a dog. If you chase it, it pants, and if you leave it, it pants." Qur'an 7, 175, 176. This is the example of the wicked scholar who acts contrary to his knowledge. Consider what this verse contains of his censure from 10 faces. First, he went astray after knowledge, choosing disbelief over faith deliberately, not out of ignorance. Second, he departed from faith, a departure from which there is no return, for he cast them off, stripping himself of the signs altogether, like a snake sloughing its skin. Had anything of them remained with him, he would not have sloughed them off. Third, Satan reached him and overtook him, such that he seized and devoured him. Hence, he said, Satan followed him, not Satan followed after him. The meaning of followed him, atba'ahu, is reached and overtook, stronger than followed, taba'ahu, in word and meaning. Fourth, he went astray, gawa, after rectitude. Guy is misguidance in knowledge and intent more specific to the corruption of will and action, as dalal is more specific to the corruption of knowledge and belief. When either stands alone, it includes the other. When paired, the difference is as mentioned. Fifth, God glorified did not will to raise him by the knowledge he gave him, so his knowledge was the cause of his ruin. Had he not been learned, it would have been better for him and lighter in punishment. Sixth, he told of the baseness of his aspiration. He chose the lowest, the nearest, over the highest, the noblest. Seventh, his choosing of the lower was not a passing thought or a whisper. It was unearthedness. He clung to the earth, inclined to it with his whole being. The root of clinging, ikhlad, is abiding attachment, as if it were said, he adhered to inclination to the earth. Thus the poet said, with the sons of a clan from the tribes of Malik and Amr ibn Yarbu, they settled and clung, akhladu. He expressed his inclination to the world as clinging to the earth, for the world is the earth and what is in it, and taken from it adornment and amusement. Eighth, he turned from guidance and followed his desire, making his desire his Imam, to be followed and obeyed. Ninth, he likened him to a dog, the meanest of animals in aspiration, the basest in soul, the most miserly, the most ravenous. Hence its very name, dog, kolb, from clamorous greed. 10th, he likened his panting after the world, his impatience in leaving it, his fretfulness at losing it, and his ravenous greed for gaining it, to the panting of a dog in both cases, whether driven and chased away or left to itself. Thus his panting does not cease in any state, just like the panting dog. Ibn Qutayba said, everything pants because of exhaustion or thirst except the dog. It pants in exhaustion and in rest, in satiation, and in thirst. God struck him as an example. If you admonish him, he goes astray. If you leave him, he goes astray like the dog. If you chase it, it pants, and if you leave it as it is, it pants. This similitude does not apply to every dog, but to the panting dog. And that is among the basest and most repugnant of forms. Section such is the state of the scholar who prefers this world over the life to come. As for the ignorant worshipper, his affliction springs from his turning away from knowledge and its rulings, from his allowing imagination, taste, and ecstatic feeling to dominate him, and from his following whatever his own self inclines to. Hence Sufyan ibn Uyayna and others said, "Beware the trial of the immoral scholar and the trial of the ignorant worshipper, for the trial brought by each of them is a temptation for anyone who can be tempted. This one, through his ignorance, turns people away from true knowledge and what it entails. That one, through his transgression, summons people to profligacy. And God, exalted is he, struck a similitude for the second kind when he said, like Satan when he says to man, 'Deny the truth.' And when he has denied it, he says, 'Behold, I am free of you. Verily, I fear God, the sustainer of all the worlds.' And so the end of both will be that they find themselves in the fire, therein to abide, and this is the recompense of all evildoers." 59:16-17. His story is well known. He built the foundation of his affair on worshipping God in ignorance. And so Satan, exploiting that ignorance, cast him down through that very ignorance and drove him into unbelief through that ignorance. Thus he became the leader of every ignorant devotee who falls into unbelief without knowing it, while the other type is the leader of every immoral scholar who chooses the world over the hereafter. Indeed, God, glorious is he, has made the servant's contentment with this world, his inner rest in it, and his heedlessness of knowing his signs, reflecting upon them, and acting by them. He has made all that the cause of the servant's misery and perdition. These two traits, contentment with this world and heedlessness of the Lord's signs, are not found together except in the heart of one who does not believe in the resurrection and does not hope to meet the Lord of all servants. For if his foot had truly been grounded in faith in the resurrection, he would never be content with this world, nor feel at ease with it, nor turn away from God's signs. And if you contemplate people's states, you will find that this group is the dominant one. They are the inhabitants of the world, while those who are otherwise are the fewest of mankind. Among people, they are the most estranged. Those others have a way, and he has a way. Their knowledge is not his knowledge, their will is not his will, their path is not his path. He is in one valley, and they are in another. God, exalted, has said, "Verily, those who do not look forward to meeting us, being content with the life of this world and feeling secure in it, and those who are heedless of our signs, their abode shall be the fire, in return for all that they have earned." 10:7-8. Then he mentioned the description of their counterparts, their outcome, and their end, by his saying, "Verily, those who have come to believe and do righteous deeds, their sustainer will guide them by virtue of their faith. Rivers will flow beneath them in gardens of bliss." 10:9. Thus their faith in meeting God made them refuse to be content with this world, refuse to rest in it, and constantly remember his signs. These are the inheritances of faith in the hereafter, whereas those are the inheritances of not believing in it and being heedless of it. A great benefit. The finest gain a soul can acquire, and the most precious treasure a heart can attain, and by which a servant is ennobled in this world and the next, is knowledge and faith. For this reason he, exalted is he, has coupled them in his word. And those who had been endowed with knowledge and faith said, Indeed, you have tarried in accordance with God's decree until the day of resurrection. 30:56. And in his word, God will raise in degree those of you who have attained to faith and those who have been given knowledge. 58:11. These are the quintessence and marrow of existence. These are the ones qualified for the loftiest ranks. Yet most people are mistaken about the true meanings denoted by the terms knowledge and faith, by which happiness and companioning the righteous are attained. They are mistaken even about the realities of those two things, so much so that each faction believes that what it has in hand of knowledge and faith is the very thing by which happiness is gained. It is not so. Indeed, most of them possess neither a saving faith nor a knowledge that elevates. On the contrary, they have blocked off their souls from the pathways of the knowledge and faith that the messenger brought and to which he called the community, and upon which he and his companions after him stood, and those who followed them in their way and footsteps. Thus, each faction supposes that knowledge is what it possesses. They exult in that and cut their religion into sects, each party rejoicing in what they have. Qur'an 23:53. While most of what they have is mere talk, opinions, and conjecture. Real knowledge lies beyond mere talk, just as Hamad ibn Zayd said. I asked Ayub, is knowledge more prevalent today or in the past? He said, talk is more today. Knowledge was greater in the past. Thus did that deeply rooted scholar distinguish between knowledge and talk. Books are exceedingly many. Talk, disputation, and mental abstractions are many, but knowledge is far removed from most of that knowledge, is what the messenger brought from God. He, exalted, has said, and if anyone argues with you about it after the knowledge that has come to you. 361. And he said, and even if you were to follow their whims after the knowledge that has come to you. 2:120. And he said about the Qur'an, he sent it down with his knowledge. 4:166. That is, in it is his knowledge. When the age became remote from this knowledge, the affair of many people devolved into taking the vagaries of thought, the flashes of passing fancies and opinions as knowledge. They wrote books about them, spent breath on them, squandered time in them, filled pages with their ink and hearts with their darkness, until many of them openly declared that there is no knowledge in the Qur'an and the Sunnah, that their proofs are merely verbal and do not yield certainty or knowledge. Satan shouted this word among them, proclaimed it in their midst, so that their near ones heard it, as did their far ones. By it hearts were skinned of knowledge and faith, as a snake sloughs its skin, or a garment is stripped from its wearer. One of our companions told me about a follower of the followers of these men. He saw him engrossed in some of their books without having memorized the Qur'an. He said to him, had you memorized the Qur'an first, it would have been better. He replied, is there any knowledge in the Qur'an? Ibn al-Qayyim was told by one of their leaders, we only listen to hadith for blessing, not to gain knowledge from it. Others have already spared us that effort. Our reliance is on what they have understood and established. Surely whoever's share of knowledge is this, he is like the poet's saying, they alighted in Mecca among the clans of Hashim, while I alighted in Batha at the farthest remove. And our sheikh once said about such people, they circled among the lords of sects, returning with the shabbiest of spoils. It suffices you as proof that what they hold is not from God, that you see within it contradictions, differences, and mutual collision. God exalted, has said, "Had it been from any other than God, they would surely have found in it much contradiction." 482. This proves that whatever is from him does not contradict. Whatever contradicts and collides is not from him. How then can opinions, imaginings, and passing thoughts become a religion by which God and his messenger are judged? Glory be to you. This is a monstrous calumny. The knowledge of the companions, which they used to recall among themselves, was unlike the knowledges of these contentious guessers. As Al-Hakim mentioned in the biography of Abu Abd Allah al-Bukhar, the companions of the Messenger of God, whenever they gathered, would recall the book of their Lord and the Sunnah of their Prophet. Between them there was neither opinion nor analogical reasoning. How excellent is the saying, "Knowledge is, God has said, his messenger has said, and the companions have said, not the sleight of hand." Not knowledge is to set yourself up for foolish dispute between the messenger and some jurist's opinion. Nor is it to deny and negate the attributes out of misplaced fear of likening and anthropomorphism. Section A's for faith. Most people, or nearly all, claim it. But most people, even though you strive for it, are not believers. 12:103. And most believers possess only a generalized faith. But detailed faith, knowing what the messenger brought with knowledge, acknowledgement, and love, knowing its opposite and hating and detesting it, this is the faith of the elite of the community, the special ones of the messenger. It is the faith of the Siddiq and his party. Many people's entire share of faith is merely acknowledging that there is a Maker who created the heavens and the earth and whatever is between them. Yet this was not denied even by the idol worshippers of Quraysh and their like. Others think faith is only uttering the two testimonies, whether or not it is accompanied by action, whether or not it agrees with the heart's affirmation. Others take faith to be nothing but the heart's belief that God created the heavens and the earth, and that Muhammad is his servant and messenger, even if one does not profess that with the tongue, nor act at all. Indeed, even if one insults God and his messenger and commits every enormity, so long as he believes in God's oneness and the Prophet's message, he is a believer. Yet others hold that faith is to deny the Lord's attributes, his being above the throne, his speaking his words and sending down his books, his hearing, his seeing, his will, his power, his love, his hate, and all else he ascribed to himself and his messenger described him with. Faith, in their view, is to negate the reality of all that, to deny it, and to cling instead to what is entailed by the opinions of the rash and the speculations of guessers, those who refute one another and demolish each other's claims. The very ones of whom Umar ibn al-Khattab and Imam Ahmad said, "They differ concerning the book, oppose the book, and agree on departing from the book." Others deem faith to be worshipping God according to the measure of their tastes, their ecstasies, and what their souls desire, without confining themselves to what the messenger brought. Others hold that faith is whatever they found their fathers and forebears upon by force of convention, whatever it may be. Indeed, their faith rests on two premises. First, this is the saying of our forebears. Second, whatever they said is the truth. Others deem faith to be noble character, goodly dealings, a cheerful face, thinking well of everyone, and leaving people to their heedlessness. Others make faith to be detachment from the world and its attachments, emptying the heart of it and renouncing it. So, if they see a man thus, they make him one of the leaders of the people of faith, even if he is stripped of faith both in knowledge and in deed. Higher than these are those who make faith merely knowledge, even if it is not accompanied by action. All of these have not known the reality of faith. They have not established it, nor has it taken hold of them. They are of kinds. Some make faith what actually contradicts faith. Some make faith what carries no weight in faith. Some make it a condition which is insufficient to bring it about. Some condition for it what contradicts it, and some condition for it what is no part of it at all. Faith lies beyond all this. It is a reality composed of knowing what the messenger brought with knowledge, believing it with firm conviction, acknowledging it with the tongue, yielding to it in love and humility, acting upon it outwardly and inwardly, implementing it and calling to it to the extent one can. Its perfection lies in loving for the sake of God and hating for the sake of God, giving for God and withholding for God, and in having God alone as one's deity and object of worship. The only path to him is a pure following of his messenger, outwardly and inwardly, and closing the heart's eye to everything other than God and his messenger. And with God is our success. Whoever busies himself with God, away from his own self, God will spare him the burden of his self. Whoever busies himself with God, away from people, God will spare him the burden of people. Whoever busies himself with his self, away from God, God will consign him to that self. And whoever busies himself with people away from God, God will consign him to them. A noble benefit hardship is only found in leaving one's familiar habits for other than God. But whoever leaves them truthfully and sincerely for God from his heart will not find hardship in that leaving except at the very first moment, so that it may be tested whether he is truthful in leaving or false. If he bears that brief hardship, it will turn into delight. Ibn Sirin said, "I heard Shureh swear by God. No servant ever left anything for God and then felt its loss." Their saying is true. Whoever leaves something for God, God will compensate him with something better. The compensations are of many kinds. The most sublime of them all is intimacy with God, his love, the heart's rest in him, its strength, vigour, joy, and his being pleased with his Lord. The dullest of people is the one who loses his way at the very end of his journey when he has nearly reached home. Minds that are aided with divine concourse see that what the messenger brought is the truth, fully harmonizing with reason and wisdom. Minds that are smitten by abandonment imagine a clash between reason and revelation, between wisdom and the law. The nearest ways to God are to cling to the Sunnah, to stop with it outwardly and inwardly, to be in constant need of God, and to desire his face alone in speech and deed. None has ever reached God save by these three, and none has ever been cut off from him save by being cut off from them or from one of them. The foundations upon which a servant's felicity is built are three, each with its opposite. Whoever loses a foundation falls into its opposite. Tawhid and its opposite is shirk. The Sunnah and its opposite is bid'ah. Obedience and its opposite is disobedience. These three share one single adversary, an empty heart devoid of desire for God and what is with him, and devoid of fear of him and of what is with him. A great principle. God, exalted, says, "And thus do we spell out our messages, so that the path of those who forcefully persist in sin becomes distinct." 6:55. And whoever opposes the messenger after guidance has become clear to him, and follows a path other than that of the believers, we shall bless him with what he has chosen, and we shall let him enter hell, an evil destination. 4:115. In his book, God has made clear in detail the path of the believers, and in detail the path of the criminals. He has detailed the end of these and the end of those, the works of these and the works of those, the allies of these and the allies of those, his abandonment of these and his enabling of those, the causes by which he enables these and the causes by which he forsakes those. He has unveiled both matters in his book, laid them bare and clear with the utmost clarity, so that hearts witness them just as eyes behold light and darkness. Thus those who truly know God, his book and his religion, know the path of the believers in detail and the path of the criminals in detail. Both paths are made clear to them, just as a traveller discerns the road that leads to his destination and the road that leads to destruction. Such people are the most knowing of humankind, the most beneficial to people, the most sincere to them. They are the guides and the way-showers. The companions surpassed all who came after them to the day of resurrection, for they had grown up amidst the way of misguidance, unbelief and shirk, and upon paths that lead to ruin. They knew them in detail. Then the messenger came to them and brought them out of those darknesses into the path of guidance and God's straight way. They came forth from deep darkness into perfect light, from shirk to tawheed, from ignorance to knowledge, from error to rectitude, from injustice to justice, from confusion and blindness to guidance and insight. So they knew the magnitude of what they had gained and attained, and the magnitude of what they had been in, since the beauty of a thing is shown by its opposite, and things become clear through their contraries. Hence their longing and love for what they had moved into grew, and their aversion and hatred for what they had moved out of increased. Thus they were the most loving of people for Tawhid, faith and Islam, and the most hateful of people toward their opposites, knowing the path in its details. As for those who came after the companions, some were raised within Islam without knowing its opposite in detail. Thus some details of the believer's path became confused for them with parts of the criminal's path. Confusion only arises when knowledge of the two paths, or of one of them, grows weak. As Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "The bonds of Islam will be undone one by one when in Islam there grows one who does not know the pre-Islamic age, Al-Jawziyyah." This was from the perfection of Umar's knowledge, may God be pleased with him. For if one does not know Jahiliyyah and its rule, and that is everything that opposes what the messenger brought, for it is attributed to ignorance, and all that opposes the messenger is ignorance, then whoever does not know the criminal's way, and does not distinguish it, is liable to think that some of their way belongs to the believer's way. Thus it happened in this community that many affairs in belief, knowledge and action belonging in truth to the way of criminals, unbelievers, and the enemies of the messengers were introduced into the believer's path by those who did not know that they belonged to the other way. They called to it, excommunicated those who opposed it, and deemed lawful regarding them what God and his messenger had made unlawful, just as happened to most of the people of innovation. The Jamia, the Qadariya, the Khawarij, the Rafidah, and their likes who innovated an innovation, called to it, and anathematized whomever opposed them. People here fall into four groups. 1. Those to whom both the believer's path and the criminal's path are fully clear in knowledge and in practice. These are the most knowledgeable of creation. 2. Those to whom both paths are obscure like cattle. Such people are closer to the criminal's path and more prone to it. 3. Those who direct their care to knowing the believer's path, but not its opposite. They know the opposite only in general, as whatever contradicts it. When they hear something that opposes the believer's path, they turn their ears away. They do not burden themselves to grasp it, nor to know the face of its falsehood. They are like those whose souls are safe from desiring lusts. Such lusts do not cross their minds, nor does the soul invite to them, unlike the first group, who recognize those lusts to whom the soul inclines, and they strive against it for God's sake. 4. A group who know in detail the path of evil, innovation, and disbelief, while knowing the believer's path only in general. This is the case of many who devote themselves to the doctrines of nations and the views of sectarians. They know them in detail, but do not know in like detail what the messenger brought. Whoever studies their books will see this with his own eyes. Similarly, one who has mastered the paths of injustice and corruption in detail and trod them when he repents and returns to the path of the righteous, his knowledge of that path is general, unlike the one who had expended his lifetime roaming and traversing those paths. The point is, God, exalted be He, loves that the path of His enemies be known so that it may be shunned and detested, just as He loves that the path of His allies be known so that it may be loved and followed. In this knowledge there are benefits and secrets known only to God. Knowledge of His universal lordship and wisdom, of the perfection of His names and attributes, of how they attach to their objects and entail their effects and necessary outcomes. All this is among the greatest proofs of His lordship, dominion, and divinity, of His love and His hate, of His reward and His punishment. And God knows best. Those with needs stand before the King's door, asking Him to fulfill their needs, but His friends, those who love Him, those for whom He is the whole concern and aim, these are His intimates and His elect. When He wills to fulfill the need of one of those others, He permits one of His intimates and elect to intercede for him, mercy for that one, and honour for the intercessor, while the rest of people are driven from the door and beaten with the whip of being servants. Section 10. Things are wasted with no benefit. A knowledge that is not acted upon, a deed without sincerity nor emulation of the prophet, a wealth from which nothing is spent, its hoarder neither enjoys it in this world nor sends it ahead to the hereafter, a heart empty of love for God, yearning for Him and intimate with Him, a body idle from His obedience and service, a love not constrained by the beloved's pleasure and the fulfillment of His commands, a time left idle from making up what was missed or seizing a good deed or drawing near to God, a thought that roams in what brings no benefit, a service to one whose service neither draws you nearer to God nor improves your worldly state, and your fear and hope directed to one whose forelock is in God's hand, entirely under His grasp, unable to avert any harm or secure any benefit for himself, nor bring about death or life or resurrection. The gravest of these losses are two, the root of every loss: the loss of the heart and the loss of time. The heart is lost by preferring this world to the hereafter. Time is lost through long hopes. Thus all corruption is summed up in following whims and long hopes, and all rectitude is summed up in following guidance and preparing for the encounter. And God's help is sought. How wondrous! A man is visited by a need, and he directs his desire and determination to God, so that he may fulfill it. But he does not turn to ask for the life of his heart from the death of ignorance and turning away, nor its healing from the disease of lusts and doubts. Yet when a heart dies, it no longer feels its own disobedience. Section God, exalted, has over his servant. A command he commands him with, a decree he decrees upon him, and a blessing he confers upon him. He is never parted from these three. The decree is of two kinds, afflictions and imperfections. For each of these stations there is a servitude due from him. The most beloved of creation to him is the one who knows his servitude at all these stations and fulfills each of them as is right. Such a one is the nearest to him. And the furthest from him is the one who is ignorant of his servitude in these stations, and so nullifies them in knowledge and deed. His servitude to the command is to comply with it in pure sincerity and in emulation of the messenger of God. His servitude to the prohibition is to refrain out of fear of him, awe of him, and love for him. His servitude within the decree of afflictions is patience upon them, then contentment with them, which is higher still, then gratitude for them, which is higher than contentment. This arises only when his love has taken root in the heart, and the servant knows his gracious choosing for him, his kindness and tenderness toward him, and his beneficence in the very affliction, even if he dislikes the affliction itself. His servitude within the decree of imperfections is to hasten to repent from them, disavow them, stand in the station of apology and brokenness, knowing that none lifts them from him but he. None protects him from their harm but he. If they persist, they will drive him away from his Lord and banish him from his door. He sees them as the kind of harm that none but God can remove, even greater than bodily harm. Thus he seeks refuge in God's good pleasure from his wrath, in his pardon from his punishment. He seeks refuge in him from him. He flees from him to him, knowing that if he abandons him to himself, leaving him to his own devices, he will commit the like of them, and worse. He knows that there is no path to quitting and repenting except through God's enabling and aid, that all of this lies in his hand, not in the servant's, that the servant is too feeble to guide himself or bring his master's good pleasure without his leave, will, and aid. So he clings to him, imploring, lowly poor, casting himself before him, prostrate at his door, utterly humbled, most broken before him, most needy of him, most desirous of him, most loving him. His body turns in his tasks, while his heart is prostrate before him. He knows in certainty that in himself there is no power, no strength, no goodness, that all good belongs to God, is in his hands, through him, and from him. He is the master of grace, its originator, the one who makes it flow to his servant without the servant deserving it indeed, even as the servant alienates himself by his turning away, his heedlessness, and his sin. God's share is praise, thanks, and laudation. The servant's share is blame, deficiency, and fault. All praise belongs to him. All good is in his hands. All grace is his. All exaltation is his. All favour is his. Goodness comes from him, wrongdoing from the servant. From him is gracious approach toward the servant with his blessings. From the servant is growing distant through his sins. From him is sincere counselling to his servant. From the servant, treachery in dealing with him. As for the servitude due for blessings, it is first to know them and acknowledge them, then to seek refuge in him from attributing them to other than him, even if there be a cause among causes, for he is its cause and sustainer. The blessing is from him alone, in every manner and consideration. Then one lauds him for it, loves him upon it, and shows gratitude by using it in his obedience. Among the subtle courtesies of servitude for blessings, to see the little of them as much, to see one's much gratitude as little, to know that they came to him from his master without payment offered, without any means he advanced, without deserving them, to know that they belong to God in reality, not to the servant. Thus blessings increase him only in brokenness, humility, lowliness, and love for the bestower. Whenever his master renews a blessing for him, he renews for it an added servitude, love, humility, and lowliness. Whenever a constriction befalls him, he produces for it contentment. Whenever he commits a sin, he produces repentance, brokenness, and apology. This is the intelligent servant. The incapable one is far from this. With God is success. Section: whoever leaves off choosing and managing on account of hoping for gain, or fearing loss, seeking health, or fleeing illness, and knows that God has power over all things, that he alone chooses and manages, that his management of his servant is better than the servant's management of himself, that he knows the servant's true welfare better than the servant more able to bring it about, more sincere to the servant than the servant to himself, more merciful and more compassionate toward him than he is toward himself, and knows besides this that he cannot advance in the face of his managing a single step, nor lag behind it a single step. No one advances ahead of his decree and destiny, nor lags behind then. Such a one casts himself before him, hands over all affairs to him, and throws himself down like a powerless slave before a mighty, overpowering king who has every right to dispose of his servant however he wills. The servant has no right to dispose of anything of himself at all. In such a case he is relieved from anxieties, grief, distress, and regrets. He loads upon the one who is not wearied by carrying burdens, whom no burden overburdens, and who is not concerned by them, so he takes charge of them on his behalf, shows him his tenderness, goodness, mercy, and beneficence in them, without any toil from the servant, nor hardship, nor concern from him. He has turned all his concern to God alone, and made him his only concern. So God turned away from him his concern for his needs and worldly interests, and emptied his heart of them. How pure is such a one's life, how serene his heart, how immense his joy and happiness. But if he refuses, insisting on managing for himself and choosing for it, and on worrying about his share instead of his Lord's right, then God leaves him to what he chose, consigns him to what he has taken in hand. So anxiety, grief, sorrow, and distress attend him, fear, toil, a clouded mind, and ill state. Then no heart remains pure, nor deed grows, nor hope is attained, nor rest won, nor pleasure tasted. Indeed, a barrier is set between him and his joy, happiness, and coolness of eye. He toils in the world like a wild beast, gains from it none of what he hopes, nor does he stock up from it for his return. God, exalted, commanded the servant with a command, and guaranteed him a guarantee. If he carries out his command with sincere counsel, truthfulness, purity, and striving, God will take care of what he has guaranteed him: provision, sufficiency, victory, and fulfillment of needs. He has guaranteed provision to whoever worships him, victory to whoever relies upon him and seeks victory through him, sufficiency to whoever makes him his whole concern and aim, forgiveness to whoever asks him to forgive, and fulfillment of needs to whoever is truthful in seeking them, trusts him, and whose hope and longing for his bounty and liberality are strong. The intelligent, astute one concerns himself only with his command, its maintenance and completion, not with the guarantee, for he is the faithful, the truthful. And whose word could be truer than God's? Qur'an 4:122. Among the signs of felicity, directing one's care to God's command rather than to his guarantee. Among the signs of privation, an empty heart of care for his command, his love and his awe and care only for his guarantee. And God's help is sought. Bishr ibn al-Harith said, "The folk of the hereafter are three: a worshipper, an ascetic, and a sidduq. The worshipper worships God with worldly attachments. The ascetic worships him by abandoning attachments. The Siddiq worships him with contentment and concurrence. If God shows him taking this world, he takes it. If he shows him leaving it, he leaves it. If God and his messenger are on one side, beware of being on the other side, for that leads to opposing and being at enmity. This is its root and etymology. For mushaka, opposition, is to be in one division, shik, and the one opposed in another. And muhadda, enmity, is to be on one boundary, had, and the opponent on another boundary. Do not think this easy. Its beginnings draw to its ends, its little calls to its much. Be on the side where God and his messenger are, even if all people are on the other side. Its consequences are the most praiseworthy and the best. Nothing is more beneficial for a servant in this world before the next. Most people are on the other side, especially when desire and fear grow strong. Then scarcely will you find anyone on the side where God and his messenger are. People will deem him weak-minded, poor in choice for himself, perhaps even accuse him of madness. These are the bequests of the enemies of the messengers, for they accused them of madness precisely because the messengers were in one division and people in another. Whoever resolves himself on this needs firm knowledge of what the messenger brought, a certainty about it leaving no doubt, and complete patience in face of the enmity of whoever opposes him and the blame of whoever blames him. He will not accomplish this except through a strong longing for God and the abode of the afterlife, whereby the hereafter is dearer to him than this world and more preferable, whereby God and his messenger are dearer to him than all else. Nothing is harder for a person than this at the beginning, for his own self, desire, nature, his devil and his fellows and companions, all these are on the other side. They call him to what is immediate. If he opposes them, they take up arms against him. If he then bears patiently and stands firm, help comes to him from God. What was hard becomes easy, and the pain becomes pleasure. For the Lord is thankful. He will cause him to taste the sweetness of turning to him and to his messenger, show him the honour bound up with that. His inner joy and gladness will intensify. His heart will exult. He will gain strength, happiness, and delight. Those who had been fighting him will then be divided. Some will stand in awe and make peace. Some will aid him. Some will desist. His own army will grow strong, and the enemy's army become weak. Do not think opposing people and siding with God and his messenger is hard, even if you are alone, for God is with you. You are under his eye, guardianship, and protection. All he does is test your certainty and patience. After God's help, the greatest aid in this matter is to strip yourself of both craving and fear. When you are rid of both, siding with God and his messenger becomes easy. You will always be on that side. But if craving grips you, do not imagine you can attain this. Do not even speak of it to yourself. If you ask, by what do I strip myself of craving and fear? I say, by Tao, reliance upon God, trust in him, and knowing that none brings about good deeds but he, and none removes evil deeds but he, that the whole affair belongs to God. Qur'an 3, 154, 11, 123. Counsel. Come then, enter upon God and neighbour with him in the abode of peace, with neither payment, nor toil, nor hardship, by the nearest and easiest of ways. This is because your life is but a moment between two moments. It is, in truth, your entire life, your present time between what has passed and what is yet to come. Come, enter upon God, and abide near him in the abode of peace, without claim, without toil, without hardship, by the nearest and easiest of paths. For know that you are ever between two moments, and in truth that is your entire life, your present time poised between what has passed and what is yet to come. As for what has passed, set it aright by repentance, regret, and seeking forgiveness. This entails no bodily strain, no oppressive effort. It is the work of the heart. And as for what is to come, guard yourself from sins, and this refraining is a leaving and a relief, not a taxing action of the limbs. Rather, it is a firm resolve and an unambiguous intention that brings rest to body, heart, and inmost soul. Thus, what is past you mend with repentance. What is to come you secure by abstention, resolve, and intention. And in neither of these do the limbs suffer toil or fatigue. The real matter is your very life, your present time, between the two times. If you squander it, you squander your happiness and your salvation. But if you preserve it while also setting aright the time before it and the time after it, as I have described, you are saved, and you attain rest, delight, and bliss. Yet preserving the present is harder than reforming what is past and what is to come. To preserve it is to bind your soul to what is most befitting for it, most beneficial to it, and most conducive to its supreme felicity. In this people differ more than in anything else. By God, these are your empty days in which you gather your provisions for your return either to the garden or to the fire. If you take in these days a path unto your Lord, you attain the greatest happiness and the grandest triumph in this brief span that bears no proportion to eternity. But if you prefer appetites, comforts, diversion, and play, they will pass from you swiftly and leave you with a vast, lasting pain, one whose endurance is more arduous, more bitter, and more enduring than the patience called for in refraining from God's prohibitions, persevering in his obedience, and opposing the soul's desire for his sake. Section The sign of the soundness of the will is that the seeker's sole concern is the good pleasure of his Lord and his readiness to meet him, that he grieves over a moment that passed outside his good pleasure, that he longs for nearness to him and intimacy with him, and that in sum he begins the day and ends it while having no concern but him. Section When people enrich themselves with the world, enrich yourself with God. When they rejoice in the world, rejoice in God. When they find intimacy in their loved ones, let your intimacy be with God. And when they seek out their kings and nobles, drawing near to them to gain honour and elevation, then seek out God, and lovingly draw near to him, thereby you will gain the utmost in dignity and exaltation. One of the ascetics said, I do not know how one who has heard of the garden and the fire can have an hour pass without obeying God with remembrance, prayer, recitation, or beneficence. A man said to him, But I weep much. He replied, If you laugh while confessing your sin, it is better for you than to weep while feeling smug about your deeds. One who is smug, their deed does not ascend above their head. The man said, Advise me. He replied, Leave the world to its people, as they have left the hereafter to its people. Be in the world like the bee. If it eats what is wholesome. If it feeds what is wholesome. And if it alights on something, it neither breaks it nor scratches it. Section Renunciation, ZUHD, is of various kinds. Renunciation of the unlawful, and this is an individual obligation. Renunciation regarding the doubtful according to the degree of doubt. If strong, it approaches obligation. If weak, it is recommended. Renunciation of excess. Renunciation of what does not concern one, of speech, looking, questioning, meeting, and the like. Renunciation regarding people. and renunciation regarding the self, such that one's own self becomes light upon him for God's sake. There is also a renunciation that gathers all these together, renouncing all that is other than God, and whatever distracts you from him. The best renunciation is that which is concealed. The most difficult is renunciation of one's own shares and self-interests. The difference between renunciation and scrupulousness is that renunciation is leaving what does not benefit in the hereafter, while scrupulousness is leaving what one fears may harm in the hereafter. A heart attached to appetites can achieve neither true renunciation nor true scrupulousness. Yahya ibn Mu'adh said, "I am amazed by three. A man who shows off with his deeds before a creature like himself, leaving aside that he could perform them for God. A man who is stingy with his wealth, while his Lord asks to borrow it from him, yet he lends nothing. And a man who seeks the fellowship and affection of creatures, while God calls him to his own fellowship and affection." A splendid benefit. Sahl ibn Abdullah said, "Leaving a divine command is, before God, greater than committing a prohibition. For Adam was prohibited from eating the tree and ate from it, yet God accepted his repentance. Whereas Iblis was commanded to bow to Adam and did not bow, so God did not turn to him in mercy." I say, this is a tremendous matter with significant import, that leaving God's commands is greater before him than committing his prohibitions. And this is evident from numerous angles. First, as Sahl mentioned, is the matter of Adam and God's enemy Iblis. Second, the sin of committing a prohibition arises, for the most part, from lust and need, while the sin of leaving a command arises mostly from arrogance and haughtiness. And none shall enter the garden who has in his heart an atom's weight of arrogance. Whereas one who dies upon pure monotheism enters it even if he has committed fornication or theft. Third, doing what is commanded is more beloved to God than merely abstaining from what is forbidden, as the texts show, such as, "The most beloved deeds to God are prayer at its appointed time." Hadith. "Shall I not inform you of the best of your deeds, and the purest in the sight of your sovereign, and the highest in your degrees, better for you than meeting your enemy, so you strike their necks and they strike yours?" They said, "Yes, O Messenger of God." He said, "The remembrance of God." Hadith. And know that the best of your deeds is prayer. Hadith. Leaving prohibitions is itself an action, for it is restraining the self from the act. Thus the Exalted has attached his love to actions of command, as in, "Truly God loves those who fight in his cause in ranks," 61:4. And God loves the doers of good, 2.195. "Deal justly, for God loves those who act justly," 49:9. And God loves those who are patient, 3.146. In the domain of prohibitions, the more common expression is the negation of love. God does not love corruption, 2.205. God does not love any vainglorious boaster, 31:18. Also 4.36, 57:23. Do not transgress, for God does not love the transgressors, 2.190. God does not love the uttering of evil words, except by one who has been wronged, 4.148. Truly, God does not love any who is haughty and boastful, 4-36. Elsewhere he informs us that he detests and is angered by them. All of that the evil thereof is, with thy sustainer, hateful, 17-38. That was because they followed what incurred God's wrath, 47:28. Once this is understood, doing what he loves is sought for its own sake, and for this reason he decrees what he detests and is angered by when it leads to what he loves, just as he decreed sins, disbelief, and dissolute conduct due to what is consequent upon their decree of things he loves, striving in his path, taking martyrs, the servant's repentance, humility, and imploring before him, the manifestation of his justice and his pardon, his vengeance and his might, the formation of loyalties and enmities for his sake, and other effects whose very existence, arising from his decreeing what he dislikes, is more beloved to him than their disappearance through the disappearance of their causes. He does not decree what he loves, because it would lead to what he detests, as he decrees what he detests, because it leads to what he loves. Hence, doing what he loves is more beloved to him than the non-existence of what he dislikes. Fourth, doing the commanded thing is sought in itself. Leaving the forbidden is sought as a completion of doing the commanded. A thing is forbidden because it compromises, weakens, or diminishes the performance of the command, as he, the exalted, indicated when forbidding wine and gambling on account of their preventing remembrance of God and prayer. 591. Thus, prohibitions are impediments and barriers that obstruct the performance of commands or their completion. The forbidding of them is, therefore, of what is sought for the sake of something else, while the commanding of obligations is of what is sought for its own sake. Fifth, performing the commands belongs to preserving the strength of faith and its continuance. Leaving the prohibitions resembles abstinence from what might disturb or derange that strength and make it deviate from its just balance. Preserving the strength has precedence over abstinence, for the stronger the strength grows, the more it repels harmful matter. When it weakens, the harmful matter overwhelms it. Abstinence is desired for the sake of something else, namely the preservation, increase and endurance of the strength. As faith's strength increases, it repels the base matter and prevents its dominance in proportion to that strength. But when it weakens, harmful matter gains sway. Ponder this. Sixth, performing the commands is the very life of the heart, its nourishment, its adornment, its joy, its coolness of eye, its delight and bliss, whereas mere abstinence from the prohibitions does not by itself bring any of this. If one were to leave all prohibitions without bringing faith and the commanded works, it would not benefit him at all. He would still abide in the fire. Seventh, whoever has both commanded and forbidden deeds to his account is either saved absolutely if his good deeds outweigh his bad, or he is saved after his rights are exacted and he is punished for his evils. In either case, his end is salvation, and that is by performing the commands. But whoever leaves both the commands and the prohibitions, he is doomed and not saved, and he will not be saved except by performing the command that is Tawheed, affirmation of God's oneness. If it be said, he was destroyed by committing the forbidden, namely shirk, we say, it suffices for destruction that he left the commanded Tawheed, even if he did not engage in its positive opposite of associating others with God. Whenever the heart is devoid of Tawheed altogether, if he does not make God one, he perishes, even if he has not worshipped alongside him another. And if to that he adds the worship of another, he is punished for leaving the commanded Tawheed and for committing the forbidden shirk. Eighth, if the one called to faith says, I will neither affirm nor deny, neither love nor hate, I will not worship him, nor will I worship another, he is a disbeliever by mere neglect and turning away. By contrast, if he says, I affirm the messenger, I love him, I believe in him, and I will do what he commanded me to do. But my appetite, my wants, and my temperament rule me, I cannot leave what he forbade, even though I know he forbade it and disliked it for me. Yet I have no patience to leave it. Such a one is not deemed a disbeliever thereby, nor is his case like the first. This one is obedient in one respect, whereas the one who leaves the command altogether is not deemed obedient in any respect. Ninth, obedience and disobedience primarily relate to the command and to the prohibition secondarily. The obedient is the one who fulfills the command. The disobedient is the one who leaves the command. They do not disobey God in what he commands them. 66:6. Moses said to his brother, "What kept thee when thou sawest them go astray from following me? Didst thou then disobey my command?" 20:92-93. Amr ibn al-As, at his death, said, "I am the one you commanded, and I disobeyed, but there is no deity but you." And the poet said, "I commanded you with a firm command, and you disobeyed me." The very purpose of sending messengers is to obey the sender, and that cannot be realized except by complying with his commands. Avoiding prohibitions is part of the completion and entailment of complying with the commands. Thus, if someone were to avoid all prohibitions, yet not do what is commanded, he would not be obedient, he would be disobedient. But if he performs the commands and commits prohibitions, then although he is a sinner, he is nonetheless obedient by virtue of complying with the command, and disobedient by virtue of committing the prohibition, unlike the one who leaves the command, for he is not considered obedient merely by avoiding prohibitions. 10th. Compliance with the command is servanthood, nearness and service. It is that very worship for which creation was brought into being. "And I have not created the invisible beings and men, but that they may worship me." 51:56. He thus informs us that he created them only for worship, and that he sent unto them his messengers, and sent down unto them his books, so that they might worship him. Worship is the very end for which they were created. They were not created for mere abstention, for abstention is a non-act, and as such contains no perfection. Compliance with the command is a positive reality sought to be brought into being. 11th. In forbidding, the sought aim is the non-existence of the act. This is a negative matter. In commanding, the aim is to bring an act into existence. This is a positive matter. Thus, the command pertains to bringing into existence, the prohibition pertains to non-existence. Non-existence contains no perfection except insofar as it entails a positive matter. Non-existence, as such, has no perfection nor benefit unless it entails something positive in any respect, while that positive matter is itself sought and commanded. Hence, the reality of the prohibition returns to the command, and the sought aim within it is the positive matter contained in its entailment. 12th. People have differed about what the prohibition actually seeks. One view is that it seeks the restraining of the soul from the act. This is a positive act. For moral responsibility pertains only to what is within one's capacity, and pure non-existence is not within one's capacity. This is the view of the majority. Abu Hashim and others said, rather, what is sought is the non-existence of the act, and thus the desired aim is achieved if the act simply remains non-existent, even if the person never even considers it, let alone intends to restrain himself. Were restraint itself the aim, he would be sinful if he did not bring that restraint. People often praise someone who never even thought of doing the ugly deed, for not doing it and for restraining himself. This is one report from Qadi Abu Bakr, and because of it he held that non-existence of the act is within the human capacity and enters under acquisition. The point of the prohibition, he said, is to maintain the original state of non-existence, which is within capacity. Another group said the true aim of the prohibition is doing the opposite, since that is what is actually within capacity, and it is what the prohibitor wants. He forbids indecency seeking chastity, which is commanded, forbids wrongdoing seeking justice, which is commanded, forbids lying seeking truthfulness, which is commanded, and likewise all prohibitions. So, for them, The reality of the prohibition is the seeking of the act opposite to the prohibited, thus the matter returns to the command being sought. The precise truth is that the sought is of two kinds: that which is sought for itself, the commanded act, and that whose non-existence is sought because it conflicts with the commanded act, the prohibited act, because of the evil it contains opposing what is commanded. Thus, if the prohibited act never even crosses the mind of the morally responsible person, nor is he called to it by his soul, but simply continues on the original non-existence, he is not rewarded for leaving it. But if it comes to mind, and he, for God's sake, restrains his soul and leaves it by choice, he is rewarded for restraint, and refraining are positive acts. And reward pertains to positive acts, not pure non-existence. And if he leaves it while firmly resolved to commit it, but is prevented only by incapacity, he will not be punished like the doer, but is punished for his firm resolve and will, whose failure to achieve its object was due only to inability. Numerous texts attest to this, which cannot be gainsaid. Whether you disclose what is in yourselves or conceal it, God will call you to account for it. Then he forgives whom he wills and punishes whom he wills. 2:284. Regarding suppressing testimony, then verily it is a sinful heart. 2:283. But he takes you to task for what your hearts have wrought. 2:225. On the day when that which is inmost shall be laid bare. 86.9. In the Hadith, if two Muslims face one another with their swords, the killer and the killed are in the fire. They said, "This is the killer, but why the killed?" He said, "Because he intended to kill his companion." And in another Hadith, a man said, "If I had wealth, I would do with it as so-and-so does." They are equal in intention, and in burden they are the same. As for the opinion that the prohibition seeks the doing of the opposite, this is not quite so, for the primary aim is the non-existence of the act, and to engage in its opposite. What is indispensable for the performance of an obligation is not sought for its own sake, though what is sought for its own sake is the command, which forbids that which prevents or weakens it. The prohibited thing is sought to be non-existent as a means, wasila, while the commanded thing is sought to be existent as an end, gaya. As for Abu Hashim's saying that the one who leaves ugly deeds is praised, even if he never considered restraining himself, if he means only that such a one is not blamed true, but if he intends that he is commended and beloved, deserving of reward, then not so. People do not praise the impotent for avoiding fornication, nor the mute for avoiding backbiting and insult. They praise the one who is able to do a thing, has a call thereto, and yet refrains. As for the Qadi's phrasing that maintaining the original non-existence is within capacity, if he means by that restraining the soul and preventing it, then yes. If he means pure non-existence, then no. 13th, commanding one thing is by logical necessity a forbidding of its opposite, but not by direct intent and demand. The command seeks the performance of the commanded itself. If the leaving of its opposite is a necessary entailment of that, then leaving the opposite is sought only for the sake of something else. This is the correct view regarding does a command of a thing entail a prohibition of its opposite? It does so by necessary entailment, not by direct intent. Likewise, the prohibition seeks primarily the abstention from the prohibited. That one thereby occupies himself with its opposite comes by logical entailment. He forbids only that which opposes what he commands, as noted. Thus, the commanded is the aim in both domains. The subtle kernel of the matter, seeking a thing, is a seeking of it in itself, and a seeking of that which is necessarily entailed by it. Forbidding a thing is a seeking of its abstention in itself, and of doing what abstention necessarily entails. In both cases, what is sought is action and restraint, both of which are positive realities. 14th, in the realm of assertion and denial, the relation of command and prohibition to what is sought is like that of affirmation and negation in the 14th command, and prohibition in the realm of demand are analogous to negation and affirmation in the realm of report. Praise and commendation are not attained by bare negation unless it entails an affirmation, for negation, as its very name suggests, is mere absence. It contains neither perfection nor praise. Yet, when negation carries an affirmation, praise by it is sound, like the negation of forgetfulness, which entails the perfection and clarity of knowledge, the negation of languor, weariness and fatigue, which entails the perfection of strength and power, the negation of slumber and sleep, which entails the perfection of life and self-subsistence, the negation of a child and a consort, which entails the perfection of self-sufficiency, kingship and lordship, the negation of any partner, guardian or intercessor without his leave, which entails perfect oneness and singularity in perfection, godhood and sovereignty, the negation of injustice, which entails the perfection of justice, and the negation that sight can encompass him, which entails his tremendous majesty, that he is too exalted to be encompassed, even if eyes behold him. Otherwise there is no praise whatsoever in his not being seen, for pure non-being is such. If this is understood, then the mere abstention from what is prohibited, if it does not entail some positive existent quality, does not merit praise, nor does one deserve reward and commendation for mere abstinence, any more than one deserves praise simply for an empty, privative description. The 15th aspect. God glorified be, he has made the recompense of the commanded acts tenfold their like, whereas the recompense for the prohibited acts is but one like. This indicates that doing what he has commanded is dearer to him than refraining from what he has prohibited. Had the matter been otherwise, the sin would have been tenfold and the good deed a single one, or they would have been equal. The 16th aspect. The intended aim regarding the prohibited is that it be annulled and not enter into existence, whether or not one consciously intends that, whether or not it even crosses one's mind. The aim is that it not be. As for what is commanded, its aim is that it be, to bring it forth into existence, and to draw near to him by it, both in intention and in act. The secret of the matter is that the existence of what he has asked to be brought into being is more beloved to him than the non-existence of what he has asked to be removed, and the non-existence of what he loves is more hateful to him than the existence of what he dislikes. Hence his love for the doing of what he has commanded is greater than his loathing of the doing of what he has forbidden. The 17th aspect. The doing of what he loves, the aid he grants toward it, its recompense, and the praise ensuing from it all, these proceed from his mercy. And doing what he hates, together with its recompense, the blame and pain and punishment that follow, these proceed from his wrath. And his mercy precedes his wrath and prevails over it. Everything that proceeds from the attribute of mercy overcomes what proceeds from the attribute of wrath. For he, hallowed be he, is never but merciful, and his mercy belongs among the necessary perfections of his essence, like his knowledge, power, life, hearing, seeing, and beneficence. It is inconceivable that he be otherwise. Not so his wrath, for it is not among the necessary perfections of his essence. He is not perpetually wrathful with a wrath inseparable from him. Rather, his messengers, the most knowledgeable of creation regarding him, will say on the day of resurrection, "My Lord has become angry today with an anger such as he has never been angry before, nor will he ever be angry like it thereafter. His mercy has encompassed all things, whereas his wrath has not encompassed all things. He has written mercy upon himself, not wrath. He has encompassed everything in mercy and knowledge, not in wrath and vengeance. Thus mercy, together with its requisites and effects, prevails over wrath, together with its requisites and effects. Therefore mercy is dearer to him than punishment, and pardon is dearer to him than retribution. The existence of what he loves is more beloved to him than the mere absence of what he dislikes, especially if, by removing what he dislikes, one would also forfeit the beloved qualities that accompany it. He detests the loss of those beloved concomitants, just as he detests the existence of the disliked matter that entails them. The 18th aspect. The effects of what he dislikes, namely, the prohibitions, vanish more swiftly through what he loves than the effects of what he loves vanish through what he dislikes. The traces of his aversion are quickly effaced. He effaces them by pardon and forbearance. They are effaced by repentance, seeking forgiveness, by righteous deeds, by expiatory afflictions, by intercession. Good deeds efface evil deeds, and if a servant's sins were to reach up to the clouds of the sky, then he sought his forgiveness, he would forgive him. And if the servant met him with the earth's fill of sins, then met him not associating anything with him, he would come to him with the earth's fill of forgiveness. He hallowed be, he forgives sins, no matter how great, and does not mind. He nullifies them and their traces through the servant's slightest exertion, his sincere repentance, and his remorse for what he has done. This is because of the existence of what he loves, the servant's repentance, obedience, and oneness. This shows that the existence of these is more beloved and more pleasing to him. The 19th aspect. He glorified be, he has decreed what he dislikes and hates among the prohibitions because of what ensues from them, of what he loves and rejoices in among the commandments. For he is more joyful at his servant's repentance than one who has lost then found, than a barren one who has given birth, than a thirsty one who has reached water. God's messenger struck for his joy at the servant's repentance, a parable beyond which nothing could be more expressive. And this joy is only by the doing of what is commanded repentance. He thus decreed the sin because of what follows from it, of that great joy, whose existence is more beloved to him than its loss, and whose existence without its necessary correlate is impossible. This indicates that the existence of what he loves is more beloved to him than the mere absence of what he dislikes. This does not mean that every single instance of what he loves is more beloved to him than the avoidance of every single instance of what he dislikes, as though the 2 units of duha prayer were dearer to him than the prevention of the killing of a Muslim. Rather, the intention is that the genus of doing the commanded is superior to the genus of abandoning the prohibited, just as when the male is preferred to the female, or the human to the angel. What is intended is the genus, not the universality of particulars. The point is that this joy, unlike any other joy, is occasioned by the commanded act of repentance. It shows that this commanded act is more beloved to him than the mere absence of the prohibited, whose absence would deprive repentance of its effect and fruit. If it be said, he is joyful at repentance because it is a mere abandonment of what is prohibited. Thus the joy is for the abandonment, it is answered. Not so. Pure abandonment does not occasion such joy indeed. It does not even merit reward or praise. Repentance is not mere abandonment, even if abandonment is among its requisites. It is a positive act that entails the penitent's turning to his Lord, his coming back to him, and his committing himself to his obedience. And among the requisites of that is the abandonment of what he has prohibited. Hence his saying, "Seek your sustainer''s forgiveness, and then turn towards him in repentance." 11:3. Repentance is a return from what he dislikes to what he loves. It is not mere abandonment. Whoever merely leaves a sin without returning from it to what the Lord exalted be he loves is not repentant. Repentance is return, orientation, and devotion, not pure negation. The 20th aspect. If the commanded act is missed, the life sought for the servant is missed, that life of which he exalted has said, "O you who have attained to faith, respond to God and to the messenger whenever he calls you unto that which gives you life." 8:24. And he said, "Is then one who was dead, and whom we gave life, and made for him a light, by which he walks among men, like one whose likeness is in the darknesses." 6:122. And regarding the deniers he said, "Dead without life." 16:21. And truly you cannot make the dead hear. 27:80. As for what is prohibited, its utmost is that it brings about a sickness, and life with illness is better than death. If it be said, among the prohibited is what entails destruction, namely shirk, it is answered, the destruction occurred through the absence of the commanded oneness by which life is realized. When this was absent, destruction occurred. None perishes save through failing to bring the commanded act. The 21st aspect. Among the commanded matters are those whose omission necessitates destruction and perpetual wretchedness, whereas among the prohibited matters there is nothing that, of itself, necessitates that. The 22nd aspect. Doing what is commanded entails the leaving of what is prohibited when that doing is upon its proper face sincerity, following the messenger and doing it for God. He exalted is he has said, "Truly prayer restrains from sexual obscenity and all that is evil." 29:45. Mere abandonment of what is prohibited does not entail the doing of what is commanded, nor does it necessitate it. The 23rd aspect. What he loves among the commanded matters is related to his attributes, and what he dislikes among the prohibited matters is related to his acts, the created effects. This is a subtle point in need of clarification. We say the prohibitions are evils and lead to evils. The commands are good and lead to good. Good is in his two hands, glorified be he, while evil is not ascribed to him. Evil does not enter into his attributes, nor into his actions, nor into his names. Rather, it is among the things done in creation, while being evil by attribution and relation to the servant. But in itself, insofar as its attribution and relation to the Creator is concerned, it is not evil from that aspect. The utmost that committing a prohibition brings about is an evil by attribution to the servant, though in itself it is not evil. As for missing the commanded, by it good is lost, by whose loss its opposite, evil, occurs. The more beloved the commanded act is, to God glorified, be he, the greater the evil incurred by its absence, as with oneness and faith. The secret of these aspects is this: the commanded is his beloved, the prohibited is his disliked. The occurrence of his beloved is more beloved to him than the absence of his disliked, and the absence of his beloved is more hateful to him than the occurrence of his disliked, and God knows best. Section The structure of religion is built upon two foundations: remembrance and gratitude. He exalted has said, "Remember me, and I shall remember you, and be grateful to me, and do not be ungrateful. 2:152. And the Prophet said to Mu'adh, By God I love you, so do not forget to say after every prayer, O God, help me to remember you, to thank you, and to worship you in the best way. What is meant by remembrance is not merely remembrance of the tongue, but remembrance of heart and tongue. To remember him entails remembering his names and attributes, remembering his command and prohibition, remembering him by his word, which necessitates knowing him and believing in him, and in the attributes of his perfection and the qualities of his majesty, and praising him by all kinds of commendation. None of this is perfected save by unifying him. True remembrance entails all of this, and entails remembering his graces, his favours, and his beneficence to his creation. As for gratitude, it is to stand in obedience to him, and to seek nearness to him by all the things he loves outwardly and inwardly. These two, remembrance and gratitude, are the sum of religion. Remembrance entails knowing him, and gratitude entails obeying him. These are the very end for which the jinn and humankind, and the heavens and the earth were created, for which reward and punishment were set up, for which the books were sent down and the messengers were sent forth. This is the truth for which the heavens and the earth and whatever is between them were created. Its opposite is falsehood and futility. Exalted is he beyond it, which his enemies ascribe to him. He said, And we did not create the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them in vain. That is the supposition of those who deny the truth. 38:27. And he said, We did not create the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them in mere play. 21:16. We did not create them both save in truth. 44:39. And he said, We did not create the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them, save in truth, and verily the last hour is indeed coming. 15:85. And after mentioning his signs at the outset of Surah Yunus, he said, God has not created all this otherwise than in truth. To 10:5. And he said, Does man think that he will be left to himself, to go about at will? 75:36. And he said, Did you think that we created you in mere idle play, and that unto us you would not be returned? 23:115. And he said, I have not created the jinn and humankind, except that they may worship me. 51:56. God is he who created 7 heavens, and of the earth the like thereof. The divine command descends between them, so that you might know that God has power over everything, and that God encompasses everything in knowledge. 65:12. And he said, God has made the Kaaba, the inviolable house, a support for mankind, and likewise the sacred month, and the offerings and their garlands, so that you might know that God knows all that is in the heavens and all that is on earth, and that God is all-knowing of everything. 597. It is established then by what has been mentioned that the end of creation and command is that he be remembered and thanked, remembered without being forgotten, and thanked without being denied. He glorified be he is remembering of whoever remembers him, and grateful to whoever is grateful to him. His remembrance is a cause for his remembering one, and gratitude is a cause for his increase from his bounty. Remembrance belongs to the heart and the tongue. Gratitude belongs to the heart in love and turning to him, to the tongue in praise and commendation, and to the limbs in obedience and service. Section Time. And again, the Qur'an makes clear that the deeds arising from the heart and from the limbs are the cause of guidance and of misguidance. In both the heart and the limbs there come forth works that entail guidance, as a cause entails its effect, and likewise there are works that entail going astray. Works of righteousness yield guidance. The more one engages in them, the more guidance unfolds. Works of debauchery yield the opposite. For God exalted is he loves deeds of righteousness and rewards them with guidance and success. He detests works of vice and repays them with misguidance and wretchedness. Moreover, he is the all-benign, Al-Bar, and he loves the people of righteousness. In proportion to how righteousness takes root in them, he draws their hearts near to him, and he detests vice and its people. In proportion to how they are marked by it, he casts their hearts far from him. From the first principle comes his saying, Alif Lam Mim. This divine writ, no doubt about it, is a guidance for the God-conscious. 2:1-2. This contains two matters. First, he guides by it those who had been mindful of him even before the book was sent down. For, despite the diversity of their creeds and doctrines, it had become known among people that God glorified, be he abhors injustice, obscenities, and corruption in the land, and loathes those who commit them, and that he loves justice, benevolence, generosity, truthfulness, and the mending of affairs on earth, and loves those who do such. When the book was sent down, he rewarded the people of righteousness by granting them success in believing in it as a recompense for their righteousness and obedience. And he forsook the people of vice, indecency, and injustice by placing a barrier between them and being guided by it. The second matter, when the servant believes in the book and is guided by it, in general, accepting its commands and affirming its reports, that becomes a cause for further, more detailed guidance. For guidance has no end. Even if the servant reaches far within it, above his guidance lies yet another guidance, and beyond that another, without limit. Thus, whenever the servant is mindful of his Lord, he ascends to a further guidance. He is in increase of guidance so long as he is in increase of mindfulness. And whenever he misses a step of mindfulness, he misses a portion of guidance, in like measure. The more he is mindful, the more does his guidance increase. The more he is guided, the more does his mindfulness increase. God, exalted is he, has said, There has come to you from God a light and a clear book, whereby God guides those who seek his good pleasure onto the ways of peace, and by his leave brings them out of darkness into light, and guides them onto a straight path. 5:15-16. And he said, God chooses for himself whomever he wills, and guides unto himself all who turn to him. 42:13. And he said, He who stands in awe will take heed. 87:10. And he said, None takes heed save him who turns to God. 40:13. And he said, Surely those who believe and do righteous deeds, their sustainer will guide them by their faith. 10:9. Thus he guided them first to faith, and when they believed, he guided them to further faith guidance upon guidance. Similar to this is his saying, And God increases those who are guided in guidance. 19:76. And his saying, O you who have attained to faith. If you remain conscious of God, he will grant you a criterion, Furqan. 8:29, which includes both a light by which they discern between truth and falsehood, and the power, victory, and honour whereby they can establish the truth and vanquish falsehood. The term Furqan has been interpreted in both these senses. And he, exalted is he, said, In this, behold, there is a sign for every servant who turns to God. 34:9. And he said, In this, behold, there are signs for everyone who is patient and grateful. 14:5, 31:31, 34:19, 42:33. Thus he informs us that his witnessed visible signs benefit those who are marked by patience and gratitude, just as he informs us that his revealed faith-bearing signs benefit those who are mindful, who fear him, who turn back to him, and whose aim is to follow his good pleasure, and that his reminders are remembered by those who stand in awe of him. As he said, Taha, we did not send down this Qur'an to cause you hardship, but only as a reminder for him who stands in awe of God. 21-3. And he said, with respect to the hour, you are but a warner to him who stands in awe of it. 79-45. But as for one who neither believes in it, nor hopes for it, nor fears it, neither the visible signs nor the Quranic signs will benefit him. Hence, when he, glorified be he, mentioned in Surah Hud the punishments of the nations who denied the messengers and the disgrace that befell them in this world, he said thereafter, Truly, in this there is a sign for anyone who fears the chastisement of the hereafter. 11. Chapter 1. T. Thus he informs us that his punishments upon those who belie his messages are a lesson to those who fear the chastisement of the hereafter. But as for one who neither believes in it nor fears its chastisement, that will not be a lesson or a sign for him. When he hears omitted, he says, Ever have good and evil, bliss and misery, happiness and wretchedness alternated in time. And he might ascribe all that to celestial causes or psychic forces. That patience and gratitude are the cause of one's benefiting from the signs is grounded in the fact that faith stands upon patience and gratitude. Half of it is patience, and half of it is gratitude. In proportion to a servant's patience and his gratitude will be the strength of his faith. And God's signs benefit only him who believes in God, and faith cannot be perfected save by patience and gratitude. The root of gratitude is the affirmation of God's oneness. The root of patience is to refuse the summons of caprice. Thus, if one is a polytheist following his caprice, he is neither patient nor grateful. The signs will not benefit him, nor will they effect faith within him. Section A's for the second principle, namely, that debauchery, arrogance, and lying entail misguidance, this too is abundant in the Qur'an. As in his saying, Thereby he leads many astray, and thereby he guides many, and he leads none astray, thereby save the iniquitous, those who break their covenant with God after it has been solemnly established, and cut asunder what God has commanded to be joined, and spread corruption on earth. It is they who are the losers. 2:26-27. And his saying, God grants firmness through the unshakable word unto those who have attained to faith in the life of this world and in the life to come. But God lets the wrongdoers go astray, and God does what he wills. 14:27. And his saying, What is amiss with you, that you have become two parties concerning the hypocrites, seeing that God has cast them back for what they have earned? 4:88. And his saying, They said, Our hearts are wrapped. Nay, God has cursed them for their disbelief, and so little do they believe. 2:88. And his saying, We turn their hearts and their eyes away, because they refused to believe in it at first. 6:110. Thus he informs us that he punished them for holding back from faith when it came to them, and though they recognized it, they turned away. So he turned their hearts and eyes and placed a barrier between them and faith. As he said, O you who have attained to faith, respond to God and to the messenger whenever he calls you to that which gives you life, and know that God stands between a man and his heart. 8:24. He commanded them to respond to him and to his messenger when they call them to that which is their very life, and then warned them against delaying or holding back from responding, which would be a cause for his standing between them and their hearts. He said, Then, when they deviated, God caused their hearts to deviate, and God does not guide the iniquitous people. 61:5. And he said, Nay, but their hearts have been rusted over by all that they were wont to do. 83. Thus he informs us that their deeds overlaid their hearts and came between them and faith in his signs. So they said, mere tales of the ancients. And he said concerning the hypocrites, they forgot God, and so he caused them to be forgetful of themselves. 967. And he informed us elsewhere, be not like those who forgot God, so that he caused them to forget themselves. 59:19. He thus requited them for forgetting him by forgetting them, so he did not mention them with guidance and mercy, and he made them forget their own selves, so they sought not their true perfection through beneficial knowledge and righteous action, which are the guidance and the religion of truth. He thus made them forget to seek, love, know, and strive for these as a chastisement for their forgetting of him. And he said concerning them, these are the ones whose hearts God has sealed, and who follow their own desires. But those who are guided, he increases them in guidance, and grants them their God-consciousness. 47:16, 17. Thus he gathered together in them both the following of caprice and the misguidance, which is its fruit and outcome, just as he gathered for those who are guided both mindfulness and guidance. Section As he often couples guidance with mindfulness and misguidance with error, so too does he couple guidance with mercy and misguidance with wretchedness. Of the first is his saying, they are on guidance from their sustainer, and they are the prosperous. 2:5. And his saying, upon them rests blessings from their sustainer and mercy, and it is they who are guided. 2:157. And his relating of the believer's supplication. Our sustainer, let not our hearts swerve after you have guided us, and bestow upon us mercy from your presence you, indeed, are the ever bestower. 3:8. And the people of the cave said, our sustainer, grant us mercy from yourself, and make easy for us our affair in right guidance. 18:10. And his saying, in their stories there is indeed a lesson for those endowed with insight. This is no invented tale, but a confirmation of what came before it, and a detailed exposition of all things, and a guidance and mercy for a people who believe. 12:111. And his saying, we have not sent down to you this book, except that you may make clear to them that wherein they differ, and as a guidance and mercy for a people who believe. 16:64. And his saying, we have sent down to you the book as an explanation of all things, and as a guidance and mercy and glad tidings for those who submit. And always said a cloud of life hates it is saying, O mankind, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, and a healing for what is in the breasts, and a guidance and a mercy for the believers. 10:57. Then he reiterated those two by saying, say, in the bounty of God, and in his mercy, in that let them rejoice. 10:58. The expressions of the early scholars varied concerning bounty, fatal, and mercy, but the soundest is that they are guidance and grace. His bounty is his guidance, his mercy is his blessing. Hence he often couples guidance with blessing, nema, as in the opening of the book. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed blessings. 1:6-7. And of this is his reminding his prophet of his favours upon him. Did he not find you an orphan, and give you shelter? And he found you lost, and guided, and he found you in want, and made you self-sufficient. 93:6-8. Thus he gathered for him both his guiding of him and his blessing him with shelter and sufficiency. And of this is Noah's saying, O my people, have you considered if I stand upon a clear proof from my sustainer, and he has granted me mercy from himself. 11:28. And Shuaib saying, Have you considered, if I stand upon a clear proof from my sustainer, and he has provided me from himself with goodly provision? 11:88. And his saying about Al-Khidr, There they found one of our servants, upon whom we had bestowed mercy from us, and whom we had taught knowledge from our presence. 18:65. And his saying to his messenger, Truly we have opened before you a manifest opening, so that God may forgive you your past and future shortcomings, and perfect his blessing upon you, and guide you on a straight path, and that God may grant you a mighty victory. 48:113. And his saying, God has sent down to you the book and the wisdom, and has taught you what you did not know, and God's bounty upon you is tremendous. 413. And his saying, Were it not for God's bounty upon you and his mercy, not one of you would ever have attained to purity. 24. Nasanon to 24, hanen ken kosanton kabrins, mentis ku fesonses kududeros, in the meibon, in the son gseledus. His saying, Then when guidance comes to you from me, whoever follows my guidance shall not go astray and shall not be wretched. 21:23. Guidance protects from going astray, and mercy protects from wretchedness. This is what he mentioned at the beginning of the surah in his saying, Taha, we did not send down this Qur'an to cause you hardship. 21:2. Thus he coupled for him the sending down of the Qur'an upon him and the negation of wretchedness from him, just as he said at its end, concerning his followers, He shall not go astray, nor be wretched. 20:123. Hence guidance, bounty, blessing, and mercy are inseparable. None of them is ever apart from the others, just as misguidance and wretchedness are inseparable. One never parts from the other. He said, Truly the criminals are in error and in blazing flames. 54:47. And sujar, blazes, is the plural of ser, the torment that is the utmost wretchedness. And he said, We have created for hell many of the jinn and humankind. They have hearts with which they do not understand. They have eyes with which they do not see. They have ears with which they do not hear. They are like cattle neigh, even more astray. It is they who are the heedless. 7:179. And he said about them, They will say, If only we had listened or used our reason, we would not now be among the companions of the blazing flame. 67:10. And of this is that he, glorified be he, couples guidance with an open breast and a goodly life, and misguidance with a constricted breast and a life of straightness. So whomever God wills to guide, he opens his breast to Islam, and whomever he wills to let go astray, he makes his breast tight and constricted. 6:125. And is he whose breast God has opened to Islam, so that he is upon a light from his sustainer? Woe then to those whose hearts are hardened against the remembrance of God. They are in manifest error. 39:22. Likewise does he join guidance with turning to him, and misguidance with hardness of heart. God chooses for himself whomever he wills, and guides unto himself all who turn to him. 42:13. And woe, then, to those whose hearts are hardened against the remembrance of God. They are in manifest error. 39:22. Section guidance, mercy, and their kin bounty and beneficence are all of the attribute of bestowal, whereas misguidance, punishment, and their kin are of the attribute of withholding. He glorified be he turns his creatures between his bestowal and his withholding, and all of it issues from perfect wisdom, perfect dominion, and perfect praise. There is no deity but God. Section, when you behold souls that abide in falsehood, emptied of will and quest for this transcendent affair, clinging to this lower world, and when you see the world clinging to them as well, then leave them to it. That is what befits them, for their frame is corrupted. Do not engrave the love of this world upon them, for it slips from them swiftly. Yet their clinging to it remains as torment upon them, in proportion to that attachment, even as it is snatched away. Their craving and desire remain within them, yet a barrier is set between them and what they desire, and despair closes upon them. If a man could imagine the pain and the bitterness that lie within this, he would hasten to sever these attachments, just as one hastens to cut off the sources of corruption. And yet even such a one obtains his allotted portion of this world, while his heart and his care remain attached to the supreme quest. God's help is sought. Section, beware of lying, for it corrupts your apprehension of realities as they are, and it corrupts your conveying them to others. The liar renders the non-existent as existent, and the existent as non-existent. He makes truth falsehood and falsehood truth. He makes good evil and evil good. Thus is his apprehension and knowledge spoiled as a chastisement for him. Then he instills the same into the soul of the one who listens to him, deluded by him and inclined toward him, spoiling his apprehension and knowledge as well. The very soul of the liar turns away from existent reality and inclines toward non-existence. It prefers falsehood. And when his faculty of apprehension and knowledge, which is the fountainhead of every voluntary act, is corrupted, then his actions too are corrupted. The rule of lying spreads to them, so that his deeds issue from him as lying issues from the tongue. He profits neither by his tongue nor by his deeds. Hence, lying is the foundation of debauchery, as the prophet said, lying leads to debauchery, and debauchery leads to the fire. The first place where lying spreads from the soul is to the tongue, which it corrupts. Then it spreads to the limbs, which it corrupts, so that his words, acts, and states all become pervaded by lying. Corruption then prevails over him. His malady advances toward destruction, unless God overtakes him with the remedy of truthfulness, uprooting those evils at the root. For this reason, the root of all works of the heart is truthfulness, and the opposites of truthfulness, showing off, self-admiration, arrogance, boastfulness, swagger, insolence, heedlessness, sloth, cowardice, ignobility, and the like. These all have lying as their root. Every righteous deed, outward or inward, arises from truthfulness. Every corrupt deed, outward or inward, arises from lying. God, exalted, chastises the liar by making him sit back and slacken from his true interests and benefits. And he rewards the truthful by enabling him to stand up for his interests of this world and the next. Never have the interests of this world and the next been drawn forth by anything like truthfulness, and never have their harms and evils been invited by anything like lying. He said, O you who have attained to faith, be conscious of God, and be with those who are truthful. 9:119. And he said, This is a day when the truthfulness of the truthful shall benefit them. 5:119. And he said, Then, when the matter has been resolved, if they had but been true to God, it would have been better for them. 47:21. And he said, There came those among the desert Arabs who proffered excuses so that they might be granted leave, and those who had lied to God and his messenger sat back. The disbelievers among them shall be afflicted with a painful chastisement. 9:90. Section concerning his saying, And it may well be that you dislike a thing, although it is good for you. And it may well be that you love a thing although it is bad for you, and God knows, whereas you do not know. 2:216. This noble verse holds for the servant many wisdoms, secrets, and benefits. When the servant knows that what he dislikes may bring what he loves, and what he loves may bring what he dislikes, he ceases to feel secure from harm that might come upon him from the side of delight, and he ceases to despair of delight that might come upon him from the side of harm, since he does not know the outcomes. God knows of the outcomes that which the servant does not know. This entails several things. Among them, that nothing is more beneficial for him than complying with the command, even if at first it feels onerous, for all its outcomes are good, joyful, delightful, and gladdening. Though his soul may dislike it, it is better for it and more beneficial. Likewise, nothing is more harmful for him than committing what is prohibited, even if his soul desires it and inclines to it, for all its outcomes are pains, sorrows, evils, and calamities. The nature of sound reason is to bear a small pain for the sake of a great, abundant delight that follows, and to forego a small delight for the sake of a great, long pain that it would bring. The gaze of the ignorant does not go beyond beginnings to their ends. The intelligent, discerning one always looks to the ends from behind the veils of their beginnings. He sees prohibitions as a delectable food mixed with a deadly poison. Whenever the pleasure calls him to partake, the poison within restrains him. He sees the commands as a bitter medicine leading to well-being and cure. Whenever the bitterness of taste restrains him, the benefit of its cure bids him drink. This demands, however, a surplus of knowledge, whereby one perceives ends within beginnings, and a strength of patience, whereby one accustoms the soul to bear the hardship of the way for the sake of what lies at its end. If certainty and patience are lacking, this becomes impossible. But if certainty and patience are strong, every hardship borne in seeking the enduring good and the abiding delight becomes light. Among the secrets of this verse is that it demands of the servant to entrust his affair to him who knows the outcomes of all matters, and to be content with what he chooses and decrees for him for the good end he hopes for therein. Among them is that he should not prescribe to his Lord, nor choose above him, nor ask him for what he has no knowledge of. Perhaps therein lies his harm and his ruin, while he knows it not. Hence he should not choose anything above his Lord's choice. Rather, he should ask him for a good choice, and to make him content with what he chooses. There is nothing more beneficial to him than this. Among them, if he entrusts his affair to his Lord, and is content with what he chooses for him, he will aid him in that choice with strength, resolve, and patience. He will ward off from him those afflictions that commonly befall those who choose for themselves, and he will show him of the good outcomes of his choice, that which he could never have reached by his own choosing. Among them, he thus relieves him of the exhausting thoughts involved in choosing among options. He frees his heart from the plans and plannings that make him climb one steep and descend another, and with all that he cannot escape what has been decreed for him. If he is content with God's choice, destiny will still befall him, yet he will be praiseworthy, thanked, and gently treated within it. Otherwise, destiny will run over him while he is blameworthy and deprived of such gentleness, for he chose for himself, contrary to his Lord's choice. Whenever his entrusting and his contentment are sound, the decreed affair will be enveloped for him in God's affectionate care and subtle kindness. His care will protect him from what he fears, and his subtle kindness will ease for him what has been decreed. When destiny is set to run its course upon a servant, among the greatest causes of its unhindered course is the servant's contriving against it. Nothing is more beneficial for him than surrendering, casting himself down before destiny, like a carcass, since a beast of prey does not relish a carcass. Section: No one benefits from God's blessing of faith and knowledge except one who knows himself, keeps himself within its proper bounds, does not step beyond his station, and does not say, "This is mine." He is certain that it is God's, by God, and from God. Faith in him is the beginning and the continuance. There is no cause in the servant, no entitlement from him. Thus do God's blessings humble him and break him with the humility of one who sees no good in himself whatsoever. Whatever good has reached him is God's, by him and from him. Each renewed blessing breeds in him a wondrous humility and brokenness that defy description. With every renewed blessing he grows in humility, brokenness, quivering awe, love, fear, and hope. This is the fruit of two noble knowledges: his knowledge of his Lord, his perfection, beneficence, self-sufficiency, generosity, kindness, and mercy, and that all good is in his hands, his dominion. He grants it to whom he wills, and withholds it from whom he wills, and to him belongs praise for both. This is the most complete praise. And his knowledge of himself, his standing upon its limit, and measure its deficiency, injustice, ignorance, that there is no good in it whatsoever, nor to it, nor by it, nor from it, and that of itself it has nothing but non-existence, as is the case with its attributes and perfection. To it belongs nothing but that very non-existence, than which nothing is more paltry nor more deficient. Whatever good is found in it is consequent upon its existence, yet even that existence is not from it nor by it. When these two knowledges become the true form of his heart, not merely words upon his tongue, then does he know that all praise belongs to God, that the entire affair is his, that all goodness is in his hands, and that he alone, not the servant, is deserving of praise, acclaim, and commendation, while the servant is most deserving of blame, censure, and reproach. Whoever fails to realize these two knowledges in truth will find his words, deeds, and states inconstant and confused. He will not be guided to the straight path that leads him to God. The servant's arrival rests on realizing these two knowledges both in intellect and in state. His being cut off lies in being deprived of them. This is the meaning of their saying, "Whoever knows himself knows his Lord." For whoever knows himself as ignorance, injustice, defect, deficiency, need, poverty, humiliation, lowliness, and non-existence, knows his Lord by the contrary thereof. He then keeps his self within its bounds, and does not exceed its station. He praises his Lord with some of what befits him, and all the power of his love, fear, hope, turning, and trust flows to him alone. He becomes the most beloved to him, the most feared by him, and the most hoped for. This is the reality of servanthood. God's help is sought. It is related that one of the sages wrote upon the door of his house, "None shall benefit from our wisdom save one who knows himself and keeps himself within its station. Whoever is thus, let him enter. Otherwise, let him return until he acquires this attribute." Section. To restrain oneself from a desire is far easier than to bear what that desire brings in its wake. For it will bring either pain and punishment, or it will cut one off from a delight more complete than itself, or it will waste time whose loss brings sorrow and regret, or it will blemish one's honour whose preservation benefits the servant more than its blemish, or it will squander wealth whose preservation is better for him than its loss, or it will lower rank and reputation whose standing is better than its fall, or it will strip away a blessing whose continuance is more delightful and wholesome than the gratification of that desire, or it will open to a base person a path to you which he could not have found otherwise, or it will bring a worry, grief, sorrow, and fear out of all proportion to the fleeting pleasure of the desire, or it will make you forget a knowledge whose remembrance is sweeter than the attainment of that desire, or it will gladden an enemy and grieve a friend, or it will cut off the path of a coming blessing, or it will create a defect that remains as a quality never to leave you for deeds, bequeath qualities and character. Section Every character trait has a proper measure. When it is exceeded, it becomes aggression. When it falls short, it becomes deficiency and ignobility. Anger has a measure, valor that is praiseworthy. A noble refusal of low deeds and defects, this is its perfection. If it exceeds its measure, its bearer becomes transgressive and unjust. If it falls short, he becomes cowardly and refuses to disdain lowliness. Greed has a measure, sufficiency in worldly affairs and attaining what suffices from it. If it falls short, it becomes ignobility and waste. If it exceeds, it becomes ravenousness and desire for what is unworthy of desire. Envy has a measure, competition in seeking perfection, and a noble refusal to be outstripped by one's peer. If it exceeds this, it becomes aggression and injustice, wishing the blessing removed from the envied and striving to harm him. If it falls short, it becomes baseness, low aspiration, and a petty soul. The Prophet said, "No envy except in two: a man whom God has given wealth, which he expends in the paths of truth, and a man whom God has given wisdom, who judges by it and teaches it to people." This is emulative envy, by which the envier urges himself to be like the envied, not ignoble envy, which wishes the blessing removed from him. Desire has a measure, to grant the heart and mind respite from the strain of worship and acquisition of virtues, and to enlist its fulfillment in service of that aim. If it exceeds, it becomes obsession and lust, casting its bearer into the rank of beasts. If it falls short without that vacancy being filled with seeking virtue and perfection, it becomes weakness, incapacity, and ignobility. Ease has a measure, restoration for the soul and the faculties of understanding and action, preparing them for worship and the acquisition of virtues, and provisioning them for that so that toil does not weaken them and diminish their effect. If it exceeds this, it becomes indolence, sloth, and waste, forfeiting most of the servant's interests. If it falls short, it harms the faculties and enfeebles them, perhaps even cutting them off, like the rider who neither covers ground nor spares his mount. Generosity has a measure between two extremes. If it exceeds, it becomes squandering and prodigality. If it falls short, it becomes miserliness and stinginess. Courage has a measure. If it exceeds, it becomes recklessness. If it falls short, it becomes cowardice and weakness. Its measure is to advance where advancing is called for, and to hold back where holding back is called for. As Muawiyah said to Amr ibn al-As, "I am baffled to know whether you are courageous or cowardly. At times you advance so that I say, 'Who is braver than he?' And at times you hold back so that I say, 'Who is more cowardly?'" He replied, "Courageous when a chance presents itself to me, but if there is no opening, then I am cautious." Jealous protectiveness, Gaira, has a measure. If it exceeds, it becomes suspicion and ill opinion of the innocent. If it falls short, it becomes willful heedlessness and the beginnings of cuckoldry. Humility has a measure. If it exceeds, it becomes abasement and ignominy. If it falls short, it veers into arrogance and boastfulness. Dignity has a measure. If it exceeds, it becomes pride and a blameworthy trait. If it falls short, it veers into humiliation and ignobility. The criterion in all this is justice. taking the middle way, placed between the two extremes of excess and neglect. Upon it rest the interests of this world, and the next indeed, the welfare of the body itself, stands upon it. For when one of its humours departs from balance, either exceeding or falling short, health and strength depart in proportion. Likewise with the natural acts, sleep and wakefulness, eating and drinking, intercourse, movement and exercise, seclusion and company, and the like. When they are moderate between the two blameworthy extremes, they are just. When they incline to either extreme, they become a defect and beget defects. Among the most noble and beneficial of knowledges is the knowledge of limits, especially the limits of what is prescribed, commanded, and forbidden. The most just of people is the one who stands by the limits of character, deeds, and prescriptions, both in knowledge and in practice. God exalted has said, "The desert Arabs are more intense in disbelief and hypocrisy, and more likely to be ignorant of the limits of what God has sent down to his messenger." 997. Thus, the most just of people is he who upholds the limits of character, action, and sacred law, knowing them and acting by them. God is the giver of success. Section Abu al-Darda, may God be pleased with him, said, "How excellent is the sleep of the intelligent, and their breaking the fast! How they outbid thereby the night prayer of the foolish and their fasting! A single grain from one who has God consciousness is better than great mountains of worship from the deluded." This is among the gems of speech and the clearest proofs of the perfection of the companions' understanding, and that they surpassed all who came after them in every good. May God be pleased with them. Know that the servant traverses the stations of the journey to God by his heart and his resolve, not by his body. In truth, God consciousness resides in hearts, not in limbs. God exalted said, "This whoever holds God's symbols in honour, it is indeed out of the God consciousness of hearts." 22:32. And he said, "Never does their flesh or their blood reach God. Rather, it is your God consciousness that reaches him." 22:37. And the prophet said, "God consciousness is here," and he pointed to his chest. Thus the intelligent traveller covers distance by the soundness of resolve, loftiness of aspiration, purity of aim, and sincerity of intention, alongside little outward work, many times more than the one devoid of these, who burdens himself with much toil and arduous travel. And the prophet said, "God consciousness is here," and he pointed to his chest. Thus the truly discerning one covers the distance by the soundness of resolve, the loftiness of aspiration, the purification of aim, and the sincerity of intention. With little outward work, he traverses many times what the one bereft of these traverses, despite much fatigue and a hard journey. For firm resolve and love dispel hardship, rendering the march sweet, the advance light, and the leading in the way toward God, glorified be he, is by high aspiration, truthful longing, and unwavering will. Hence the one of high aspiration, even while outwardly still, outstrips the one of many deeds by stages. But if the man of many deeds equals him in aspiration, then he surpasses him by virtue of his deeds. This is a matter that calls for an exposition that brings Islam and Ihsan into harmony. The most perfect guidance is the guidance of the Messenger of God. He gave each its due. With his perfection, intention, and states with God, he would stand in prayer until his feet swelled. He would fast until it was said he never broke fast. He strove in God's path. He mingled with his companions, not veiling himself from them, and he did not abandon any of the supererogatory devotions and litanies on account of those spiritual influxes whose burden overwhelms human strength. God, exalted, commanded his servants to uphold the rights of Islam in their outward being and the realities of faith in their inner being, and he accepts neither without its companion and counterpart. In the Musnad, in a Marfu report, Islam is outward and faith resides in the heart. So, any outward Islam whose bearer does not penetrate through it to the inward reality of faith will not benefit him until some portion of inner faith is with it, and any inward reality whose bearer does not uphold the outward rights of Islam does not benefit whatever it may be. Even if the heart were torn apart with love and fear, yet the servant did not worship through command and the outward law, it would not save him from the fire, just as, were he to uphold the outward forms of Islam, while within him there is no reality of faith, that would not save him from the fire. Once this is understood, know that the truthful ones journeying to God and the abode of the hereafter are two groups. One group has devoted what remains of their time after the prescribed acts to bodily supererogations, making them their constant habit, without much concern for realizing the works of the heart, its stations, and their rulings, even if they are not altogether devoid of their foundations. Yet their aspirations are directed toward multiplying deeds. The second group has devoted what remains after the obligations and established sunnahs to the concern for the rectitude of their hearts, fixing them upon God alone, gathering themselves for him, guarding thoughts and intentions with him, making their strength in worship the works of the heart, the rectification of love, fear, hope, trust, and turning back to him. They see that the least portion of the divine influx that visits their hearts from God is more beloved to them than much bodily supererogation. Thus, if one of them is granted inward collectedness and an influx of intimacy or love or yearning or brokenness and humility, he would not trade it for anything else at all unless a command arrives. Then he hastens to it by means of that very influx if he can. Otherwise, he hastens to the command even if the influx departs. When supererogatory acts present themselves, here lies the field of deliberation. If he can rise to them with that inward state, then that is best. If not, he looks to what is weightier and more beloved to God. Is it to rise to that supererogatory act, even if his influx fades, such as aiding the distressed, guiding the astray, mending the broken, or acquiring an increase in faith, and the like? Here the superior supererogation should be preferred, and whenever he prefers them for God out of desire for him and seeking nearness to him, he will return to him what he missed of his influx stronger than it was at another time. And if the influx is weightier than the supererogatory act, then prudence is to remain with his influx until it passes, for it slips away, while the supererogatory act does not. This is a matter requiring a fuller jurisprudence of the path, the ranks of works and the precedence of what is most important, then next. God is the one who grants success to that. There is no deity but he, and no Lord besides him. Section: The root of blameworthy and praiseworthy traits. The root of all blameworthy traits is arrogance, abasement, and ignobility, and the root of all praiseworthy traits is humility and loftiness of aspiration. Thus, vainglory, exultant insolence, boastfulness, self-admiration, envy, aggression, swagger, injustice, hardness of heart, tyrannical haughtiness, turning away, refusing counsel, self-preference, seeking elevation, love of fame and leadership, wishing to be praised for what one has not done, and the like, all spring from arrogance. As for lying, baseness, betrayal, hypocrisy, deceit, guile, greed, panic, cowardice, miserliness, incapacity, sloth, humiliation before other than God, and preferring the lower over the better, these arise from objection, ignobility, and smallness of soul. As for the virtuous traits, patience, courage, justice, nobility of character, chastity, dignity, generosity, forbearance, pardoning, overlooking, self-sacrifice, elevating the soul above base things, humility, contentment, truthfulness, fairness, requiting beneficence, with its like or better, feigned obliviousness to people's slips, leaving what does not concern one, purity of heart from those blameworthy traits, and the like all spring from humility and loftiness of aspiration. God, glorified, informed that the earth is at times humbled. Then he sends water upon it, and it quivers and swells, taking on its adornment and beauty. And so it is with the one created from it, when he is touched by his portion of divine success. As for fire, its nature is elevation and corruption. Then it dies down and becomes the most contemptible and abject of things, and so it is with the one created from it. It is always between elevation, when it flames and surges, and baseness and ignobility when it dies down and grows still. Blameworthy traits follow the nature of fire and its offspring. Praiseworthy traits follow the nature of earth and its offspring. Whoever's aspiration rises high and whose soul is humbled is adorned with every noble trait. Whoever's aspiration sinks low and whose soul transgresses is burdened with every vile trait. Section. The highest aim and what it requires. The attainment of the highest aim depends upon a lofty aspiration and a sound intention. Whoever is bereft of them finds attainment difficult, for when aspiration is high, it fixes upon that aim alone to the exclusion of all else. And when intention is sound, the servant walks the path that leads to it. Intention singles out the path for him. Aspiration singles out the very object sought. When both the sought end and the leading path are unified, arrival is his destination. If his aspiration is low, it clings to lowly things and does not attach to the highest aim. If his intention is unsound, the path he follows does not lead to it. Thus the whole matter turns upon the servant's aspiration and intention, his very requirement, and it is not perfected for him except by abandoning three things: the habits, conventions, and patterns invented by people. Second, forsaking the hindrances that hinder him from singling out his aim and path, and cutting them off. Third, severing the heart's attachments that stand between him and stripping his attachment to the one sought. The difference between them, the hindrances are external incidents. The attachments are inner clinging to the permissible and the like. The root of all this is to leave superfluities that distract from the aim of food, drink, sleep, and socializing. He takes from these only what helps him in his quest, and leaves what cuts him off from it or weakens his seeking. God's help is sought. Section. From the words of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him. A man in his presence said, "I do not wish to be among the people of the right, I wish to be among those brought near." Ibn Mas'ud replied, "But here is a man who has wished that when he dies, he is not raised up," meaning himself. He went out one day and people followed him. He said, "Do you need anything?" They said, "No, but we wanted to walk with you." He said, "Go back, for it is an abasement for the follower and a trial for the followed." He said, "If you knew about me what I know about myself, you would heap dust upon my head." He said, "Welcome be the two disliked things, death and poverty. By God, it is but wealth or poverty, and I do not care in which I am tried. I hope in God in both. If it is wealth, there is compassion in it, and if it is poverty, there is patience in it." He said, "You are passing through the day and night onto a diminishing term. Your deeds are preserved, and death comes suddenly. Whoever sows good will soon harvest desire fulfilled. Whoever sows evil will soon harvest regret. For every sower there is the like of what he sowed. The slow will not outstrip his portion, nor will the greedy one attain what was not decreed for him. Whoever is given good, God has given it to him. Whoever is protected from evil, God has protected him. The God-conscious are the leaders, the jurists are the guides, their company is an increase. Matters are two, guidance and speech. The best speech is God's speech. The best guidance is Muhammad's guidance. The worst of affairs are those newly invented. And every innovation is a blameworthy innovation. Let not the term grow long upon you, and let not empty hopes distract you, for all that is coming is near in its time. Far is only what is not coming in its time. Wretched is he who is wretched in his mother's womb, and blessed is he who takes admonition from others. Be aware, fighting a Muslim is disbelief. Abusing him is deviance, and it is not lawful for a Muslim to shun his brother beyond 3 days, until he greets him when he meets him, answers him when he calls him, and visits him when he is sick. Behold, the worst of vessels are those filled with lies. Truly, falsehood is not proper in earnest, nor in jest, nor that a man promise his child something and then not fulfill it. Falsehood leads to wickedness, and wickedness leads to the fire. Truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to the garden. It is said to the truthful one, "He has spoken the truth and done right," and it is said to the liar, "He has lied and transgressed." And Muhammad has told us, a man continues to speak the truth until he is written with God as a sincerely truthful one, and a man continues to lie until he is written with God as a liar. The truest of speech is the book of God. The firmest bond is the word of God consciousness. The best creed is the creed of Abraham. The most beautiful sunnah is the sunnah of Muhammad. The best guidance is the guidance of the prophets. The noblest discourse is the remembrance of God. The best of narratives is the Qur'an. The best of affairs are their outcomes. The worst of affairs are those newly invented. What is little yet sufficient is better than what is much yet distracting. A soul you save is better than a governorship you cannot reckon with. The worst apology is at the presence of death. The worst regret is the regret of the day of resurrection. The worst misguidance is misguidance after caprice. The best wealth is wealth of the soul. The best provision is God consciousness, 2:197. The best that is cast into the heart is certainty. Doubt is of disbelief. The worst blindness is the blindness of the heart. Wine is the gathering of sin. Women are the snares of Satan. Youth is a branch of madness. Wailing is of the deeds of the age of ignorance. Among people is one who does not come to Friday except at its end, and who does not remember God except with aversion. The greatest of sins is falsehood. Whoever pardons, God pardons him. Whoever restrains anger, God rewards him. Whoever forgives, God forgives him. Whoever is patient with calamity, God grants him its good consequence. The worst earnings are those of usury. The worst food is the devouring of the orphan's property. What suffices any one of you is what his soul is content with. In the end, he will be confined to 4 cubits. Matters are to their ends, and the mastery of deeds is their conclusions. The noblest death is the death of martyrs. Whoever is arrogant, God abases him. Whoever disobeys God obeys Satan. It befits the bearer of the Qur'an to be known by his night when people sleep, by his day when people eat, by his grief when people rejoice, by his weeping when people laugh, by his silence when people plunge into vain talk, by his humility when people swagger. The bearer of the Qur'an should be weeping, saddened, wise, forbearing, serene. He should not be harsh, heedless, clamorous, loud, or sharp. Whoever lengthens himself in self-aggrandizement, God brings him down. Whoever humbles himself in humility, God raises him up. Verily, the angel has an intimation, and Satan has an intimation. The angel's intimation is a promise of good and a confirming of truth, so when you find that, praise God. The intimation of Satan is a prompting to evil and a denial of truth, so when you find that, seek refuge in God. People have done well in speech. Whoever makes his deeds accord with his words, he has attained his portion. Whoever makes his words differ from his deeds only rebukes his own soul. Let me not find any one of you a corpse by night and a prowler by day. I dislike to see a man idle, neither engaged in work of this world nor work of the hereafter. Whoever is not commanded by prayer to good and not forbidden by it from evil does not increase by it in anything but distance from God. Of certainty is this: do not seek to please people with God's wrath. Do not praise anyone for what is God's provision. Do not blame anyone for what God did not grant you. God's provision is not driven by the greed of the greedy, nor repelled by the dislike of the averse. By his equity, forbearance and justice, God has placed ease of soul and joy in certainty and contentment, and he has placed care and sorrow in doubt and resentment. As long as you are in prayer, you are knocking on the door of the King. Whoever knocks on the door of the King, it will be opened to him. I consider that a man forgets knowledge he had learned because of a sin he commits. Be springs of knowledge, lamps of guidance, companions of homes, lights of the night, hearts renewed, garments worn, known in the heavens, hidden from the people of the earth. Hearts have desire and aversion. Seize them at their desire and approach. Leave them at their distraction and retreat. Knowledge is not by much narration. Knowledge is the fear of God. You see the unbeliever among the soundest of people in body and the sickest in heart, and you meet the believer among the soundest of people in heart and the sickest in body. By God, if your hearts were sick and your bodies sound, you would be more contemptible to God than dung beetles. A servant does not reach the reality of faith until he reaches its summit, and he does not reach its summit until poverty is more beloved to him than wealth, humility more beloved to him than honor, and until his praiser and his critic are alike to him. A man leaves his house with his religion, then returns with nothing of it. A man comes to another who owns neither harm nor benefit for himself or for anyone else, and he swears to him by God that you are such and such. Then he returns without attaining anything of his need, yet incurring God's wrath. If I mocked a dog, I would fear being turned into a dog. Sin is the scout of hearts, what comes by way of looks, for Satan has an ambition in them. With every joy comes a sorrow. No house filled with laughter is not filled with tears. You are but guests, and your wealth is but a loan. The guest departs, and the loan is returned to its owners. At the end of time there will be a people whose best of deeds is mutual blame. They call the foul pleasant. If a man wishes to be fair with himself, let him do with people what he would love done with him. Truth is heavy but wholesome. Falsehood is light but ruinous. How many a desire bequeaths long grief? Nothing on the face of the earth is more in need of long imprisonment than the tongue. When fornication and usury appear in a town, its destruction has been announced. Whoever among you can place his treasure in heaven, where the moth does not eat it, and thieves do not reach it, let him do so, for a man's heart is with his treasure. Do not hitch your religion to any man. If he believes, you believe. If he disbelieves, you disbelieve. If you must follow, then follow the dead, for the living are not secure from trial. Let none of you be a yes-man. They said, "What is a yes-man?" He says, "I am with the people. If they are guided, I am guided. If they go astray, I go astray." Rather, let each of you set his soul to this. If all people disbelieve, he will not disbelieve. A man said to him, "Teach me words concise and beneficial." He said, "Worship God, and do not associate anything with him. Move with the Qur'an wherever it moves. Whoever brings you truth, accept it from him, even if he is distant and disliked. Whoever brings you falsehood, reject it, even if he is near and beloved." The servant is brought on the day of resurrection, and it is said to him, "Render your trust." He says, "My Lord, from where, when the world is gone?" Then it is made to appear in its very form on the day he took it, in the depths of hell. He slips down to take it, places it on his shoulder, and climbs with it, until, when he thinks he will emerge, it falls, and he falls after it, to stay for ever and ever. Seek your heart in 3 places: when listening to the Qur'an, in gatherings of remembrance, and in times of solitude. If you do not find it in these places, then ask God to grant you a heart, for you have no heart. Al-Junayd said, "I entered upon a youth who asked me about repentance, and I answered him. He asked me about its reality. I said, that you set your sin before your eyes until death comes to you. He said to me, 'Enough, this is not the reality of repentance.' I said to him, 'What is the reality of repentance in your view, young man?' He said, 'That you forget your sin.' He left me and went away. 'What do you say about this, Abu al-Qasim?' I said, 'The true saying is what the young man has said.' He asked, 'How so?' I said, 'If I am with him in a state, then he transfers me from the state of estrangement to the state of faithful intimacy. Then to mention estrangement in the state of intimacy is estrangement.'" Section. Sincerity and the love of praise cannot dwell together. Sincerity in the heart cannot dwell together with love of praise and commendation, and with greed for what is in people's hands no more than water and fire can dwell together, no more than the lizard and the fish. So if your soul speaks to you of seeking sincerity, then turn first to greed and slaughter it with the knife of despair. Then turn to praise and commendation and abstain from them like the lovers of this world abstain from the hereafter. When you have accomplished the slaughter of greed and abstinence from praise and commendation, sincerity becomes easy for you. If you ask, "What makes it easy for me to slaughter greed and to abstain from praise and commendation?" I say, as for slaughtering greed, it is made easy by your certain knowledge that there is nothing at which you can grasp, save that the keys to its treasuries are in God's hand. Alone, none besides him owns them, and none gives the servant anything of them but he. As for abstaining from praise and commendation, it is made easy by your certain knowledge that none's praise brings benefit and adorns, nor does anyone's blame harm and disfigure, except God alone, just as that desert Arab said to the Prophet, "My praise is an adornment, and my blame a disfigurement." And he replied, "That is God, mighty and majestic." So abstain from the praise of one whose praise does not adorn you, and from the blame of one whose blame does not disgrace you. and yearn for the praise of him in whose praise lies all adornment, and in whose blame lies all disgrace. This cannot be attained except by patience and certainty. Whenever patience and certainty are lost, you are like one who seeks to travel the sea without a vessel. Most High said, "So be patient, surely God's promise is true, and do not let those who are devoid of certainty make you frivolous." 30:60. And he said, "And we made from among them leaders who guided by our command when they were patient and had certainty in our signs." 32:24. Section On the True Savour of Life. Each person's delight is according to his measure, his aspiration, and the nobility of his soul. The noblest of people in soul, the highest in aspiration, the most exalted in worth, is he whose delight lies in knowing God, loving him, yearning to meet him, and endearing himself to him with what he loves and is pleased with. His delight is in turning toward him, fixing his aspiration upon him. Below this are ranks innumerable to any but God, until it ends with those whose delight is in the most despicable of things, foulness and indecency, in word and deed and occupation. If what the first delights in were offered to such a one, his soul would not consent to accept it, or even consider it indeed, he might be pained by it. And likewise, if what this latter delights in were offered to the first, his soul would not consent to it, nor glance at it. His very nature would recoil. The most complete in delight are those who gather together the delight of heart and spirit with the delight of body. They partake of permissible pleasures in a way that does not diminish their portion of the hereafter, nor cut off the delight of knowledge, love, and intimacy with their Lord. Such are those of whom the Most High has said, "Say, who has forbidden the adornment of God, which he has brought forth for his servants, and the good things of provision? Say, they are for those who believe in the life of this world, and exclusively theirs on the day of resurrection." Svaret, Sister Zenom the most deprived of delight are those who take their pleasures in a manner that bars them from the delights of the hereafter. It will be said to them on the day when delights are collected in full, "You have exhausted your good things in your worldly life and enjoyed them." 46:20. These enjoyed the good things, those enjoyed the good things, but they differed in the way of enjoying. The latter enjoyed them as permitted to them, and thus both the delight of this world and the delight of the hereafter were gathered for them. The former enjoyed them in the way beckoned by caprice and lust, whether permission was given or not. Thus the delight of this world was cut off from them, and the delight of the hereafter missed them. The delight of this world did not last for them, nor did the delight of the hereafter become theirs. Whoever loves delight and its continuance and a wholesome life, let him make the delights of this world a means to the delights of the next, by using them to free his heart for God, his will, and his worship. Let him partake of them by the rule of seeking strength for his quest, not by the rule of mere whim and appetite. And if he is among those from whom the delights of this world are withheld, let him make the shortfall here an increase of his delight there, so that he soothes his soul here with of abstention in order to take them there in full. The good things and delights of this world are a fine aid to one whose quest for God and the abode of the hereafter is true, and whose aspiration is for what lies there. But they are a wretched severance for one who makes them his object and his aspiration, circling about them whose talk is of them. Their loss in this world is a fine aid to one who seeks God and the abode of the hereafter, but a wretched severance for one pulled away from God and the hereafter. Whoever takes the benefits of this world in a way that does not diminish his portion of the hereafter has won them both. Otherwise he has lost them both. Glory be to God, Lord of the worlds. Even if there were, in the abandonment of sins and acts of disobedience, nothing but the preservation of dignity, guarding of honour, protection of repute, safeguarding of wealth, which God has made the support of the interests of this world, and the next, the love of people, and good standing among them. The rectitude of livelihood, physical ease, strength of heart, soul's sweetness, the bliss of heart, the expansion of the breast, safety from the threats of the wicked and the profligate, lessening of anxiety, grief and sorrow, elevating the soul above bearing humiliation, guarding the heart's light from being extinguished by the darkness of sin, finding escape from what constricts the profligate, the easing of provision from where he did not expect, the easing of what is hard for the people of sin, the facilitation of obedience, the granting of knowledge, good mention among people, the abundance of prayers made for him, the sweetness that his face acquires, the awe that is cast for him into people's hearts, their defence of him and zeal for him when harmed or wronged, their warding off backbiters from his honour, the swift answer to his supplications, the vanishing of the estrangement between him and God, the nearness of angels, the distance of the devils of humankind and jinn, people's eagerness to serve him, fulfill his needs, seek his love and companionship, the absence of fear of death, rather, his joy at it as the coming to his Lord, meeting him and returning to him, the smallness of this world in his heart and the greatness of the hereafter with him, his avidness for the mighty kingdom and great triumph there, tasting the sweetness of obedience and finding the sweetness of faith, the supplication of the bearers of the throne and those around it of angels for him, the joy of the recording angels with him and their supplication for him at all times, an increase in his intellect, understanding, faith and knowledge, God's love for him, his turning toward him, and his rejoicing at his repentance, such that he rewards him with a joy and bliss that bear no comparison with any joy and bliss he once found in disobedience. These are but some of the fruits of leaving off disobedience in this world. When he dies, the angels meet him with glad tidings from his Lord of the garden, and that no fear shall be upon him, nor shall he grieve. He passes from the prison of this world and its narrowness to a meadow of the meadows of the garden, wherein he is blessed until the day of resurrection. When that day comes, as people stand in the heat and sweat, he is in the shade of the throne. And when they depart from before God, he is taken off to the right alongside his God-conscious friends and his successful party. That is God's bounty. He bestows it upon whom he wills, and God is the possessor of immense bounty. 62:4. Section. On guarding against vanity, Ibn Sa'd mentions in Al-Tabaqat that whenever Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz gave a sermon from the pulpit and feared for himself self-admiration, he would break it off. And whenever he wrote a letter and feared self-admiration in it, he would tear it up. And he used to say, "O God, I seek refuge in you from the evil of myself." Know that when a servant begins a word or a deed, seeking thereby God's good pleasure, all the while contemplating God's favour upon him in it, and his granting him success therein, that it is by God, not by himself, nor his own knowledge or thought, nor his power and strength, but by him who brought forth for him the tongue and heart and eye and ear, then he who bestowed these upon him is the one who bestowed upon him the word and the deed. If this does not slip from his contemplation and the gaze of his heart, vanity will not attend him whose root is seeing himself and being absent from witnessing his Lord's favour, success, and aid. If he is absent from that contemplation, the self takes root and stands in the station of claims. Vanity falls upon him, and it spoils his words and deeds. At times a barrier is placed between him and completing them, and he is cut off. And this is mercy for him, so that he does not become absent from witnessing favour and success. At times it is completed for him, but it has no fruit, and if it bears fruit, it bears a weak fruit that does not achieve the aim. At times its harm upon him is greater than his benefit. Various corruptions are born for him from it in proportion to his absence from contemplating success and favour, and his seeing himself, and that the word and deed are by him. From this very locus, God, glorified, rectifies his servants' words and deeds, and magnifies their fruit for him, or he spoils them for him, and denies him their fruit. Nothing spoils works more than vanity and seeing oneself. When God wills good for his servant, he makes him witness his favour, success, and aid in all that he says, and does so, he does not become vain by it. Then he makes him witness his own shortcoming in it, that he is not content to present it to his Lord. He repents to him from it, seeks his forgiveness, and is ashamed to demand any wage for it. But if he does not make him witness that, and veils it from him, and he sees himself in the deed, seeing it with the eye of perfection and satisfaction, that deed will not fall from him in God's sight at the station of acceptance, satisfaction, and love. The Gnostic works for God's face, witnessing in it his favour and his grace and his success. He apologizes to him for it, feeling shame because he did not render its due. The ignorant one works for his portion and his desire, gazing within it at himself, laying a favour upon his Lord, pleased with his deed. This is one colour, and that is another. Section reaching the sought for is contingent upon abandoning habitual conformities and cutting off impediments. As for habitual conformities, they are the soul's inclination to ease and comfort, and to what people have grown used to of inherited forms and social conventions, which they have elevated to the rank of a binding law indeed, held to be greater than the law of God. For they censure those who depart from these conventions, and oppose them more than they censure those who contravene the explicit dictates of revelation. They may even declare such a person an unbeliever, an innovator, or a deviant. Or they may boycott and punish him merely for resisting those human conventions, while, for their sake, they let the prophetic sunnah die away. They set up those conventions as rivals to the messenger. They befriend and show enmity on their account. Thus, in their eyes, what is right is whatever conforms to their customs, and what is wrong is whatever runs counter to them. These conventions and outward forms have overpowered multitudes of humankind, kings and governors, jurists and ascetics, the poor and the self-righteous, and the general populace. The young are raised upon them, the old grow old upon them, and they are treated as traditions indeed, deemed more sacred by their adherents than the prophetic traditions themselves. Whoever halts at them becomes imprisoned. Whoever binds himself to them is cut off, and whoever is afflicted by them is widely afflicted. And on their account the Sunnah and the Divine Book are abandoned. Whoever seeks victory by them is forsaken by God, and whoever takes them as a guide in place of the Book of God and the Sunnah of his Messenger is not accepted by God. These are the greatest veils and barriers between a servant and his passing through to God and his Messenger. Section A's for the impediments. They are of all kinds, outward and inward transgressions, for they hinder the heart's journey to God and block its path. They are three: associating partners with God, innovation, and disobedience. The impediment of associating partners is removed by pure monotheism, the impediment of innovation by realization of the Sunnah, and the impediment of disobedience by sound repentance. These impediments do not become manifest to a servant until he girds himself for the journey and is firmly resolved upon travelling to God and the hereafter. Then, and only then, do these impediments appear before him, and they hinder him to the extent that his journey is strong and his resolve is pure. Otherwise, as long as he sits idle, the latent obstacles and hidden severances remain unperceived. Section A's for attachments. They are everything to which the heart clings apart from God and his messenger. Worldly pleasures and desires, status and leadership, attachment to people and reliance upon them. There is no way to sever and renounce these three habits, impediments and attachments, except through a stronger attachment to the supreme object of desire. Without such attachment, cutting them off while lacking attachment to one's true goal is impossible. For the soul does not abandon what it is accustomed to and loves except for something more beloved to it and dearer in its sight. The stronger one's attachment to the true goal, the weaker his attachments to other than it, and vice versa. To be attached to the true goal is to be ardently desirous of it, commensurate with one's knowledge of it, and the rank, nobility, and excellence it possesses above all else. Section When the messenger attained complete poverty of need before God, he made all creation more in need of him in this world and the next than of food, drink, or the very breath that sustains bodily life. In the hereafter, people will seek intercession with the messengers to present their case before God, so that he may relieve them of the distress of their station. All will draw back from interceding. Then he will intercede for them, and it is he who will open for them the gates of the garden. Section Among the signs of felicity and success is that whenever a servant's knowledge increases, his humility and compassion increase. Whenever his fear and caution increase, his goodness increases. Whenever his age increases, his greed diminishes. Whenever his wealth increases, his generosity and giving increase. And whenever his rank and standing increase, his nearness to people and his service of their needs and his humility towards them increase. And among the signs of wretchedness is that whenever one's knowledge increases, his arrogance and conceit increase. Whenever his works increase, his self-admiration and contempt for people and his good opinion of himself increase. Whenever his age increases, his greed increases. Whenever his wealth increases, his stinginess and withholding increase. And whenever his rank and standing increase, his pride and swagger increase. These matters are trials and tests by which God tries his servants. Thereby some are blessed and others are afflicted. Likewise, extraordinary gifts, karamat, are tests like kingship, authority, and wealth. Exalted is he who said about his prophet Solomon when he saw the throne of Bilqis placed before him, "This is by my sustainers' bounty to test me whether I am grateful or ungrateful." 27:40. Blessings are God's trial and testing by which the gratitude of the grateful and the ingratitude of the ungrateful is revealed, just as afflictions are his trial. He tests with blessings just as he tests with calamities. He said, "Now as for man, whenever his sustainer tries him and thus shows him to be worthy of his favour, he grants him a life of ease and plenty, and he says, 'My sustainer has honoured me.' But whenever he tries him and thus straightens his means of livelihood, he says, 'My sustainer has humiliated me.' No, indeed. 89:15-17. That is, not everyone upon whom I widen provision and honour and grant ease is thereby honoured by me, nor everyone upon whom I constrain provision and try is thereby humiliated by me. Section Whoever seeks the elevation of his building must strengthen its foundation, perfect it, and give it utmost care. for the elevation of the building is in proportion to the strength and soundness of its foundation. Deeds and ranks are a building, and their foundation is faith. Whenever the foundation is firm, the building stands and rises upon it. If something of the building is damaged, it is easy to repair. If the foundation is not sound, the building will neither rise nor endure. And should something of the foundation collapse, the building falls, or nearly so. Thus, the Gnostic's primary concern is rectifying and strengthening the foundation. The ignorant raises walls. Without a foundation, his building will not long stand before it collapses. God, exalted, said, "Who is better he who lays the foundation of his building upon God consciousness and his goodly acceptance, or he who lays the foundation of his building upon the brink of a crumbling precipice, so that it tumbles down with him into the fire of hell?" 9:109. The foundation of the edifice of deeds is like the vital power of the human body. If it is strong, it carries the body and repels many afflictions. If weak, it fails to carry the body, and afflictions reach it swiftly. So bear your building upon the strength of the foundation of faith. If something frays from the upper parts or the roof, repairing it will be easier for you than repairing the foundation. This foundation is twofold: sound knowledge of God, of his command, his names and his attributes, and pure submission to him and his messenger, excluding all others. This is the firmest foundation upon which a servant may erect his building. In proportion to it, the edifice rises as high as one wills. So consolidate the foundation, preserve the vital power, keep to spiritual discipline, and purge the corrupt humours when they increase. Be balanced, and you will reach the goal. Otherwise, as long as strength is weak, the corrupt matter present, and purgation lacking, bid farewell to the safety of life. For it is announced to you that the leave-taking will be swift. When the building is complete, whiten it with good character and beneficence to people. Then protect it with a wall of watchfulness that no enemy can breach, and through which no nakedness is exposed. Then draw the curtains over its doors, and lock its great gate by withholding your tongue from what you fear its outcome. Then fit it with a key remembrance of God by which you open and close. When you open, you do so with the key, and when you close with it. Then you will have built a fortress in which you are secure from your enemies. If the enemy circles it, he will find no entry and will despair of you. But inspect the fortress at all times, for if the enemy cannot enter through the gate, he will tunnel through from afar with the pickaxes of sins. If you neglect him, the breach will reach you, and the enemy will be with you inside the fortress. Then expelling him will be hard, and you will be with him in one of three states. Either he overpowers you and takes the fortress, or he cohabits therein with you, or he keeps you occupied with resisting him, depriving you of your full benefit till you return to patching the breach and mending the tattered fortress. And if his breach reaches you, three calamities will befall you: the corruption of the fortress, raids upon its treasuries and stores, and the guiding of thieves of his kind to its exposed parts. He will not cease to exhaust it with raids until they weaken its forces and enervate its resolve, so that its owner abandons it and leaves it to them. Such is the state of most souls with this enemy. Hence you see them incurring their Lord's displeasure to please themselves or to please a creature like themselves who can neither harm nor benefit them. They squander the gains of faith to gain wealth. They destroy themselves for what will not remain for them. They are avid for the world, even as it turns away from them, and they renounce the hereafter, even as it draws inexorably near. They oppose their Lord by following their caprices, They rely on life and do not remember death. They remember their appetites and shares while forgetting God's covenant. They worry about what God has guaranteed and neglect what he has commanded. They rejoice in the world and grieve over their missed portions thereof, yet do not grieve over missing the garden and its delights, nor do they rejoice in faith as they rejoice in dirhams and dinars. They corrupt their right and guidance with their misguidance, their good with their evil. They dress their faith in conjectures. They mix the lawful with the unlawful. They wander in confusion of opinions and fancies. They abandon the guidance God has gifted them. And the marvel is that this enemy employs the master of the fortress to demolish his own fortress with his very hands. Section The Pillars of Unbelief are 4. Arrogance, envy, anger, and lust. Arrogance prevents submission. Envy prevents accepting and offering sincere counsel. Anger prevents justice. Lust prevents devotion and freedom for worship. When the pillar of arrogance collapses, submission becomes easy. When envy collapses, acceptance and offering of counsel become easy. When anger collapses, justice and humility become easy. When lust collapses, patience, chastity, and worship become easy. The mountains being uprooted from their places is easier than the removal of these 4 from one who is afflicted with them, particularly if they have become firmly rooted dispositions. With them no work stands right for him. His soul does not grow even as he busies himself with deeds, for these 4 ruin them. All afflictions are born of them. When they harden in the heart, they show falsehood as truth, truth as falsehood, good as evil, and evil as good. They draw near the world and drive away the hereafter. If you contemplate the unbelief of nations, you will find it arising from them. Upon them the punishment descends in proportion to their strength. Whoever opens these doors upon himself opens the gates of every evil now and later, and whoever closes them upon himself closes the gates of evils. For they bar submission, sincerity, repentance, turning to God, accepting the truth, advising the Muslims, and humbling oneself to God and to his creation. The origin of these 4 is ignorance of one's Lord and ignorance of oneself. For if one knew one's Lord, his attributes of perfection and majesty, and knew one's own deficiencies and faults, he would not show arrogance, nor grow angry for the sake of his ego, nor envy anyone for what God has granted him. In truth, envy is a kind of enmity toward God. The envier dislikes God's blessing for his servant which God himself loves, and wishes for its removal which God dislikes, thus opposing God's decree, his love and his dislike. Hence Iblis is the true enemy. His sin was arrogance and envy. Uprooting these 2 is by knowing God and affirming his oneness, being content with him and with his decree, and turning to him. The cure of anger is knowing the ego, that it does not deserve that one grow angry for it or revenge it, for that is preferring it, in one's pleasure and anger, over its creator. And the greatest way to repel this scourge is to train the soul to be angry for God and pleased for God. Whenever some portion of anger and pleasure for God enters it, the opposite anger and pleasure for the self exits, and vice versa. As for lust, its remedy is sound knowledge that giving it its desires is the greatest cause for being deprived of those very desires, whereas withholding from it is the greatest cause for their arrival. The more you open the gate of lusts, the more you strive to deprive the soul of them. The more you close it, the more you strive to deliver those pleasures to it in the most complete way. Thus, anger is like a predatory beast. If its owner releases it, it begins by devouring him. Lust is like a fire. When its owner kindles it, it begins by burning him. Arrogance is like contending with the king in his sovereignty. If he does not destroy you, he will drive you away. Envy is like taking an enemy more powerful than yourself. Whoever overcomes his lust and anger, Satan flees even from his shadow. Whoever is overcome by them, he is terrified by his own imaginings. Section tremendously beneficial. Those ignorant of God, his names and attributes, who negate their realities, make God hateful to his creation, and cut them off from loving him and drawing near to him through obedience without realizing it. Let us mention examples to be measured by. Among them is that they instill in the weak-minded that no obedience avails with God, even if long-enduring and perfected outwardly and inwardly, that no one can be secure from his plot, that his way is to seize the devout worshipper from the prayer niche to the tavern, from monotheism and the rosary to polytheism and music, to invert his heart from pure faith to unbelief. They cite in this regard authentic reports they have misunderstood and false reports never uttered by the infallible. They claim this is the reality of Tawhid. They recite, he cannot be questioned about what he does, 21:23. Have they then become sure of God's devising? But none feel secure from God's devising save people who are lost, 799, and know that God comes between a man and his heart, 824. They set up Iblis as their proof that he had been the peacock of the angels, leaving no place in heaven or earth, but he had there a prostration or bowing. Yet fate wronged him, and judgment seized him, turning his bright eye into the blindest gaze. Thus some of their Gnostics have said, you ought to fear God as you fear a lion that might pounce upon you, though you have done no wrong. They quote the prophet saying, one of you may perform the deeds of the people of the garden until there is but an arm's length between him and it. Then the decree overtakes him, and he performs the deeds of the people of the fire and enters it. And they narrate from some of the early ones. Among the greatest of major sins, security from God's plotting and despair of his mercy, while Ahmad narrated that An bi Abdallah heard a man supplicate, O God, do not make me secure from your plotting. And he objected, saying, say, O God, do not make me of those who feel secure from your plotting. They build this on a false foundation, denying wisdom, causality, and means that God does not act out of wisdom or for reasons, that he does by a mere will devoid of wisdom or cause, that he neither acts for anything nor by anything, that it would not be impossible for him to punish the most devout with the severest punishment, and to bless his enemies and the sinners with the greatest reward, that both, relative to him, are the same, and that we only know the impossibility of this by a truthful report that he does not do it. So then its impossibility is known by report, rather than being, in itself, injustice or falsehood for injustice. To them is an impossibility like placing one body in two places at once, or combining night and day in 1 hour. When such a one returns to himself, he says, he whose state is never settled, and whose plotting is never safe, from how can one trust to draw near to him, or rely upon obedience to his commands? We have only this brief span. If during it we forsake pleasures, leave desires, and burden ourselves with acts of worship, yet remain unsure that he might invert our faith to unbelief, our monotheism to polytheism, our obedience to disobedience, and impose continuous punishment, then we would be losers in both worlds. When this belief takes root in hearts, they become, when commanded, to acts of obedience and to abandon pleasures, like a person told, your teacher, if you right well behave and obey him, might punish you. and if you slacken and neglect his commands, he might draw you near and honour you. Such words plant in the child's heart a distrust of the teacher's warning and promise, and if the child grows and faces offices and dealings, he will be told, "Our ruler elevates a thief from prison to minister and throws a skilled, dutiful worker into jail to perish." Thus his ruler becomes fearful and neither loved nor trusted. No godless denier could make the religion more hateful to God's servants than this. The adherent of this path thinks he is establishing tawhid and predestination, refuting innovators and championing the faith, whereas by the eternal truth an intelligent enemy is less harmful than an ignorant friend. God's revealed book in its entirety and all his messengers bear witness to the opposite. Above all, the Qur'an. Had callers taken the road by which God and his messenger called humanity, the world would have been rightly set aright without corruption. God, he is the truthful. The faithful has informed us that he deals with people according to their earnests. He requites them for their deeds, that the doer of good has no fear of injustice or deprivation, that he does not diminish a thing's weight from their due, not an atom, that if it be a good deed he multiplies it and grants from himself a splendid reward, that if it be the weight of a mustard seed he brings it forth and does not let it go to waste, that he punishes an evil with its like and wipes it out through repentance, regret, seeking forgiveness, good deeds and afflictions, that he rewards good deeds tenfold, up to 700-fold, and to many times more. He is the one who rectifies the corrupt, turns the hearts of the heedless back to him, accepts the penitent, guides the lost, saves the perishing, teaches the ignorant, gives insight to the bewildered, reminds the forgetful, and shelters the straying. And if he imposes a punishment, he does so only after persistent defiance, arrogance and rejection of his call, calling again and again to return and to acknowledge his lordship and his right. When he despairs of their response and acknowledgement of his oneness, he seizes them for some of their unbelief and insolence, in a manner that leaves each person no excuse, leading them to confess that God has not wronged them. They will confess their sins, away with the companions of the blaze. 67:11. And he said about those he destroyed in this world. Then, when they saw our might, they said, "Woe to us! We were indeed wrongdoers, and this cry of theirs did not cease until we made them like startled stubble." 21:14-15. The owners of the garden, who were deprived of its yield, said when they saw it ruined, "Limitless art thou in thy glory. Verily, we were indeed wrongdoers." 68:29. Al-Hasan said, "They entered the fire, while his praise was in their hearts they found no argument, no way." Hence, so the last remnant of those who were bent on evil was cut off. For all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. 6:45. That is, he cut them off while being praised for it, because of his wisdom and justice, placing punishment where it belongs and nowhere else. Thus, after he tells of his judgment between people, of the felicity-bound entering the garden and the wretched entering the fire, he says, "And judgment will be passed between them in justice, and it will be said, all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds." 39:75. The doer of that saying is left unspecified to indicate universality. The entire cosmos says it upon witnessing his wisdom, justice, and bounty. Thus he says to the people of the fire, "It will be said, enter the gates of hell," to 39:72, 40:76, as though the cosmos says it, even their own selves, their bodies, their earth, and their heavens. He has informed that when he destroys his enemies, he saves his friends, and does not annihilate them all by mere will. When Noah asked him to save his son, he told him he would drown him because of his evil deed and unbelief, not that he would drown him by a mere will without cause or sin. 11:45-46. He has guaranteed increased guidance for those who strive in his ways, and he did not say that he would mislead them and void their struggle. 29:69. He has guaranteed added guidance for the God-conscious who follow his good pleasure. 47:17. He has told us he misleads only the defiantly disobedient who break his covenant after it is bound. 2:26-27. That he misleads only the one who prefers misguidance over guidance, so he seals his hearing and heart. 9:115, 61-5. That he turns the hearts of those who, when guidance came to them, did not accept it, turning them as a penalty for rejecting what they knew. That had he known any good in those hearts, he would have made them hear. 8:23. That he does not mislead a people after he has guided them until he makes clear to them what to avoid. 9:115. The plotting with which he describes himself is his requiting those who plot against his messengers and friends. He foils their evil plotting with his good plotting, thus theirs is the worst, his is the best, because it is justice and requital. So, too, his outwitting, Kida, is in requital of their attempting to outwit his messengers and friends. Nothing is more beautiful than that outwitting and that plotting. As for the one who acts like the people of the garden until there is but an arm's length between him and it, then the decree overtakes him. This refers to his outward acts as seen by people. Had they been righteous acts, accepted by God for the garden, loved and approved by him, he would not have invalidated them. As for nothing remained between him and it but an arm's length, this is resolved by knowing that deeds are judged by their endings. He did not persevere until completion. There was a concealed affliction, a hidden cause of abandonment which, at life's end, betrayed him, so he reverted to the demands of that hidden disease. As for Iblis, God said to the angels, "Verily, I know what you do not know." 2:30. He knew what was in Iblis's heart of unbelief, arrogance and envy, unknown to the angels. When he commanded them to prostrate, what was hidden in their hearts of obedience, love, reverence and submission became manifest, so they hastened to obey. And what was concealed in the enemy's heart, arrogance, treachery, envy, became manifest. He refused, acted arrogantly, and became of the disbelievers. 2:34. As for the fear of his friends from his plotting, it is true, they fear being forsaken because of their sins and misdeeds, and thereby becoming wretched, so their fear is of their sins, and their hope is for his mercy. Have they, then, become sure of God's devising? But none feels secure from God's devising, save people who are lost. 799. This is concerning the wicked and the unbelievers. That is, none disobeys God while secure from his requiting him for the evil of his deeds, except losers. What the Gnostics fear of his plotting is that he postpone the punishment of their acts, leading them to feel safe with their sins, so the punishment comes suddenly, or that they become heedless and forget to remember him, whereupon he leaves them when they leave his remembrance and obedience, and trial swiftly overtakes them. Or that he knows of their sins and defects what they do not know of themselves. The plotting then comes from where they do not sense, or that he tests them with what they cannot bear, and they are tried thereby. That, too, is plotting. Section. The year is a tree. Its months are its branches. Its days are its twigs. Its hours its leaves. And its breaths its fruits. Whoever's breaths are in obedience, his tree bears good fruit. Whoever's are in disobedience, his fruit is bitter colocynth. The harvest is on the day of return. Then the sweetness of fruits is distinguished from their bitterness. Sincerity and tawhid are a tree in the heart. Its branches are deeds. Its fruit is a goodly life in this world and lasting bliss in the hereafter. Just as the fruits of the garden are neither cut off nor denied, so too the fruits of tawhid and sincerity in this world. Polytheism, falsehood and ostentation are a tree in the heart whose fruit in this world is fear, anxiety, grief, constriction of the breast, and darkness of the heart. Its fruit in the hereafter is zakum and lasting torment. God has mentioned these two trees in Surah Ibrahim 14:24-26. Section, when the servant attains maturity, he is offered the covenant his Creator and Master made with him. If he takes that covenant with strength and acceptance, resolved to carry out what it contains, he becomes fit for the stations and ranks befitting those who fulfill their covenants. If, upon receiving the covenant, he stirs his soul and says, "I have been deemed worthy for the covenant of my Lord, who is more worthy than I, to accept, understand, and carry it out," then first he strives to understand it, ponder it, and recognize his master's counsels therein. Then he trains himself to comply with it, act upon it, and fulfill it as it requires. When his heart perceives the reality of the covenant, a new aspiration is born within him, a new resolve unlike that of youthful heedlessness and habitual upbringing. He seeks to exit the darkness of that heedlessness to the light of certainty. In proportion to his patience and sincere striving, he attains what God bestows upon him from his grace. The first degree of his happiness is to possess a listening ear and a heart that comprehends what the ear receives. When he hears, understands, and the path becomes clear, its markers seen, and when he sees most people swerving from it to right and left, he keeps to it and does not swerve with the swervers. Their swerving was due to their failure to receive the covenant, or receiving it unwillingly. They took it not with strength or resolve, nor did they ponder it, nor work according to it. They presented the covenant to their stray passions and their religion of custom, what they found their fathers and mothers upon, and so they took it as one content with what he found his forebears upon. This does not suffice one whose entire concern is to understand and act as though that covenant was sent to him alone. And he was told, "Consider what is in it, then act according to its demands." Whoever does not receive it thus will cling to the ways of his kin and the customs of his people, neighbours, and town. If his ambition rises, he clings to what his predecessors were upon without turning to ponder the covenant. He then is content to make his religion the religion of habit. When Satan perceives this as the limit of his ambition, he strikes him with tribalism and zeal for ancestors, adorning to him that this is the truth, and what opposes it is falsehood. He shows him guidance in the form of misguidance, and misguidance in the form of guidance through that zeal unschooled by knowledge, so that he is content to be with his tribe, theirs his, and his theirs. God forsakes him and consigns him to what he chose. Were every guidance that opposes his people to come to him, he would see it only as misguidance. If his ambition is higher and his soul nobler, he turns to preserving, understanding, and pondering the covenant, recognizing that the Lord of the covenant has a reality unlike any other. He seeks knowledge of him from the covenant itself, finding therein that he has made himself known, his self, his attributes, his names, his acts, his judgments. He learns thereby of a self subsisting in himself, sustaining others, rich beyond all that is, while all else is poor to him, enthroned above all creation, seeing, hearing, pleased, angered, loving, disliking, managing the affairs of his dominion from above his throne. speaking, commanding and forbidding, sending his messengers to the horizons of his dominion with his word, which whomever he wills hears. He stands by justice, rewarding good and evil. He is forbearing, forgiving, most appreciative, generous, beneficent, described by every perfection, transcendent, above every defect. There is nothing like unto him. 42:11. He witnesses his wisdom in governing his dominion, how he decrees by a will not contrary to his justice and wisdom. Reason, revelation, and the innate disposition converge, each confirms the other. He understands from God what he has described of himself in his book, realities of his names, by which the book descended, by which it speaks, and for which it was affirmed. By them he made himself known to his servants. Their minds affirm, and their innate nature testifies to them. When his heart knows and is assured of the Lord's attributes, and their lights shine upon it until they are as if witnessed, he then sees their relation to creation and command their connection, their effects pervading the sensory and spiritual worlds, how they act in creation, how they generalize and particularize, draw near and drive away, give and withhold. He beholds the sights of his justice and equity, bounty and mercy. Faith then combines for him God's binding proof with the execution of his decrees, his perfect power with perfect justice and wisdom, his ultimate exaltation above all creation with his encompassing and nearness, his greatness, majesty, might, and retribution with his mercy, kindness, bounty, pardon, and forbearance. He sees that proof remains binding alongside the overpowering decrees from which no creature can escape. He witnesses how the attributes accompany one another and accord, how each bears witness to the truth of the other, how wisdom, which is the end and the ultimate, inclines over the measured decrees which are the first and the beginning, so that all their branches return to their roots, and their first principles to their consummations, as though one beheld the sources of wisdom with one's very eyes. And upon the pattern of wisdom and justice and welfare and mercy and beneficence are judgments founded. No decree ever departs from this until the dissolution of created worlds and the separation of judgments on the day of decision between the servants, when his justice and wisdom shall appear, and the truthfulness of his messengers, and all that they conveyed from him to all creatures, humankind and jinn, believers and deniers. Then shall there be disclosed to creation, from the attributes of his majesty and the qualities of his perfection, what they had not known before, so much so that the one most knowing of him in this world shall, on that day, praise him for perfections and majesties he had not been able to praise in this life. And as this is manifested to his creatures, the causes by which some swerved and some went astray and some were cut off from the path will likewise be made clear to them. Thus the difference between knowledge then of the realities of the names and attributes and the knowledge of them in worldly life is like the difference between hearing of the garden and the fire, and beholding them, and greater still. Likewise shall the servant understand how his names and attributes entailed the sending of prophets and the setting down of revealed ways, and that he would not leave his creatures aimless, and how his names and attributes entailed all that is contained in his commands and prohibitions, and how they entailed the reality of recompense, reward, and punishment, and the return, and that this is among the necessary implications of his names and attributes, so that he is exalted above what his enemies claim when they deny all this. Then shall one behold the all-encompassing extent of his power over all that exists, so that not the weight of an atom escapes it. And one realizes that were there with him any other deity, this cosmos would be ruined, heaven and earth, and all within them would fall into corruption. And that were slumber or death conceivable regarding him exalted, is he this universe entire would crumble and not remain in existence for the blink of an eye. One then beholds that this Islam and this faith to which God has bound all his servants arise from those hallowed attributes, and how they necessarily entail reward and punishment here and in the hereafter. And with that one sees that to accept this covenant and bind oneself by it cannot be set aright by those who deny his attributes and deny his exaltedness above his creation, and his speaking through his books and his covenants, just as it cannot be set aright for those who deny the truth of his hearing, his seeing, his life, his will, and his power. These are the ones who have rejected his covenant and refused to accept it, and those among them who claimed to accept it did not accept it in its entirety. And with God is all enabling grace. 166. Section. The body of the son of Adam was fashioned from the earth, while his spirit was breathed from the kingdom of heaven, and they were yoked together. If he keeps his body hungry and deprives it of sleep, and raises it in service, his spirit finds lightness and rest. It longs for the realm from which it was created, and yearns for its higher world. But if he satiates the body and luxuriates it, plunges it into sleep and preoccupation with its own ease and service, the body inclines to the soil from which it was formed, and the spirit is drawn along with it imprisoned. Were it not that the spirit grows accustomed to that prison, it would cry out under the pain of separation and of being cut off from the world for which it was made, just as the tortured cries out for relief. In sum, as the body is made light, the spirit becomes subtler, lighter, and seeks its high abode. But the heavier the body grows in its surrender to desires and comforts, the heavier does the spirit become, descending from its realm, earthbound and low. Thus you may see a man whose spirit is among the highest fellowship, while his body sits beside you. He lies asleep upon his bed, while his spirit wanders at the lotus tree of the uttermost boundary, circling the throne, while another stands outwardly in worship, but his spirit is below, flitting round the lowly. And when the spirit leaves the body, it joins the fellowship that is its kin, high or low. With the highest fellowship there is every coolness of eye, every bliss and joy and gladness and delight and goodly life. With the lowest fellowship there is every worry and grief and constriction and sorrow and a wretched life and straitened livelihood. He, exalted, has said, "But whoever turns away from my remembrance, his shall be a life of narrowness." 21:24. His remembrance is his word, which he has sent down upon his messenger. To turn away from it is to abandon pondering it and acting by it. As for the narrow life, most commentaries report it as the torment of the grave. This was said by Ibn Masud, Abu Huraira, Abu Sa'ad al-Khudra, and Ibn Abbas, and there is a raised report to that effect. In language, narrowness is constriction and severity. Anything tight is said to be narrow, a narrow abode, a narrow life. This constricted living stands in contrast to the widening of the soul and body by desires, pleasures, and comfort. For whenever the soul is widened in that way, the heart is constricted until life becomes narrow. And whenever the soul is constrained, the heart is widened until it opens and expands. 167. Thus, the constriction of worldly life by the logic of God-wariness is its very breadth in the isthmus life and the hereafter, and the breadth of worldly life by the rule of caprice is its very narrowness in the isthmus and the hereafter. Prefer, then, the better of the two lives, the more wholesome and enduring. Inconvenience the body for the bliss of the spirit, and do not subject the spirit to the body's ease for the spirit's bliss, and misery are greater and last longer, while the body's bliss and wretchedness are lesser and soon gone. God's help is sought. The knower of God does not bid people to abandon the world, for they cannot altogether forsake it, but he bids them to abandon sins, even as they remain within their worldly occupations. Abandoning the world is a virtue. Abandoning sin is an obligation. How, then, can one be commanded to a virtue who has not established the obligation? If abandoning sin proves hard for them, then strive to endear God to them by reminding them of his favours and his blessings, his beneficence, the perfection of his attributes, and the majesty of his qualities. For hearts are innately disposed to love him. When they are attached to his love, sin becomes easy to leave. One can be content with little of it and refuse to persist in it. Yahya ibn Mu'adh said, "The intelligent man seeking the world is better than the ignorant shunning it." The knower calls people to God from within their worldly life, and thus their answer is easier. The ascetic calls them to God by abandoning the world, and thus their response is harder, for weaning from the breast, which a human has known from earliest awareness, is hard indeed. Yet offer a better wet nurse, the purest and the best for milk, affects the nature of the suckling. The milk of a foolish woman brings foolishness into the child. The most beneficial suckling is hunger itself. If you can endure the bitterness of weaning, well and good. Otherwise, then suckle, but in measure, for surfeit may kill. Section. There is a wide difference between observing duties in times of hardship and observing them in well-being. My servant, every part of my servant, is truly mine, when he remembers me while confronting his opponent. And he says, O you who have attained to faith, when you meet a host, be firm, and remember God often, so that you may prosper. 8:45. There is no wonder in a strong and idle man, steadfast in service. The wonder is in one who is weak and ailing, beset by occupations and changing circumstances, yet whose heart remains standing in service, never falling short, insofar as he is able. 168. Section knowledge of God, exalted is he, is of two kinds. One is the knowledge of acknowledgement shared by righteous and profligate, obedient and disobedient alike. The second is knowledge that engenders modesty before him and love for him, that binds the heart to him and makes one long to meet him, that brings his fear and turning back to him, intimacy with him and fleeing from creation unto him. This is the pure knowledge that runs upon the tongues of the people, of God, and their degrees therein none knows but he who made himself known to them, and unveiled to their hearts of his knowledge that which he hid from others. The one most knowing of him said, I cannot praise you as you deserve. You are as you have praised yourself. And he informed us that God will open for him on the day of resurrection praises which he does not master today. This knowledge has two wide gates. One is to ponder and reflect upon all the signs of the Qur'an, and to receive from God and his messenger that specific understanding. The second is to ponder his signs witnessed in creation, to contemplate his wisdom within them, his power, his subtlety, his beneficence, his justice, and his upholding of equity among his creatures. The sum of this is fiqh, in the meanings of his most beautiful names, their majesty and perfection, and his uniqueness in them, and their relation to creation and command, thus to be a jurist in his commands and prohibitions, a jurist in his decrees and predestination, a jurist in his names and attributes, a jurist in the religious legal ruling and the universal cosmic ruling. That is God's bounty. He grants it to whom he wills. God is possessor of tremendous bounty. 62:4. Section dirhams are of four kinds. A dirham acquired by obedience to God and spent in the right of God, this is the best of dirhams. A dirham acquired by disobedience to God and spent upon disobedience to God, this is the worst of dirhams. A dirham acquired by harming a Muslim and spent upon harming a Muslim, this is accordingly evil. And a dirham acquired by what is permissible and spent in a permissible desire neither for him nor against him. These are the roots of dirhams. Upon them branch other dirhams. A dirham acquired lawfully and spent upon falsehood. A dirham acquired by falsehood and spent upon truth. Its spending is its expiation. A dirham acquired through doubt, its expiation is to spend it in obedience. Just as reward and punishment, praise and blame attach to the spending of the dirham, so too do they attach to its acquisition. Thus, the one who extracts and spends it will be asked, "From where did you acquire it, and in what did you spend it?" 169. Section Solidarity with believers is of types: solidarity with one's wealth, solidarity with one's standing, solidarity with one's body and service, solidarity with counsel and guidance, solidarity by supplication and asking forgiveness for them, solidarity by sharing in their pains. According to the strength of faith is the strength of this solidarity. When faith is weak, it is weak. When faith is strong, it is strong. The messenger of God was the greatest of people in solidarity with his companions in all of these, and his followers partake of it according to their following of him. They once entered upon Bishr al-Hafa on a day of bitter cold. He had stripped off extra clothing and was shivering. They said, "What is this, O Aba Nasr?" He replied, "I remembered the poor and their cold, and I have nothing with which to comfort them, so I loved to share with them in their cold." Section Ignorance of the path and its pitfalls and of the aim leads to great toil with little benefit. Its companion either expends himself upon supererogatory deeds while neglecting obligations, or upon bodily works that are not accompanied by the heart's work, or upon inward and outward works unrestrained by rightful emulation, or with aspirations toward works that do not elevate one to beholding the goal, or upon a work from which he does not guard the corrupting factors that spoil it during and after, or upon a work wherein he is heedless of witnessing grace, so he fails to purify himself of the self's share in it, or upon a work wherein he does not witness his own shortcoming, so that he stands afterward not in the station of apology, or upon a work to which he does not give its due of sincere counsel and excellence while imagining he has fulfilled it. All of this diminishes the fruit despite great exertion. God is the one who grants success. 170 Section. When the servant resolves to journey unto God, most high with intention, there come to him seducers and severers. First, he is seduced by passions, positions, pleasures, marital attractions, and fine attire. If he stands with them, he is cut off. If he rejects them, not standing with them, and is truthful in his seeking, he is then tested by people stepping behind him, kissing his hand, making room for him in gatherings, pointing to him for supplication, seeking his blessing, and such like. If he stands with that, and it cuts him off from God, it becomes his lot. If he cuts it and stands not with it, he is tried by karamat, charismatic gifts, and unveilings. If he stands with them, they cut him off from God and become his portion. If he stands not with them, he is tried by divestment, seclusion, the sweetness of gatheredness, the pride of solitude, and freedom from the world. If he stands with that, the aim is lost. But if he stands not with it and continues, always looking to what God wills of him and what he loves from him, so that he is God's servant posted to his loves and what pleases him, wherever they may be, and however they may be, whether he toils thereby, or finds ease, whether he is given worldly share or denied it, whether he's brought out to the people or secluded from them, choosing for himself nothing other than what his master and patron chooses for him, standing with the command and implementing it as far as possible. His own soul to him is of less worth than that he prefer its ease and delight over the pleasure of his master, and his command. This is the servant who has arrived, who has passed through, whom nothing has cut off from his Lord. And with God is success. Section favours are of three kinds: a present favour recognised by the servant, a hoped-for favour he awaits, and a favour in which he resides yet does not sense. When God wills to perfect his favour upon a servant, he acquaints him with the present favour, and grants him from gratitude a tether by which it does not bolt, for favours bolt by sin, and are tethered by thanks. He grants him provision for works that draw the awaited favour, and insight into the ways that block it, and sever its path and provision to avoid them. Then, lo, that favour arrives in the most perfect form. He acquaints him, too, with favours wherein he dwells but has not perceived. It is told that a Bedouin entered upon the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and said, "Commander of the faithful, may God stabilize upon you the favours you are in by the continuity of gratitude for them. May he realize for you the favours you hope by fair opinion of him and continuous obedience. And may he acquaint you with the favours wherein you are, yet do not recognize them, so that you may thank him for them." The Caliph was pleased and said, "How excellent is his division." 1171. A sublime principle. The origin of every theoretical knowledge and every chosen act is the fleeting thought and the reflection. These produce conceptions. Conceptions invite intentions. Intentions entail the act. Frequent repetition begets a habit. The soundness of these levels lies in the soundness of the fleeting thoughts and reflections, and their corruption in their corruption. The soundness of thoughts is that they be watchful of their patron, and God ascending unto him, circling around his good pleasure and his loves. For with him is all rectitude, from him all guidance, from his enabling all right-directedness, from his guardianship of his servant all preservation, and from his forsaking and turning away all misguidance and wretchedness. The servant obtains of all good, guidance and right-directedness in proportion to the fixation of the eye of his thought upon his favours and his bounties, his oneness, the paths of knowing him, and the paths of worshipping him, bringing him ever present before him, as though he beholds him, looks unto him, aware that he watches over his thoughts, intentions and concerns. Then he is ashamed before him, and magnifies him too much to let him see from him an exposure he would dislike any of creation to see, or a thought he would despise upon him. Whenever he sets his Lord in this station, his Lord raises him, draws him near, ennobles and elects him, and takes him as an intimate friend. In that measure does he distance himself from filth and baseness, from vile thoughts and low reflections, just as when one is cut off from him and turns away, he draws near to filth, baseness and impurities, cut off from all perfections, connected to all defects. The human being is the best of creatures when he draws near to his Maker, adheres to his commands and prohibitions, acts in his good pleasure, and prefers him over his own caprice, and the worst of creatures when he withdraws from him, and his heart does not stir to his nearness, his obedience, and the seeking of his pleasure. And know that the fleeting whisper and the inner prompting deliver their content to thought. Thought takes it to remembrance. Remembrance conveys it to intention. Intention takes it to the limbs and to action. It then becomes firm and a habit. Repelling it at the outset is easier than cutting it off after it has grown strong and complete. It is known that man has not been given the killing of thoughts, nor the power to cut them off entirely, for they assault him as breath assaults, save that the strength of faith and reason helps him to accept the best of them, to be pleased with it and dwell with it, and to raise away the worst of them, to dislike it and shun it. As the companions said, "O Messenger of God, one of us finds within himself a thought he would rather be burned to cinders than to speak it." He said, "Indeed, have you found it?" They said, "Yes." He said, "That is pure faith." In another wording, "Praise be to God who has returned the devil's scheme to mere whispering." There are two explanations. One, that the repelling of it and the aversion to it is pure faith. Or two, that its very occurrence and the devil's casting of it into the soul is pure faith. He casts it into the heart only to oppose faith and attempt to remove it. God has created the soul like a turning mill that never rests. It must grind something. If you place in it grain, it grinds grain. If you place in it dust and stones, it grinds dust and stones. The thoughts and reflections roaming within the soul are like the grain that is thrown in the mill. Never is the mill left idle. Some people's mill grinds good grain, producing fine flour, by which he benefits himself and others. Most grind sand, pebbles, chaff, and the like. Then, when the time for kneading and baking comes, the true nature of his flour is revealed. 1172. Section. If you repel the incoming thought, what follows it is repelled. If you accept it, it becomes a wandering reflection which recruits the intention. The two, reflection and intention, join forces to recruit the limbs. If the limbs cannot be enlisted, they return to the heart as imagery and desire, directing it toward the object sought. Now it is known. Rectifying thoughts is easier than rectifying reflections. Rectifying reflections is easier than rectifying intentions. Rectifying intentions is easier than repairing the corruption of the act. And repairing the deed is easier than cutting off the habit. The most beneficial remedy is to occupy yourself in reflecting upon what concerns you and not upon what does not. Reflection upon what does not concern you is the gate of every evil. Whoever reflects upon what does not concern him misses what does, and he becomes preoccupied from that which is of greatest benefit by that which has no benefit. Reflection, thought, intention, and resolve. These are most deserving of your self's rectification, for they are your true particularity and essence, by which you draw near to or drift far from your God and your worshipped one. Your happiness lies only in nearness to him and his good pleasure with you, and your misery in being far and in his displeasure. Whosoever is base and low in his thoughts and the range of his reflection will be likewise low in all his affairs. Beware of allowing the devil into the house of your thoughts and intentions, for he will corrupt them in a way hard to repair. He will cast into you varieties of harmful whispers and reflections, and bar you from reflecting on what benefits you, and you are the one who aids him against yourself, by giving him access to your heart and your thoughts until he has dominion over them. Your likeness with him is the likeness of a miller grinding fine grain. There comes someone with a load of dust, dung, coal, and scum to thrown into your mill. If you drive him away and do not permit him to cast what he has, you continue grinding what benefits. But if you permit him to throw it into your mill, he will spoil all the good grain, and the flour will come out wholly ruined. What the devil throws into the soul does not depart from these reflections on what has already been and how it might have been otherwise, reflections on what has not yet come to pass, and how it might be. Reflections upon the kinds of indecency and unlawful things that the imagination can grasp. Reflections upon illusory phantasms that have no true reality. Reflections on falsehoods. Reflections upon matters for which there is no pathway to knowledge, things from which God has concealed his knowledge from you, so that he casts you into endless thoughts to which you will never attain an end. Thus he makes such things the field of your mind and the pasture of your fancies. 1 Note 173. The heart's rectification in sum is this: in the domain of knowledges and conceptions, occupy your mind with knowing what is binding upon you, God's oneness and its rights, with death and all that follows, till entrance into garden or fire, with the defects of deeds and the ways to guard against them. In the domain of intentions and determinations, preoccupy yourself by willing what benefits you to will, and casting off what harms you to will. Among the Gnostics it is said, to merely desire betrayal and to occupy the thought and heart with it is more harmful to the heart than the act of betrayal itself, especially after the heart has been cleansed of it after falling into it. For desiring it occupies the heart, fills it, and makes it one's concern and sought after. You can see in the world, if a king has in his retinue one whose heart is filled with the desire to betray him, whose mind is absorbed with it while outwardly he is in the king's service, should the king come to know his inner secret and intent, he would loathe him with utmost loathing, regard him with enmity, and treat him as he deserves, finding him more abhorrent than a distant man who committed some offence, but whose heart and secret are not harbouring a desire for treachery, nor persistence in it. The latter may commit an offence while his heart is averse to it and does not conceal treachery. His state is better and his end safer than the first. In sum, the heart is never without reflection either upon what is binding for his hereafter and its interests, or upon his worldly livelihood, or upon whispers, false hopes, and imagined suppositions. As was said, the soul is like a mill, turning by whatever is cast into it. If grain is cast, it turns by grain. If glass, pebbles, and dung are cast, it turns by that. God, exalted, is the guardian of that mill, its owner and disposer. He has appointed for it an angel who casts into it what benefits it, so it turns by it, and a devil who casts what harms it, so it turns by it. The angel inclines to it at times, the devil inclines at times. The grain the angel casts is promises of good and confirmation of God's promise. The grain the devil casts is threats of evil and denial of God's promise. The flour is according to the grain, and the one who bears harmful grain cannot throw it in except when he finds the mill empty of beneficial grain, and its guardian has neglected it and turned away. Then he hastens to cast what is with him into it. In sum, when the guardian abandons the mill and its care and ceases to throw beneficial grain into it, the enemy finds a path to corrupt and ruin it with what he bears. The origin of this mill's rectification is to busy it with what concerns you. All its corruption lies in being busy with what does not concern you. How excellent what one of the wise said! When I found stored treasures set up as targets for the friendly, and saw vanishing as ruler over them and overtaking them, I turned away from all to that which reason does not contest that it is the most beneficial of treasures, the best of acquisitions, the most profitable of trades. And God is the one whose help is sought. Shaykh ibn Ibrahim said, 6 things have shut the gate of divine enabling against creation: preoccupation with favours instead of thanking for them, desire for knowledge while abandoning action, hastening to sin while delaying repentance, being beguiled by the company of the righteous while failing to emulate their deeds, the world turning its back to them while they pursue it, the hereafter advancing toward them while they turn away. I say, the origin of that is the lack of desire and dread. Its origin is weak certitude. Its origin is weak insight. Its origin is the lowness of the soul, and its meanness choosing the lower over the better. Were the soul noble and great, it would not be content with the low. The origin of all good is God's enabling and will, and the nobility of the soul, its high ambition and largeness. The origin of all evil is its baseness, its meanness, and its smallness. He, exalted, has said, truly he prospers who purifies it, and truly he fails who buries it in darkness. 91, 9-10. That is, prospers he who magnifies, ennobles, and makes it grow through obedience to God, and fails he who diminishes, belittles, and soils it by sins. Noble souls will accept only the highest, the best, and that with the most praiseworthy outcome. Base souls circle around base things and fall upon them as flies fall upon filth. A lofty and noble soul will not be content with injustice, indecency, theft, or treachery, for it is greater and more exalted than that. The low, ignoble soul is the opposite. Every soul inclines to what suits it. This is the meaning of his saying, "Say, each acts according to his own disposition." 1784. That is, according to what accords with his temperament and nature. He acts upon the path that suits his habits and character, so the profligate acts in a way that resembles his way, returning God's favours with sins and turning away from them, while the believer acts in a way that suits him, thanking for his favours, loving him, praising him, seeking nearness, modesty before him, watchfulness of him, exalting and magnifying him. 174, section. Whoever does not know himself, how shall he know his Creator? Know that God, exalted, has placed in your chest a house, the heart, and set within it a throne for his knowledge. Upon it the highest similitude takes seat, for he is, in his essence, established upon his throne, separate from his creation, and the highest similitude of his knowledge, his love, and his oneness is enthroned upon the heart's seat. Upon that seat is spread a carpet of contentment. At its right and left are the supports of his law and his commands. He opened unto it a gate from the garden of his mercy, intimacy with him, and longing to meet him. He poured upon it a shower of his word that makes grow within it fragrant herbs and fruit-bearing trees, various acts of obedience. There is no God but God, his glorification, his praise, his sanctification. In the midst of that garden he set a tree of knowledge. It brings forth its fruit in every season by the permission of its Lord love, turning back to him fear, joy in him, and delight in nearness. He ran to that tree a stream that waters it, contemplating his word, understanding it, and acting upon his counsels. He hung within that house a lamp, fueled by the light of his knowledge, faith in him and his oneness. It draws from a blessed tree an olive neither of the east nor of the west, whose oil would almost shine forth even if no fire touched it. 24:35. Around it he raised a wall that prevents afflictions and spoilers and those who would harm the garden, so that mere intention does not harm it. And he set over it a guard of angels who preserve it in wakefulness and sleep. Then he informed the owner of the house and garden about the dweller within it. His constant care is to repair the residence and mend what becomes frayed therein, so that the dweller will be pleased with it. And if he senses the least disrepair, he hastens to repair and mend out of fear, lest the dweller leave, for blessed is the dweller, and blessed is the dwelling. Glory be to God, Lord of all realms. How vast the difference between this house and a house overrun by ruin, made a habitation for vermin and crawling things, a place for casting filth and refuse. Whoever desires to withdraw and relieve himself finds it a ruin without inhabitant and without guardian, a place prepared for the relieving of oneself. Its corners dark, its smell foul, ruined in every part, filled with filth. No one finds intimacy in it, nor descends therein save those suited to its habitation among insects, worms, and vermin. The devil sits upon its couch, and upon the couch is spread a carpet of ignorance. Caprices flap within it. Around it are the supports of desires. A gate has been opened onto a field of forsakenness, estrangement, reliance on the world, contentment with it, and disinterest in the hereafter. There pours upon it a torrent of ignorance, caprice, associationism, and innovation, and there grow within it weeds and colocynths of sin and opposition. Frivolous additions, wailings, idle tales, jests, comic verses, and love songs, and wine odes that incite to what is forbidden and discourage obedience. In the midst of this field stands a tree of ignorance of him and turning away from him. It gives its fruit in every season, depravity, sins, play, mere amusement, following every wind and every desire. Among its fruits are worries, sorrows, griefs, pains, though these are concealed by busied souls in their diversions and play. But when they sober from their drunkenness, every worry, sorrow, grief, anxiety, and constricted life is brought present. Watering that tree is the following of caprice, long hopes, and self-delusion. He then leaves that house to its darkness and ruined walls, so that no corrupter, animal, harm, or filth is barred from it. Glory be to the Creator of this house and that house. Whoever knows his house, the worth of the dweller therein, and the treasures and stores and implements within it, profits by his life and his self. And whoever is ignorant thereof is ignorant of his soul, and forfeits his felicity. With God lies all success. Sal al-Tustar was asked about a man who eats once in the day. He said, "The eating of the truthful." He was asked, "Twice?" He said, "The eating of the believers." "Thrice?" He said, "Tell his family to set up for him a manger." Al-Aswad ibn Salim said, "2 cycles, rakahs, that I pray for God are more beloved to me than the garden and what is in it." It was said to him, "This is an error." He said, "Leave your talk. Paradise is my soul's pleasure. The 2 cycles are my Lord's pleasure. My Lord's pleasure is more beloved to me than my soul's." The Gnostic on earth is a sprig from the sprigs of paradise. When the aspirant smells it, his soul longs for paradise. The lover's heart is between the majesty and the beauty of his beloved. When he beholds the majesty, he is awed and magnifies. When he beholds the beauty, he loves and longs. 175. Benefit among people, some know God through his generosity, bounty, and beneficence. Among them are those who know him by his pardon, forbearance, and overlooking. Among them are those who know him by his chastisement and retribution. Among them who know him by his knowledge and wisdom. Among them who know him by his might and majesty. Among them who know him by his mercy, goodness, and subtlety. Among them who know him by his dominion and subduing power. Among them who know him by his answering of prayer, relieving distress, and fulfilling need. Most comprehensive of these is the knowledge of him who knows God from his word. For such a one knows a Lord to whom all attributes of perfection and qualities of majesty are joined, transcendent beyond likeness, free of deficiency and defect. To him belong every beautiful name and every attribute of perfection. He does whatever he wills. He is above everything and with everything, able over everything, maintaining everything, commanding and speaking by his religious and cosmic words, greater than all things, more beautiful than all things, the most merciful of those who show mercy, the most able of those who are able, the wisest of those who judge. The Qur'an was sent down to acquaint his servants with him, with the path that leads to him, and with the state of the travellers after arriving unto him. Benefit among the hidden and common afflictions is that a servant is in a favour that God has bestowed and chosen for him. Then he becomes weary of it, seeking to move away from it to what, in his ignorance, he claims is better for him. His Lord, in his mercy, does not remove him from that favour, and pardons his ignorance and his poor choice for himself, until, when he grows vexed with that favour, and displays displeasure and annoyance, and its possession over him is complete, God removes it from him. When he then moves to what he sought and sees the difference between what he had and what he came to, his anxiety and regret intensify, and he seeks a return to what he was in. When God wills good and right direction for his servant, he makes him witness that what he is in is a blessing from his blessings upon him. He grants him contentment therein and inspires him with gratitude for it. If his soul incites him to leave it, he seeks counsel from his Lord, seeking as an ignorant and incapable one, entrusting the matter to God, asking from him the good of his choosing. Nothing harms a servant more than his boredom with God's favours. He does not see them as favours, does not thank for them, does not rejoice in them. Rather, he displays displeasure, complains of them, and counts them as afflictions, though they may be among the greatest of God's favours upon him. Most people are enemies of God's favours upon them, and they do not sense that God is opening his favour to them while they strive to push it away and repel it ignorantly and wrongfully. How many a favour has hurried toward one of them while he strives with all effort to repel it away? How many a favour has reached him while he seeks to drive it off and cause it to vanish through his wrongdoing and ignorance? He, exalted, has said, that is because God would never change a favour he has bestowed upon a people until they change what is in themselves. 853. And he has said, truly God does not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. 13:11. There is no foe to favours greater than the servant's soul. Together with his enemy, he is an ally against himself. His enemy throws a spark into his favours, and he fans it. He is the one who enabled him to throw, then aided him by blowing. When the blaze grows strong, he cries for help from the fire, and the utmost of his effort is to blame fate. A man of feeble counsel, losing his occasions until when affairs have passed him by, he blames the decree. 176. Section among the most precious forms of knowledge is the knowledge of the Lord. Glorified is he through his beauty. This is the knowledge of his chosen intimates. All others know him by some of his attributes. The most complete are those who know him by his perfection, his majesty, and his beauty. There is nothing like unto him in any of his attributes. If you could suppose all creation at their most beautiful outward and inward form, and all of them upon that form, and then relate their beauty to the beauty of the Lord, it would be less than the relation of a weak lamp to the disk of the sun. It is enough of his beauty that were he to unveil the veil from his face, his radiance would burn up everything that his gaze reaches among his creation. It is enough of his beauty that every beauty outward and inward in this world and the next is among the traces of his handiwork. What then of him from whom this beauty springs? It is enough of his beauty that to him belongs all might, all power, all generosity, all beneficence, all knowledge, all grace, and by the light of his face the darknesses are illumined. As the Prophet said in the supplication at Ta'if, "I seek refuge in the light of your face, by which darknesses are illuminated, and by which the affairs of this world and the next are set aright." And Abdullah ibn Masud said, "With your Lord there is neither night nor day. The light of the heavens and the earth is from the light of his face." Thus he, exalted, is the light of the heavens and the earth. And on the day of resurrection, when he comes to judge between, the earth will shine with the light of its Lord. 39:69. Among his most beautiful names is the Beautiful. In the authentic report from the Prophet, God is beautiful and loves beauty. His beauty, exalted is he, is of 4 levels: the beauty of the essence, the beauty of the attributes, the beauty of the acts, and the beauty of the names. His names are all most beautiful, his attributes all attributes of perfection, his acts all wisdom and welfare and justice and mercy. As for the beauty of the essence and what he is in himself, that is a matter known only to him. No other knows it. Among created beings there are only the indications by which he makes himself known, to whom he honours among his servants, for that beauty is preserved from outsiders, veiled by the garment of grandeur and the cloak of majesty, just as his messenger has related from him. Grandeur is my garment, and majesty my cloak. Since grandeur is greater and more vast, it is more fitting to be named garment, for he, exalted, is the great, the most high. He is the exalted, the tremendous. Ibn Abbas said, "He veiled the essence with the attributes, and the attributes with the acts." What then do you suppose of a beauty veiled by the attributes of perfection and covered by the qualities of grandeur and majesty? From this meaning, one understands something of the beauty of his essence. The servant ascends from knowledge of the acts to knowledge of the attributes, and from knowledge of the attributes to knowledge of the essence. When he beholds something of the beauty within the acts, he infers thereby the beauty of the attributes. Then, from the beauty of the attributes, he infers the beauty of the essence. Hence, it becomes clear that to him belongs all praise. No one among his creation can encompass praising him. He is as he has praised himself. He deserves to be worshipped for his essence, loved for his essence, thanked for his essence. He loves himself, praises himself, and lauds himself. His love for himself, his praise for himself, and his affirmation of his oneness, this is in reality the praise, the lauding, the love, and the oneness. He glorified be he is, as he has praised himself, and he is above all that his creation may praise him with. And he glorified be he, just as he loves his very essence. He loves his attributes and his acts. Thus all his acts are fair and beloved, even though in the objects of his decree there may be that which he despises and detests. Yet within his acts there is nothing detestable or rejected, and in all existence there is none loved for his own sake, nor praised for his own sake, but he alone glorified be he. As for whatever besides him is loved, if one's love for it springs from love of him, such that it is loved for his sake, then that love is sound, otherwise it is a false love. This is the very reality of divinity, for the true God is he who is loved for his own sake and praised for his own sake. What then? When to this are added his beneficence and his bestowal, his clemency and his forbearance, his pardoning and his kindness and his mercy. It is incumbent upon the servant to know that there is no deity save God, and thus to love him and praise him for his essence and his perfection, and to know that there is no true benefactor by all the outward and inward blessings but he, and thus to love him for his beneficence and bestowal, and to praise him for that. He will then love him from both vantage points together. And just as there is nothing like unto him, 42:11, so there is no love like love of him. And love, when joined with humble submission, is the very servitude for which creation was brought into being, for it is the utmost love conjoined with the utmost humility, and none is fit for that but he, glorified be he. To associate with him in this is the shirk which God does not forgive, and for which he accepts no deed. His praise encompasses two foundations: informing of his praiseworthy qualities and perfections, and loving him for them. Whoever informs of another's excellencies without loving him is no true praiser, and whoever loves him without informing of his excellencies is no true praiser until he brings both together. And he glorified be he praises himself by himself, and praises himself by what he causes to flow upon the tongues of those who praise him among his angels, and his prophets and messengers, and his believing servants. He thus is the praiser of himself by this and by that, for their praise of him occurs by his willing, his leave, and his creative bringing into being. For he it is who made the praiser a praiser, the submitter a submitter, the worshipper a worshipper, and the penitent one penitent. From him blessings begin, and to him they end. They begin with his praise, and end with his praise. He is the one who inspired his servant to repentance, and rejoiced thereby with the greatest joy, and that is of his grace and bounty. He inspired his servant to obedience, and aided him upon it, then rewarded him for it, and that, too, is of his grace and bounty. He glorified be he is free of need of all besides him in every way, while all besides him are poor to him in every way. The servant is needy of him in his very essence, both in causes and in ends, for that which is not by him does not come to be, and that which is not for him does not avail. Section A's for his saying in the Hadith, God is beautiful and loves beauty. It includes the beauty of garments that was asked about in the Hadith itself, and by way of generality, it includes beauty in everything, just as in another Hadith. God is clean and loves cleanliness. And in the authentic report, God is good and accepts only what is good. And in the Sunan, God loves to see the effect of his blessing upon his servant. In them is the report from Abul Ahwas al-Jushami. He said, "The Prophet saw me wearing tattered clothes and said, 'Do you have wealth?' I said, 'Yes.' He asked, 'Of what kind?' I said, 'Of every kind God has given, camels and sheep.' He said, 'Then let the effect of God's blessing and his honor upon you be seen.' Thus he glorified be. He loves the manifest sign of his blessing upon his servant, for it is of the beauty he loves, and that is part of gratitude for his blessings. This is an inward beauty, so he loves to see upon his servant outward beauty by his blessing, and inward beauty by gratitude for it. And because he glorified be he loves beauty, he sent down for his servants garments and adornment to beautify their outward forms, and God weariness to beautify their inward souls. Thus he said, 'O children of Adam, we have sent down upon you attire to cover your nakedness, and as an adornment, yet the garment of God weariness that is best.' 7:26. And he said of the people of the garden, 'And he will meet them with brightness and joy.' 76:11. And reward them for their patient endurance with a garden and silk. 76:12. So he beautified their faces with brightness, their inner beings with joy, and their bodies with silk. And he glorified be he, just as he loves beauty in words, deeds, clothing, and demeanour. He detests the ugly in words, deeds, attire, and demeanour. Thus he detests the ugly and its people, and he loves beauty and its people. Yet two factions have gone astray in this matter. One faction said, "Everything he created is beautiful. Thus he loves everything he created, and we love all that he created, and we do not detest anything of it below." They say, "Whoever beholds the existence as from him sees them all as beautiful." And one of their poets recites, "When you behold the existence with their eye, then all that existence holds is fair." They cite his saying, "He perfected everything he created," 32.7, and his saying, "God's handiwork, he who perfected all things," 27.88, and his saying, "You do not see in the creation of the All-Merciful any disparity," 67.3. In their view, the truly knowing one is he who declares beauty unconditionally and sees in existence nothing ugly. Such people have had all jealousy for God removed from their hearts, as well as hatred for God's sake, enmity in his cause, rejection of the wrong, striving in his path, and establishing his limits. They see the beauty of forms male and female as of the beauty that God loves, and they worship by means of their dissoluteness. And some among them may go so far as to claim that the one they worship manifests in that form and indwells therein. And if they are of the monists, they say it is an epiphany of the real, and call these the epiphanies of beauty. Section opposed to them is a second faction, who say, "God glorified, he has condemned the beauty of forms and the completeness of stature and physique. Thus he said of the hypocrites, and when you see them, their bodies please you." 63.4. And he said, "How many a generation before them have we destroyed who were of better furnishings and outward show?" 1974, meaning wealth and splendid appearances. Al-Hasan said, "It is the forms." And in Sahih Muslim from him, "Peace and blessings be upon him." God does not look at your forms, nor your wealth, but he looks at your hearts and your deeds. They say, "It is known that he negated not the look of perception, but the look of love." They say, "He has forbidden us silk and gold in garments and vessels among the greatest beauties of this world." And he said, "Do not strain your eyes toward the bloom of the life of this world, which we have granted pairs among them, that we may test them thereby." 20:131. And in the hadith, simplicity of dress is part of faith. He has condemned the prodigal, and extravagance, as it can be in food and drink, can also be in clothing. The settlement of the dispute is to say, beauty in form, clothing and demeanour is of three kinds: that which is praiseworthy, that which is blameworthy, and that to which neither praise nor blame attaches. Praiseworthy is that which is for God's sake and aids in obeying God, carrying out his commands, and responding to him as when the prophet would adorn himself for delegations. This is akin to donning the implements of war for fighting, wearing silk in battle, and a becoming pride therein, for that is praiseworthy when it entails exalting God's word, giving victory to his religion, and vexing his enemy. Blameworthy is that which is for this world, seeking dominance, vainglory, swaggering, and as a means to lusts, or when it becomes the servant's very goal and utmost desire. For many souls have no other aspiration. As for that which is neither praiseworthy nor blameworthy, it is what is free of these two intents and stripped of both of those qualities. What is intended here is that this noble hadith comprises two great roots. Its beginning is knowledge, and its end is the path. One comes to know God, glorified be he, by a beauty that none resembles him in. And one worships him by the beauty he loves in words, deeds, and character. He thus loves from his servant that he beautify his tongue with truthfulness, his heart with sincerity, love turning back to him, and trust, his limbs with obedience, and his body by manifesting his blessings upon him in his clothing, and by purifying it from impurities, minor and major, from filth, disliked hair, and by circumcision and trimming the nails. Thus one knows him by the attributes of beauty, and draws near to him by beautiful acts, words, and character. He knows him by the beauty that is his description, and he worships him by the beauty that is his law and his religion. The Hadith thus gathers two principles, knowledge and the path. Section nothing is more beneficial for the servant than truthfulness with his Lord in all his affairs, together with the truthfulness of determination. He is truthful with him in his resolve and in his deed. God the Exalted said, "And when the matter was resolved, if only they had been true to God, it would have been better for them." 47:21. His felicity lies in the truthfulness of resolve and the truthfulness of action. The truthfulness of resolve is to gather it up, make it firm, and remove hesitation from it, to be a resolve unsullied by vacillation or reconsideration. Once his resolve has been made true, there remains upon him the truthfulness of action, to exhaust his capacity and expend his effort therein, and not to hold back from it in anything of his outer being or his inner. The resolve of intent prevents him from the weakness of will and ambition. The truthfulness of action prevents him from laziness and languor. Whoever is truthful with God in all his affairs, God will act for him in ways he does not act for others. And this truthfulness is a meaning composed of the soundness of sincerity and the truthfulness of trust in God. The most truthful of people are those whose sincerity and trust are the most sound. A noble benefit in destiny. A lord possessed of will commands a servant possessed of will. If he grants him divine enabling and wills from his own side to assist him and inspire him to do what he has commanded, then so it is. But if he abandons him and leaves him and his will and himself, then from that perspective he chooses nothing but what his lower self and natural disposition desire. From the aspect that he is human, he wills only that. For this reason, God condemned him in his book from this perspective, and praised him only by a matter added beyond that perspective, namely, that he is a Muslim, a believer, patient, virtuous, grateful, God-fearing, dutiful, and the like. This is an affair additional to his mere being human, and to the bare soundness of his faculty of willing, but bare soundness does not suffice, unless it is supported by a decree added to that, which is divine enabling, tawfiq. Just as bare soundness of the eye does not suffice for seeing, unless there comes another cause, the external light. Section among the greatest forms of wrong and ignorance is that you seek awe and veneration from people, while your heart is empty of awe and veneration for God. For you will hold a creature in such reverence that you are ashamed for him to see you in a state in which you are not ashamed for God to see you. He, the Exalted, said, "What is the matter with you that you do not ascribe to God due grandeur?" 71:13. That is, you do not deal with him as you deal with one whom you revere. Grandness and magnification, and of it is his saying that you honour him. 48:9. Al-Hasan said, "What is the matter with you that you do not recognize God's due, nor do you give thanks to him?" Mujahid said, "You do not care about the greatness of your Lord." Ibn Zayd said, "You do not see that God has a right to be obeyed." Ibn Abbas said, "You do not know the due of his greatness." These statements return to a single meaning. Had they magnified God and known the due of his greatness, they would have affirmed his oneness, obeyed him and thanked him. Obedience to him, glorified be he is to avoid his disobedience, and to feel shame before him in proportion to the grandeur he holds in the heart. For this reason, some of the early ones said, "Let the grandeur of God in the heart of one of you be so great that he would feel shame to mention him alongside what one is ashamed to mention. As when one says, 'May God curse the dog, the pig, the stench,' and the like, this is part of God's grandeur. And of his grandeur is that you do not equate any of his creation with him not in speech, such that you say, 'By God and by your life,' or 'I have none but God and you,' or 'What God wills and you will,' nor in love, magnification, and glorification, nor in obedience, such that you obey a creature in his command and prohibition as you obey God, or more so, as is the case with many oppressors and profligates, nor in fear and hope, making him the least regarded of those who see you. Nor do you belittle his right and say, 'It is built upon indulgence,' nor put him to the remainder and advance the creature's right over his. Nor should God and his messenger be in one boundary and side, and the people in another boundary and side, so that you are in the boundary and side of the people, not the boundary and side of God and his messenger. Nor do you give the creature your heart and core in speaking with him, and give God in his service only your body and tongue, without your heart and spirit. Nor do you put your own self's desire ahead of your Lord's desire. All this arises from the absence of God's grandeur in the heart. Whoever is such, God will not cast for him awe or majesty into the hearts of people. Rather, his awe and his majesty fall from their hearts, even if they revere him for fear of his harm. That is the awe of hatred, not the awe of love and magnification. And of God's grandeur is that one feels shame at his seeing his secret and his inner self, finding there what he dislikes, and that one be more ashamed before him in seclusion than before the great ones among people. The point is, whoever does not venerate God and his word, and what he has granted of knowledge and wisdom, how can he seek from people that they venerate and magnify him? The Qur'an, knowledge, and the messenger's words are sallies from the real admonitions, alerts, restraints, and deterrents directed to you, while grey hairs are a restrainer, a deterrent, and an awakener standing within you. Yet neither what has come to you admonishes you, nor what stands within you counsels you, and despite this you seek reverence and magnification from others. You are like one stricken by calamity, who has drawn no admonition or restraint from it, while seeking others to be admonished and restrained by considering his affliction. The blow has not deterred him, yet he wishes deterrence from one who only saw the blow befall him, or merely heard of punishments and exemplary retributions in others' cases, when God is not like one who saw them occur in others with his own eyes. Then what of one who finds them in himself? We shall show them our signs upon the horizons and within themselves. 41:53. His signs upon the horizons are audible and known. His signs within the self are witnessed and seen. We seek God's refuge from abandonment. He, the exalted, said, "Indeed, those upon whom your Lord's word has come due will not believe, even if every sign were to come to them until they see the painful chastisement." 10:96-97. And he said, "And if we had sent down to them the angels, and the dead had spoken to them, and we had gathered together all things before them, they would not have believed, unless God so willed." 6:111. The intelligent one, aided with divine enabling, takes heed without all this, and completes the deficiencies of his natural composition by the virtues of his character and his deeds. Whenever a trace is effaced from his frame, his faith increases. Whenever the powers of his body diminish, his faith, certainty and yearning toward God and the final abode increase. If not so, then death is better for him, for it halts him upon a defined limit of pain and corruption, unlike defects and diminutions, together with long life, which only add to his pain, his worry, his grief, and his regret. Long life is good and beneficial only when it yields remembrance, repair, and the grasping of opportunity with sincere repentance, just as he, the Exalted, said, "Did we not grant you lives long enough for whoever would take heed to take heed therein?" 35, 37. Whoever is not bequeathed by being given time and a long stay the mending of his flaws, mending what he has let slip, and seizing the remainder of his breaths so as to work for the life of his heart and the attainment of abiding bliss, then there is no good for him in his life. For the servant is ever upon the wing of a journey, either to the garden or to the fire. When his life is long and his deeds good, the length of his journey is an increase in attainment of bliss and delight. For the longer the journey, the more precious and noble is the yearning. But if his life is long and his deeds evil, the length of his journey is an increase in his pain and torment, a descent to what is lower. The traveller is either ascending or descending, and in the raised hadith, "The best of you is he whose life is long and whose deeds are good, and the worst of you is he whose life is long and whose deeds are foul." The sincere seeker, in his seeking whenever something of his self is ruined, he makes of that ruin the building of his heart and spirit. Whenever something of his world diminishes, he makes of that decrease an increase for his hereafter. Whenever he is withheld from some of the pleasures of this world, he makes of that withholding an increase in the pleasures of the hereafter. Whenever a worry, sorrow, or grief touches him, he makes of it in his hereafter joys. If a decrease in his body, his worldly portion, his pleasure, his status, or his leadership increases the attainment and storing up of these for him in his return, it is a mercy for him and a good. Otherwise it is deprivation and a punishment for outward or inward sins, or for leaving an outward or an inward obligation. Deprivation of the good of this world and the next is consequent upon these four, and in God is all enabling. Benefit. Since mankind was created, they have never ceased to be travellers, and they will not lay down their burdens except in the garden or the fire. The intelligent one knows that travel is built upon hardship and the taking of risks. It is impossible, as a rule, to seek therein delight, luxury, and repose. These belong only to after the journey's end. It is known that every footfall and every moment of the journey does not stand still, and the responsible soul does not stand still. It has been established that one is a traveller, and thus must be as a traveller, ever preparing the provisions that will carry him through. When he halts or sleeps or rests, it is still upon the footing of readiness for the road. Benefit. Among the knowers it is held, to preoccupy oneself with witnessing at the expense of righteous work along the path and in secret is a halt. For in the time of witnessing, were one to be a person of outward or inward action, or of increase in detailed knowledge and faith, that would be more fitting. The human subtlety, the inner self, will be raised upon the form of its deeds, its knowing, its concern, and its will. The body will be raised upon the form of its deed, good or evil. When you depart from this abode, you will behold the reality of that. In proportion to your heart's nearness to God, you will be far from intimacy with people and their dwelling with you, and in proportion to your guarding of your secret and your will, it will be guarded. The axis of all this is the soundness of Tawheed, then the soundness of knowledge of the way, then the soundness of will, then the soundness of action. And beware, most beware of people's turning toward you, their flocking to you, and of their uncovering the very place of your aim. For that is the greatest affliction. Nenefit. Every person of sound mind knows that Satan has no way upon him except from 3 directions. First, surplus and excess he indulges beyond the need, and so it becomes a surplus, which is Satan's portion and his entry to the heart. The way to guard against this is to deny the soul its full demand of food, or sleep, or pleasure, or repose. When you close this gate, you're safe from the enemy's entry through it. Second, heedlessness for the one who remembers is within the fortress of remembrance. When he becomes heedless, he opens the gate of the fortress, and the enemy enters. To expel him then is difficult or arduous. Third, burdening oneself with what does not concern one in all things. Benefit whoever seeks to penetrate to God and the final abode, or to any knowledge, craft, or leadership, such that he becomes a foremost one therein. A model to be followed must be courageous and forward, ruling over his imagination, not defeated beneath the sway of his fancy. Ascetic in everything besides his aim, passionately in love with what he has turned toward, knowing the path of reaching it and the paths that cut one off from it. Bold in aspiration, steadfast of heart, not turned aside from his aim by the blame of a blamer. Much in stillness, constant in reflection, not swayed by the delight of praise, nor the pain of blame, fulfilling what he needs of the means to receive aid, not agitated by oppositions. His emblem is patience, his repose is toil, loving noble character, guarding his time, mixing with people only with caution like a bird that pecks the grain among them, standing over himself with desire and dread, hoping for the fruits of being chosen above his kind, sending forth none of his senses to play, nor letting his thoughts roam across the ranks of created being. The pivot of this is to abandon accustomed habits and to cut the ties that stand between you and the goal. Among the common folk, it is said, to keep adab while the veil remains is better than casting off adab with unveiling. Benefit. Among those who remember God are those who begin with the tongue's remembrance, even if in heedlessness. Then they persist in it until their heart becomes present, and both agree together upon remembrance. And among them are those who do not see that as fitting. They do not begin in heedlessness, but still themselves until their heart is present, then commence remembrance with the heart. When it grows strong, it draws the tongue to follow, and the two agree together. The former has remembrance travel from his tongue to his heart, the latter from his heart to his tongue, without the heart ever being empty of it. Rather, he first stills himself until he senses the emergence of the speaker within him. When he senses that his heart speaks, then that heart's speech moves to remembrance upon the tongue. Then he becomes so absorbed in it that he finds all of him remembering. The best remembrance and the most beneficial is that in which the heart accords with the tongue, that is, of the prophetic remembrances, while the one remembering witnesses their meanings and aims. Section. The most beneficial person to you is he who gives you access to himself, so that you may sow good within him, or show him kindness. For he is indeed the best aid to you upon your own benefit and perfection, and your benefit by him is in reality like his benefit by you, or greater. The most harmful person to you is he who gives you access to himself such that you disobey God for his sake, for he is an aid to you upon your own harm and loss. Section A. Forbidden pleasure is mixed with ugliness at the very time of indulging it, and it bears fruit in pain after its end. So when the urge in you intensifies toward it, reflect on its cutting off and the remaining of its ugliness and its pain. Then weigh between the two matters and look at the difference between them. Toil in obedience is mixed with fairness and bears fruit in delight and repose. So when it weighs heavy upon the soul, reflect on the cutting off of its toil and the remaining of its fairness, delight, and joy. Weigh between the two matters, and prefer the weightier over the lighter. If you suffer because of the cause, then look to what is in the result of joy and delight, and the bearing of the cause will be eased upon you. If you suffer from leaving the forbidden pleasure, then look to the pain that follows it. Weigh between the two pains. The special mark of reason is to secure the greater of two benefits by forfeiting the lesser, and to bear the lesser of two pains, to repel the greater. This requires knowledge of causes and what they entail, and a sound intellect by which one chooses what is more fitting. Otherwise, his knowledge will not benefit him. Whoever perfects his portion of intellect and knowledge chooses what is better and prefers it. Whoever is deficient in one or both chooses the contrary. Whoever reflects on this world and the next knows that neither is attained except with hardship. So let him bear hardship for the better and the more lasting of the two. Section God has upon the servant, in every limb of his limbs, a command, and upon it he has a prohibition, and in it he has a blessing, and by it he has a benefit and a delight. If he stands for God in that limb by fulfilling his command and avoiding his prohibition, then he has rendered thanks for his blessing upon it, and has striven to perfect his benefit and delight by it. If he neglects God's command and prohibition therein, God will deprive him of benefiting by that limb, and will make it among the greatest causes of his pain and harm. And upon him, in every moment of his moments, is a devotion that brings him near to God and draws him closer. If he occupies his time with the devotion of the moment, he advances toward his Lord. If he occupies it with the caprice of his soul and idleness, he falls back. The servant is always either advancing or falling behind. There is no standing still upon the path at all. He, the exalted, said, "For whoever among you wills to advance or to fall behind." 74:37. Section God glorified be. He has set up this creation between command and prohibition, giving and withholding. They have split into two groups. One group answered his command with neglect, his prohibition with commission, his giving with heedlessness of gratitude, and his withholding with resentment. These are his enemies, and among them enmity is according to what of that is in them. Another group said, "We are only your servants. If you command us, we hasten to respond. If you forbid us, we hold our souls back from what you forbade us. If you give to us, we praise you and thank you, and if you withhold from us, we plead to you and remember you." Between these and the garden, there is only the veil of this worldly life. When death tears it for them, they go to abiding bliss and the coolness of eyes. Just as those others have nothing between them and the fire but the veil of life. When death tears it, they go to regret and pain. So when the armies of this world and the next collide within your heart, and you wish to know to which of the two parties you belong, then look. With whom do you incline, and with whom do you fight? For you cannot stand between the two armies. You are with one of them, inevitably. The first group took their desires to be a suspicious counsellor, and so they opposed them. They took reason to be a true adviser, and so they consulted it. They emptied their hearts for reflection upon what they were created for, their limbs for the work they were commanded with, their times for building what will build their dwellings in the hereafter. They sought aid against the swiftness of their appointed term by hastening to good works. They lived in this world with their bodies while their hearts were travelling beyond it. They settled in the hereafter before their transfer to it. They cared for God and His obedience according to their need for Him. They provisioned themselves for the hereafter according to the length of their stay therein. So He glorified, be He hastened for them, from the bliss of the garden and its spirit, that He made them intimate with Himself. He turned their hearts toward Him. He gathered them upon His love. He made them yearn for meeting Him. He graced them with His nearness. He emptied their hearts of what fills other hearts, love of the world, worries and grief over missing it, and anxiety from fearing its loss. Thus they found easy what the pampered find rough, and felt at home with what the ignorant find strange. They kept company with this world by their bodies, and the highest assembly by their spirits. Section Tawheed is the purest, most pristine, cleanest, and most lucid of things. The least thing scratches it, stains it, and affects it. It is like the whitest garment upon which the slightest mark shows, like a mirror so clear that the slightest touch will mar it. For this reason it is disturbed by a glance, a word, a subtle desire. If its owner hastens and removes that trace by its opposite, well, otherwise it takes root and becomes a disposition that is hard to uproot. These traces and dispositions that arise in it, some are quick to arise and quick to fade. Some are quick to arise and slow to fade. Some are slow to arise and quick to fade. Some are slow to arise and slow to fade. Yet among people there are those whose tawheed is vast and great. Much of those traces becomes submerged in it, and dissolved like a large body of water into which the least impurity or dirt falls. The possessor of lesser tawhid is deceived by this. He mixes his weak tawhid with what the possessor of great abundant tawhid has mixed into his, and its effect appears in him as it did not appear in the greater tawhid. Moreover, the very clear vessel shows to its owner what stains it in ways not noticed in a vessel that does not reach that degree of clarity. He hastens to remove it, while the other does not even feel it. Moreover, when faith and tawhid are very strong, they transmute and vanquish bad materials unlike a weak strength. Moreover, one with many overwhelming good qualities may be forgiven what another, who does not have those, would not be for, as has been said. If the beloved commits a single fault, his beauties come with 1,000 intercessors. Moreover, the truth of seeking, the strength of will, and the completeness of compliance transform those incidental veils and foreign accretions into the work and rule of tawhid. Just as lying, corruption of aim, and weakness of compliance transform praiseworthy words and deeds into the work and rule of their own nature, as is seen in dominant humours that turn wholesome foods to their own temperament. Benefit-leaving desires for the sake of God does indeed save one from God's punishment and ensures attainment of His mercy. Yet God's treasures, storehouses of goodness and the sweetness of intimacy, yearning for Him, joy and exaltation in Him, do not settle in a heart that contains other than Him, even if it belongs to a worshipper, an ascetic, or a scholar. He glorified be He has refused to place His treasures in a heart that holds another alongside Him, whose aim and attachment are with other than Him. He deposits His treasures only in a heart that sees poverty as wealth with God, and wealth as poverty without God, that sees honour as humiliation without Him, and humiliation as honour with Him. that views bliss as torment without him, and torment as bliss with him. In some, it sees no life except in him, even with death, pain, worry, grief and sorrow, if he is not there. For such a one there are two gardens, a garden in this world, immediate, and a garden on the day of resurrection. Benefit. Turning back, in Abba, is the heart's seclusion with God, mighty and majestic, like the body's seclusion in a mosque without departing. Its reality is the heart's seclusion upon his love and remembrance in reverence and magnification, and the limb's seclusion upon obeying him in pure sincerity to him and following his messenger. Whoever does not seclude his heart with God alone will seclude it with diverse idols, as the Imam of the God-oriented said to his people, "What are these images to which you are devoted?" 21:52. He and his people thus divided the reality of seclusion. His people's portion was seclusion upon images, and his portion was seclusion upon the majestic Lord. Images, tamathil, are forms made present. The heart's attachment to other than God, its preoccupation with it, and leaning upon it, is its seclusion upon the images that have taken residence within his heart, akin to seclusion upon the carved images. For this reason, worshippers of images fell into shirk by secluding their hearts' concerns and wills upon their images. When the heart contains images that have possessed and enslaved it such that it is devoted to them, that is the counterpart of seclusion upon idols. For this the Prophet called such a one a slave to them, and invoked against him stumbling and inversion. May the slave of the dinar perish, may the slave of the dirham perish, may he perish and relapse, and if he is pierced by a thorn, may he not be extracted. A people in this abode are on the wing of a journey, all of them. Every traveller is departing to his destination and alighting upon the one with whom he rejoices to alight. The seeker of God and the final abode is but one who journeys to God in the very course of his travel, and alights with him upon his arrival. Such is his aim in his journey and in its completion. O soul at peace, return unto your Lord, well-pleased, well-pleasing, enter then among my servants, and enter my garden. February. And the wife of Pharaoh said, "My lord, build for me near you a house in the garden." And they put it 66:11. She asked that the house be near you, before asking that it be in the garden for the neighbour, before the dwelling. From the Sheikh's words upon it, "It was said to me, in a sleep like wakefulness, or a wakefulness like sleep, do not display poverty to other than me. Otherwise I will double it upon you as a requital for your stepping beyond your bounds in my servitude. I tested you with poverty to make you pure gold, so do not be counterfeit after smelting. I decreed poverty for you, and for myself richness. If you bind your need to me, I will bind you to richness. If you bind it to other than me, I will cut off from you the streams of my aid, driving you from my door. Do not rely on anything short of us, for it will be a bane upon you and a slayer of you. If you rely upon your deeds, we will turn them back upon you. If upon your gnosis, we will denounce it upon you. If upon your ecstasy, we will lure you by it. If upon your knowledge, we will stop you with it. If upon people, we will consign you to them. Be content for us to be your Lord, and we shall be content for you to be our servant." Benefit. The sob that arises upon hearing the Qur'an, or other than it has causes. First, that a rank flashes before him which is not his. He yearns toward it, and so a sob arises. This is a sob of longing. Second, that a sin he committed flashes before him. He sobs in fear and sorrow for himself. This is a sob of awe. Third, that a deficiency in him appears which he has no power to remove, that begets sorrow, and he sobs a sob of grief. Fourth, that the perfection of his beloved flashes before him, and he sees the path to him blocked, that begets a sob of regret and sorrow. Fifth, that his beloved had veiled himself from him, and he had busied himself with other than him. Then the hearing reminds him of his beloved. His beauty flashes before him. He sees the door open and the path clear, so he sobs in joy and gladness for what has appeared. In every case, the cause of the sob is the strength of the inrush and the weakness of the vessel to bear it. Strength is that the inrush do its work within without outwardly showing. That is stronger and more lasting. If he manifests it, its effect is weakened and is soon cut off. This is the ruling of the sob for the truthful one. For the sobbing person is either truthful or a thief or a hypocrite. A noble principle. The root of good and evil lies in thought. For thought is the beginning of will and seeking, whether in renunciation and abstinence, or in love and hate. The most beneficial thought is that which is upon the interests of the hereafter, and upon the paths to bring them near, and upon the harms of the hereafter, and upon the paths to avoid them. These are 4 thoughts, the noblest of thoughts. After them come 4. Thinking upon the interests of this world and the paths to acquire them, and thinking upon the harms of this world and the paths to guard against them. Upon these 8 divisions revolve the thoughts of the intelligent. The head of the first division is thinking upon God's bounties and blessings, and upon his command and prohibition, and upon the paths to knowing him and his names and attributes from his book and the sunnah of his prophet, and what they entail. This thought yields for its owner love and knowledge. If he thinks upon the hereafter, its nobility and endurance, and upon this world its baseness and evanescence, that yields for him desire for the hereafter and renunciation of the world. Whenever he thinks upon the shortness of hope and the narrowness of time, that yields earnestness, striving, and expending one's capacity to seize time. These thoughts raise his aspiration and revive it after its death and baseness, making him in one valley while people are in another. Opposite to these thoughts are the bad thoughts that rove in the hearts of most of this creation, such as thinking upon what one is not charged to think upon and has not been given to encompass surplus knowledge that does not benefit. Like thinking upon the how of the divine essence and his attributes, what the minds have no way to comprehend. Among them is thinking upon subtle arts that do not benefit but harm, like thinking upon chess, music, types of figures and images. Among them is thinking upon sciences, which even if true, would not grant the soul completion or nobility by thinking upon them, such as the niceties of logic and mathematical and natural science, and most of the philosophers' sciences, wherein even if one reached their furthest point, he would not be thereby completed, nor would he purify his soul. Among them is thinking upon lusts and pleasures, and the paths to obtain them. The soul may have a pleasure in that, but it has no good outcome, and its harm in the end of this world before the hereafter is many times its delight. Among them is thinking upon what has not been if it were, how it would be, like thinking if he were to become a king, or find a treasure, or own an estate, what would he do, how he would act, take, give, and take revenge, and the like of the thoughts of base souls. Among them is thinking upon the particulars of people's states, what they are running after, how they enter and exit, and what follows from that. The thoughts of souls void of God, his messenger, and the final abode. Among them is thinking upon the niceties of stratagems and trickery by which one reaches his aims and whims, whether permitted or forbidden. Among them is thinking upon the kinds of poetry, its inflections and modes in praise, satire, amorous verse, elegies, and the like, for it distracts a person from thinking upon that wherein lies his true happiness and enduring life. Among them is thinking upon purely mental constructs that have no existence outside the mind, and which people have no need for at all. These are found in every science, even in jurisprudence, the principles, and medicine. All such thoughts, their harm outweighs their benefit. Their harm suffices in that they busy one away from thinking upon what is worthier and more beneficial to him now and later. Principle seeking is the pollination of faith. When faith and seeking unite, they bear righteous action. Good opinion of God is the pollination of need and utter dependence upon him. When they unite, they bear the answering of prayer. Awe of God is the pollination of love. When they unite, they bear compliance with commands and avoidance of prohibitions. Patience is the pollination of certainty. When they unite, they bequeath leadership in religion. He, the Exalted, said, "And we made from among them leaders who guided by our command, when they had been patient, and when they were certain of our signs." 32:24. Sound following of the messenger is the pollination of sincerity. When they unite, they bear the acceptance of deeds and regard for them. Action is the pollination of knowledge. When they unite, there is success and felicity. If either is alone without the other, it yields nothing. Forbearance is the pollination of knowledge. When they unite, worldly and otherworldly leadership ensues, and people benefit from the scholar's knowledge. If either is alone without its companion, benefit and usefulness are missed. Resolve is the pollination of insight. When they unite, their owner attains the good of this world and the next, and his aspiration reaches every place of the heights. The lack of perfections comes either from the absence of insight or the absence of resolve. Good intention is the pollination of a sound mind. When both are absent, all good is absent. When they unite, they bear all kinds of good. Sound judgment is the pollination of courage. When they unite, there is victory and triumph. If both sit idle, there is abandonment and loss. If judgment is found without courage, there is cowardice and incapacity. If courage is found without judgment, there is rashness and ruin. Patience is the pollination of insight. When they unite, the good is in their union. Al-Hasan said, "If you wish to see one with insight, but no patience, you will see him. And if you wish to see one patient, but without insight, you will see him. If you see one both patient and insightful, that is the one." Sincere counsel is the pollination of intellect. The stronger the counsel, the stronger and more illuminated the intellect. Remembrance and reflection. Each is the pollination of the other. When they unite, they produce renunciation of the world and desire for the hereafter. God-wariness is the pollination of trust in God. When they unite, the heart becomes upright. The pollination of taking the readiness for meeting God is short hope. When they unite, all good is in their union, and evil is in their separation. The pollination of high aspiration is the sound intention. When they unite, the servant reaches the utmost of what is sought. Principle. The servant has two stations before God, a station before him in prayer, and a station before him on the day of meeting. Whoever stands by the right of the first station, the second is made easy for him. Whoever belittles this station and does not render it its due, the other is made severe upon him. He, the Exalted, said, "And in the night prostrate to him and glorify him long at night. Indeed, these love the fleeting world and leave behind them a heavy day. 76, 26, 27. Principle. Pleasure, as such, is sought by the human being indeed, by every living thing. It is not condemned from the perspective of being pleasure. It is condemned, and its leaving is better and more beneficial than attaining it, when it entails the loss of a greater and more complete pleasure, or when it is followed by a pain whose occurrence is greater than the pain of leaving it. Here the difference between the intelligent, discerning one and the foolish, ignorant one appears. Whenever one knows the difference between the two pleasures and the two pains, and that there is no proportion between one and the other, it becomes easy to leave the lesser pleasure to attain the greater, and to bear the lighter pain to repel the heavier. Once this principle is firm, the pleasure of the hereafter is greater and more lasting. The pleasure of this world is lesser and shorter, and likewise its pains. The foundation of all this is faith and certainty. When certainty grows strong and touches the heart, it prefers the higher over the lower in the realm of pleasure, and bears the easier pain over the harsher. God is the one whose aid is sought. Benefit his saying, the exalted, and mention Job when he called upon his Lord. Indeed, harm has touched me, and you are the most merciful of the merciful. 21:83. This supplication gathers together the reality of Tawheed, the manifestation of poverty and need to his Lord, the taste of love in his pleading to him, the acknowledgement of him as most merciful, and the seeking of nearness to him by his attributes, together with the intensity of his need, which is his poverty. Whenever the afflicted says this, his affliction is unveiled. It has been tried that whoever says it 7 times, especially with this knowledge, God removes his harm. Benefit his saying, the exalted, about his prophet Joseph, that he said, You are my protector in this world and the next. Take me unto you as one in surrender, and join me with the righteous. 12:101. This supplication gathers acknowledgement of Tawheed and surrender to the Lord, manifestation of need to him, disavowal of alliance with other than him, that dying upon Islam is the servant's highest aim, that this lies in God's hand, not the servant's, acknowledgement of the return, and the request for the company of the felicitous. Benefit his saying, the exalted, and there is not a thing but that with us are its treasuries. 15:21 contains a treasure among treasures, that everything should be sought only from him in whose possession are its treasuries. The keys to those treasuries are in his 2 hands. To seek it from other than him is to seek it from one who neither possesses it nor has power over it. And his saying, and that unto your Lord is the end. 53:42 contains a mighty treasure, that every aim, if it be not aimed for his sake and bound to him, then it fades and is cut off. For unto it is not the end. The end is only unto him, unto whom all affairs come to their end, to his creating, his willing, his wisdom, and his knowledge. He is the utmost end of every sought thing. Every beloved that is not loved for his sake, its love is fatigue and torment. Every work that is not intended for his sake is wasted and null. Every heart that does not reach him is wretched, barred from its happiness and success. All that is to be sought from him is gathered in his saying, and there is not a thing but that with us are its treasuries. 15:21. All that is to be sought for his sake is gathered in his saying, and that unto your Lord is the end. 53:42. Beyond him, glorified be he, there is no goal to be sought. Beneath him there is no goal at which to end. Under this lies a great secret of Tawheed. the heart does not find stability, tranquility, or rest except by reaching him. All that besides him which is loved and sought is sought for other than itself. The only sought after beloved for its own sake is one unto whom is the end. It is impossible that the end be unto two, just as it is impossible that the beginning of created things be from two. Whoever's final end in love, desire, fear, and obedience is other than him, this collapses and departs from him at the point of his greatest need. Whoever's final end in love, desire, dread, and seeking is he glorified be, he attains his grace, delight, joy, and eternal felicity. The servant is always turning between the rulings of commands and the rulings of sudden decrees. He needs indeed, is compelled to aid at the time of commands, and to subtle gentleness at the time of decrees. In proportion to his standing by the commands, gentleness reaches him at the decrees. If his standing by the commands is complete outward and inward, gentleness reaches him outward and inward. If he stands by their outward forms without their truths and inwardness, gentleness reaches him outwardly, and his portion of inward gentleness is small. If you ask, what is inward gentleness? It is what comes to the heart at the time of decrees. Stillness, tranquility, the removal of agitation, disturbance, and panic. He is humble before his master, abased to him, submissive his heart gazing toward him, his spirit and his secret at rest in him. The witnessing of his subtle grace with him occupies him from the intensity of the pain he is in. His knowledge of God's good choosing for him veils him from witnessing that pain. He is a pure servant upon whom his master runs his rulings, whether he is pleased or angry. If he is pleased, he attains his good pleasure. If he is angry, his lot is anger. This inward gentleness is the fruit of that inward dealing. It increases as that increases, and decreases as that decreases. A noble benefit one remains cut off from God until his will and his love connect with the highest face. What is meant by this connection is that love flows unto him and attaches to him alone, unbarred by anything between. That knowledge of his names, attributes, and acts be connected its light, not dimmed by the darkness of negation, tatil, just as the light of love is not dimmed by the darkness of shirk. That remembrance be connected to him, glorified be he, so that the veil of heedlessness between the one remembering and the remembered is removed, and so that in the state of remembrance he does not turn to other than the one remembered, then remembrance is connected. That action be connected to his commands and prohibitions, such that he does the obedience not merely because he was commanded, but because he commanded it and loves it, and he leaves the prohibitions because he forbade them and hates them. This is the meaning of action being connected to his command and prohibition, namely, the vanishing of ulterior motives and self-interests that impel to action or to leaving it. That trust and love be connected to him, so that one becomes confident in him, at peace with him, content with his beautiful governance of him, never accusing him in any state. That his poverty and need be connected to him, glorified be he, rather than to any other. That his fear, hope, joy, gladness, and exultation be connected to him alone, so that he does not fear other than him, nor hope in other than him. That he does not rejoice full rejoicing, nor delight the ultimate delight, except in him. If something through a creature brings him some joy or delight, it is not the full joy, the complete delight, the exultation, the bliss, the coolness of the eye, and the stillness of the heart, except in him. Glorified be he. Whatever besides him aids in this sought goal, he rejoices in it and delights in it, If it veils from him, then its grief, estrangement, and the heart's disturbance by its arrival is more fitting than rejoicing in it. There is no joy and no delight save in him, or in what leads to him and aids in his good pleasure. He has informed, glorified be he, that he does not love those who rejoice in the world and its adornment, and he commanded rejoicing in his bounty and his mercy, which the companions and followers explained as Islam, faith, and the Qur'an. The point: whoever has these affairs connected to God, glorified be he has arrived. Whoever has not is cut off from his Lord, connected to his self-interest and his soul, confused in his knowing, his willing, and his walking. A noble principle. I have reflected on this matter, and its root is that you know all blessings are from God alone, blessings of obedience and blessings of delights. Thus you turn to him to inspire you and enable you to thank them. He the Exalted said, "Whatever blessing you have, it is from God. Then when harm touches you, it is unto him that you cry out." 16:53. And he said, "So remember God's bounties, that you may prosper." 7:69. And he said, "Be grateful for God's blessing, if it is him you worship." 16:114. As those blessings are from him purely of his grace, so too, remembering them and thanking for them is not attained except by his enabling, while sins are of his abandoning and leaving his servant to himself. If he does not lift that from his servant, he has no way to lift it from himself. He is thus compelled to plead and supplicate that he ward off from him their causes, so that they do not issue from him. And when they do occur by the ruling of decrees and the entailments of human nature, then he is compelled to plead and pray that he ward off from him their consequences and punishments. The servant is never free of need for these three foundations, nor is there success for him except by them: gratitude, asking for well-being, and sincere repentance. Then I reflected, the axis of all that is desire and dread, yet they are not in the servant's hand, but in the hand of the turner of hearts, who turns them as he wills. If he grants his servant success, he turns his heart toward him and fills it with desire and dread. If he abandons him, he leaves him to himself and does not draw his heart to him so that he asks him for that. What God wills is, what he does not will is not. Then I reflected, do enabling, tawfiq, and abandonment have causes, or are they purely by will with no cause? Their cause is the suitability and fitness of the vessel or its absence. He glorified be he is the creator of vessels, varied in readiness and receptivity beyond measure. The inanimate does not receive what the living receives, and the two kinds each is varied in receptivity. The rational animal receives what the brute animal does not, and within the rational receptivity varies vastly, and among the brutes likewise, but there is no variation within one kind like that within the human kind. When the vessel is receptive to blessing, such that it recognizes it, knows its worth and its danger, thanks the benefactor for it, praises him for it, magnifies him because of it, knows it is pure grace and sheer favour without his being deserving of it, and that it is not his nor by him, but God's his alone, by him alone, so he unifies God in his blessing purely and spends it in his love gratefully. He witnesses it as pure grace, recognizes his shortcoming in thanking it out of incapacity or weakness and neglect, knows that if he continues it upon him, it is pure charity and grace and kindness, and if he takes it away, he is fit for that and deserving. Whenever he increases him in blessings, he increases in humility, brokenness, and submission before him. in standing by gratitude, in fear that he take it away for his failure to render its due, just as he took it away from one who did not recognize it, nor keep it as it deserves. If he does not thank the blessing, but meets it with what is opposite to its due, he will take it inevitably. He, the Exalted, said, "Thus we have tried some of them by others, that they might say, 'Is it these whom God has graced from among us?' Does not God know best those who are grateful?" 653. They are those who recognize the blessing's worth, received it, loved it, praised the benefactor for it, loved him, and stood by gratitude. And he, the Exalted, said, when a sign comes to them, they say, "We shall not believe until we are given like what God's messengers were given." God knows best where to place his messengership. 6:124. Section The cause of abandonment is the vessel's lack of fitness and receptivity for the blessing, such that, were blessings to come to it, it would say, "This is mine. I was given it because I am worthy and deserving." As he, the Exalted, said of Qarun, he said, "I was only given it because of knowledge I have." 2878. That is, knowledge that I possess by which I deserve, merit, and am fit. Al-Farah said, "Because of a virtue in me, I was worthy and deserving when I was given it." Muqatil said, "Because of a good that God knows in me." Abdullah ibn al-Harith ibn Nawfal mentioned Solomon, son of David, in what he was given of kingship, then recited, "This is from the grace of my Lord, to test me whether I will be grateful or ungrateful." 2740. And he did not say, "This is my honour." Then he mentioned Qarun, saying, "I was only given it because of knowledge I have." 2878. That is, Solomon saw what he was given as from God's grace upon him and his favour, and that he tested him by it whether he would be grateful. But Qarun saw it as from himself and his deserving. Likewise his saying, "Glorified be he." And if we give man to taste mercy from us after harm has touched him, surely he will say, "This is mine." 4150. That is, I am worthy and deserving of it. My being singled out by it is like an owner's being singled out by his property. The believer sees it as his Lord's property, and a grace from him bestowed upon his servant without the servant's deserving, rather, a charity he has bestowed. He has the right not to bestow it. If he had withheld it, he would not have withheld something due to him that he deserved from him. When he does not witness this, he sees himself worthy and deserving. His soul is pleased with itself, grows arrogant with the blessing, elevates by it, and looks down upon others. His portion from it is pride and vainglory, as he, the Exalted, said, "If we let man taste mercy from us, then take it away from him, surely he is despairing, ungrateful. And if we let him taste favour after harm has touched him, surely he says, 'Evil has departed from me.' Surely he is exultant, boastful." 11:9-10. He condemned him with despair and ingratitude at the test of affliction, and with exultation and boasting at the test of blessing. He substituted, rather than praising God, and thanking him and extolling him when affliction was lifted, his saying, "Evil has departed from me." Had he said, "God has removed evils from me by his mercy and grace," he would not have been condemned. Rather, he would have been praised. But he was heedless of the benefactor who lifted it and attributed the going away to the evil itself. He exulted and boasted. When God knows this of a servant's heart, that is among the greatest causes of his abandonment and God's leaving him. For his vessel does not befit absolute, complete blessing. He, the Exalted, said, "Indeed, the worst of creatures in the sight of God are the deaf and dumb who do not reason. And had God known any good in them, he would have made them hear, and had he made them hear, they would have turned away, being averse." 8:22-23. He informed that their vessel is not receptive to his blessing. And beyond the lack of receptivity, there is another barrier that prevents its arrival to them. Their turning away and aversion, even when they have known it and realized it. It should be known that the causes of abandonment lie in leaving the soul as it was created in the beginning, neglecting it and letting it be. The causes of abandonment are from it and within it. The causes of enabling, tawfiq, come from God's making it receptive to the blessing. Thus, the causes of enabling are from Him and from His grace. He is the creator of this and that, as He created parts of the earth, some receptive to plants, some not, and created trees, some that receive fruit, some that do not. Created the bee, receptive to have from its belly come a drink of varied colours, while the wasp is not receptive to that. Created pure spirits, receptive to His remembrance and gratitude, His proof, revering and magnifying Him, His tawhid and sincere counsel to His servants, and created wicked spirits unreceptive to that, rather receptive to its opposite. He is the all-wise, the all-knowing. Said the Sheikh of Islam, the ocean of the sciences, the mufti of the communities, Abul Abbas Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah, may God have mercy upon him. Section God the Exalted said, Alif Lam Mim. Do people reckon that they will be left to say, we believe, and they will not be tried? Indeed, we tried those before them. So God will surely know those who are truthful, and He will surely know those who are liars. Or do those who commit evil think they can outstrip us? Evil is what they judge. Whoever hopes to meet God, surely God's term is coming, and He is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Whoever strives, he strives only for himself. Surely God is free of need of all worlds. Those who believe and do righteous deeds, we shall surely efface their evil deeds from them, and we shall surely recompense them the best of what they used to do. We have enjoined the human being to goodness toward his parents. But if they strive with you to make you associate with me that of which you have no knowledge, do not obey them. Unto me is your return, and I shall inform you of what you used to do. Those who believe and do righteous deeds, we shall surely admit them among the righteous. Among the people are those who say, we believe in God, but when he is harmed for God's sake, he makes the trial by people like God's punishment. And if help comes from your Lord, they will surely say, we were with you. Is not God best knowing of what lies in the breasts of all beings? God will surely know those who believe, and he will surely know the hypocrites. 29:1-11. And God the Exalted said, Or do you reckon that you will enter the garden while there has not yet come to you the like of what came to those who passed away before you? Distress and adversity touched them, and they were shaken, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, When is God's help? Surely God's help is near. 2:14. And God the Exalted said, after mentioning the apostate and the one compelled, Then indeed your Lord, toward those who emigrated after they had been tried, then strove and were patient indeed, your Lord thereafter is all-forgiving, all-merciful. 16:1-110. When messengers are sent to people, they stand between two matters. Either one of them says, we believe, or else he does not say, we believe, but persists upon doing evil. Whoever says, we believe, the Lord mighty and majestic tests him, tries him, and clothes him with trial and examination, so that the truthful may be distinguished from the liar. Whoever does not say, we believe, let him not think he can outstrip the Lord and escape his nature of trying, for none can frustrate God, exalted. This is his sunnah. He sends the messengers to creation, people belie them and harm them. He the Exalted said, "Thus have we made for every prophet an enemy, devils from humankind and jinn." 6:112. And he said, "Just so, no messenger came to those before them, but they said, a sorcerer or a madman." 51:52. And he said, "Nothing is said to you but what was said to the messengers before you." 41:43. Whoever believes in the messengers and obeys them, the people become his enemies and harm him. Thus he is afflicted with what hurts him. If he does not believe, he is punished. So what hurts him befalls him in a way more intense and lasting. There must be pain for every soul, whether it believed or disbelieved. But the believer gets pain at the beginning in the world. Then the end is his here and hereafter. The disbeliever receives favour at the beginning, then afterwards is in pain. A man asked Al-Shafi'i, "O Abu Abdullah, which is better for a man to be granted power or to be tried?" He replied, "He is not granted power until he is tried. God tried Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus and Muhammad, peace and blessings of God upon them all, so when they were patient, he granted them power. Let no one think he will be saved from pain, ever. This is a great foundation. It behooves the intelligent to know it. It befalls everyone. The human is social by nature. He must live with people, and people have wills and notions they demand that he agree with them upon them. If he does not agree, they harm and punish him. If he agrees, harm and punishment come to him sometimes from them, sometimes from others. Whoever tests his own state and people's states finds much of this. There are folk who want indecencies and injustice. They have false sayings in religion or shirk. They commit some of what God mentions among the prohibitions in his saying. Say, my Lord has forbidden indecencies, what is overt and what is covert, and sin and unjust aggression, and that you associate with God that for which he has sent down no authority, and that you say of God what you do not know. 7:33. They are in a shared place, a common house, a khan, a Caesarea, a school, a ribat, a village, a lane, a city. Others are in it besides them. They cannot do what they wish unless those others agree with them, or at least remain silent from condemning them. So they demand from those others either agreement or silence. If they agree or remain silent, they are safe from their evil in the beginning of the trial. But then those very ones can overpower them, humiliate and punish them many times more than what those others feared initially, like someone who is asked for false testimony, or to speak falsely in religion, whether in report or in command, or to help in indecency and injustice. If he does not answer them, they harm and oppose him. If he does answer them, they then overpower him, humiliate and harm him far more than what he feared. Otherwise he is punished by others. The duty is what is in the hadith of Aisha, which she sent to Muawiyah, and is narrated as both mawqf and marfu. Whoever seeks God's pleasure by the people's displeasure, God suffices him against the people. In another wording, God is pleased with him and makes the people pleased with him. Whoever seeks people's pleasure by God's displeasure, the people will avail him nothing against God. In another wording, his praiser among them returns as one who blames him. This runs as well in those who aid kings and leaders upon their corrupt aims, and in those who aid the people of innovation among those affiliated with knowledge and religion upon their innovations. Whoever God guides and directs, he refrains from doing what is forbidden and bears their harm and enmity. Then the end in this world and the next is his, as occurred to the messengers and their followers with those who harmed and opposed them. Like the emigrants in this community and those tried among its scholars, worshippers, merchants and governors. In some matters it may be allowed to outwardly show agreement and inwardly keep opposition, like the one compelled to disbelief, as is detailed elsewhere. The point here is, there is no escape from being tried by what harms people. There is no deliverance for anyone from what harms, ever. For this reason, God has mentioned in more than one place that he must try people. Trial is by prosperity and adversity. The human must be tried by what gladdens and what saddens. He must be one who is patient and grateful. He, the exalted, said, "We have made what is upon the earth an adornment for it, that we may try them which of them is best indeed." And Etanan, and he, son, said to Avzed, "You tried them with good and bad things, that perhaps they might return." 7:1. And he said, "When guidance comes to you from me, whoever follows my guidance shall not go astray nor suffer, and whoever turns away from my remembrance, his shall be a constricted life, and we shall raise him on the day of resurrection blind." 20, 123, 124. And he said, "Do you reckon you will enter the garden while God has not yet known those of you who strive, and known those who are patient?" 3:142. This in Al-Imran, and he had already said before it in Al-Baqarah, most of which came down before Al-Imran. "Or do you reckon you will enter the garden while there has not yet come to you the like of what came to those who passed away before you? Distress and adversity touched them, and they were shaken, so that the messenger and those who believed with him said, 'When is God's help?' Surely God's help is near." 2.214. The soul does not grow pure and sound until it is refined by tribulation like gold that does not have its fine separated from its base, except by melting in the furnace of trial, since the soul is ignorant and unjust, the spring of every evil that comes to the servant. No evil befalls him except from it. He, the exalted, said, "Whatever good befalls you is from God. Whatever evil befalls you is from yourself." 4:79. And he said, "So when a calamity struck you, though you had struck twice as much, you said, 'Whence is this?' Say, 'It is from yourselves.'" 3:65. And he said, "Whatever calamity befalls you, it is for what your hands have earned, and he pardons much." 42:30. And he said, "That is because God would not be one to change a blessing he had bestowed upon a people until they change what is within themselves. And when God wills evil for a people, there is no turning it back. For them, apart from him, there is no protector." 13:11. He has mentioned the punishments of nations from Adam to the last hour. In all of it, he says that they wronged themselves, they are the wrongdoers, not the wronged. The first to acknowledge that were their parents, who said, "Our Lord, we have wronged ourselves, and if you do not forgive us and have mercy on us, we shall surely be among the losers." 7:23. He said to Iblis, "I shall fill hell with you and with all who follow you altogether." 38:85. Iblis is followed only by the led astray among them, as he said, "Because you have led me astray, I shall beautify for them evil upon the earth, and I shall lead them all astray, except your servants among them, the sincere." 15:39-40. And he, the exalted, said, "Surely my servants, you shall have no authority over them, except those who follow you of the led astray." 15:42. And Al-Ghazali is to follow the lower self's desire. The early ones have ever acknowledged this, as in the saying of Abu Bakr, Umar, and Ibn Masud, "I say in it by my own opinion. If it is right, then it is from God. If it is wrong, then it is from me and from Satan, and God and his messenger are free of it." In the divine hadith narrated by Abu Dar, which the messenger relates from his Lord mighty and majestic, "O my servants, it is but your deeds that I enumerate for you, Then I recompense you fully for them. Whoever finds good, let him praise God, and whoever finds other than that, let him blame none but himself. And in the authentic hadith, the master supplication for seeking forgiveness, that the servant says, O God, you are my Lord, there is no deity but you. You created me, and I am your servant. I am upon your covenant and promise as far as I am able. I seek refuge in you from the evil of what I have done. I acknowledge your blessing upon me, and I acknowledge my sin, so forgive me, for none forgives sins but you. Whoever says it when morning comes, sure of it, then dies, that day enters the garden. And whoever says it in the evening, sure of it, then dies, that night enters the garden. And in the hadith of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, from the root of Abu Huraira and Abdullah ibn Amr, that the Messenger of God taught him what to say when he awakes, when he enters the evening, and when he takes to his bed. O God, originator of the heavens and the earth, knower of the unseen and the seen, Lord and sovereign of all things, I bear witness that there is no deity but you. I seek refuge in you from the evil of my soul and from the evil of Satan and his ensnarement, and that I transgress against myself or draw it upon a Muslim. Say it when you awake, when evening comes, and when you take to your bed. The Prophet in his sermons would say, Praise belongs to God. We seek his help and his forgiveness. We seek refuge in God from the evils of our souls and from the misdeeds of our deeds. And he said, I am grasping your waistbands away from the fire, while you are hurling yourselves into it like moths. He likened them to moths for their ignorance and their fluttering haste. It is a small-souled creature, ignorant, quick in movement. In the hadith, the likeness of the heart is like a feather in an open land, and in another, the heart is more swiftly turned than a pot when it boils. The speed of a feather and of a pot in its ebullience, and when joined to ignorance, are well known. For this reason it is said of one who obeys whomever deceives him, he has been made light. Istukifa. He said of Pharaoh, he made light of his people, and they obeyed him. 43:54. And he, the Exalted, said, So be patient, surely God's promise is true, and do not let those without certainty make you light. 30:60. For the one who is light does not stand firm, but flits, but the one of certainty stands firm. One says a thing is ikana when it is settled. Certainty is the settling of faith in the heart, knowledge and action. A person's knowledge may be excellent, yet his soul does not endure at calamities, but flits. Al-Hasan al-Basri said, If you wish to see one with insight, but without patience, you will see him. And if you wish to see one patient, but without insight, you will see him. If you see one both insightful and patient, that is the one. He, the Exalted, said, And we made from among them leaders who guided by our command when they were patient and when they were certain of our signs. 32:24. For this reason the soul is likened to fire, in the speed of its motion, the corruption it can cause, and its anger, and its desire is of the fire, and Satan is of the fire. In the Sunan, the Prophet said, Anger is from Satan, and Satan is from fire. Fire is extinguished by water, so when one of you becomes angry, let him perform ablution. In another hadith, Anger is a live coal ignited within the son of Adam. Do you not see the redness of his eyes and the swelling of his veins? It is the boiling of the heart's blood in seeking vengeance. In the hadith agreed upon, Satan flows within the son of Adam like blood flows. In the two Sahihs, two men insulted one another in the Prophet's presence. One of them became intensely angry. The Prophet said, I know a word if he were to say it, what he finds would depart from him. I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. He, the exalted, said, Repel evil with that which is better than behold, the one between whom and you there is enmity will be as a devoted friend. But none receive it save those who are patient. None receive it save one of great fortune. And if a provocation from Satan provokes you, seek refuge in God. Indeed, he is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. 41:34-36. And he said, Take forgiveness, enjoin what is right, and turn away from the ignorant. And if a provocation from Satan provokes you, seek refuge in God. Indeed, he is all-hearing, all-knowing. 7:1999-200. And he said, Repel evil by that which is best. We know best what they describe. And say, My Lord, I seek refuge in you from the goadings of the Satans. And I seek refuge in you, my Lord, lest they be present with me. 23:96-98. The book is complete praise belongs to God at the beginning and at the end. And may God's blessings be upon our messenger Muhammad, the unlettered prophet, and upon his family, his companions, those who follow them, and those who tread in their footsteps until the day of judgment. And the last of our supplications is, Praise belongs to God, Lord of the worlds.